Welcome back to Mia Horror Stories. Tonight's tale, my new apartment lease came with a rulebook for the shadows, is best experienced in the dark, which is why the screen will stay black. No distractions, no flashing images, just you, your imagination, and the story. So sit back, relax, and listen all the way to the end, if you dare. The hallway motion light outside 3B kept switching off, while Mara was still standing under it. Not flickering, not dying, just clicking dark, as if it had decided, 3 separate times in under a minute, that nobody was there. The first time, she laughed under her breath and shifted the cardboard box balanced against her hip. The second time, she stopped laughing. By the third, she was close enough to her new door that she could see her own warped reflection in the brass numbers, and hear the old building settling around her in little dry noises, pipes ticking somewhere in the wall, a TV muttering behind another tenant's door, the elevator cables humming at the end of the corridor. She lifted her hand and waved at the sensor. Nothing. Great, she muttered. Perfect. Amazing start. Then the light snapped back on so suddenly that she flinched and nearly dropped the box marked kitchen/knives/MUGS. It was explainable. Obviously explainable. Cheap sensor, weird angle, old building. She knew that. Still, her shoulders stayed tight as she dug in her tote for the ring of keys the leasing agent had handed her 2 hours earlier downstairs in the management office, along with the parking pass, the mailbox number, and a stapled packet she had assumed was boilerplate. Welcome to Blackstone Arms, Mara. Do not leave trash in common areas. Laundry room closes at 10, and apparently, do not trust the hallway light. Mara Ellison, 29, female, had moved from Portland to Chicago 6 days after the kind of breakup that makes you feel embarrassed, not because you were left, but because part of you had seen it coming for months and kept smiling anyway. She worked remote customer support for a software company, which meant her laptop came with her. And so did her bad habit of overthinking every silence in a room. She told people she moved for cheaper rent and a fresh start. Both were true. The less public truth was that she could no longer stand the apartment she had shared with Ben, especially the way the place still sounded occupied after he took his things, the hiss of the radiator, the scrape of a branch on the bedroom window, her own footsteps arriving half a second late in empty rooms. She had a private, stupid fear of being watched through ordinary domestic spaces, windows at night, cracked doors, reflective screens. Not because she believed in ghosts, because once, at 19, a maintenance worker in her off-campus housing had let himself in without knocking, and her body had never fully relearned how to relax inside a locked room. The key stuck once before turning. The door pushed open with a soft drag against the threshold, and a warmer smell met her from inside. Old paint, dust, radiator heat, and something faintly sweet underneath it, like furniture polish soaked into wood years ago. She reached around the wall until she found a switch. Nothing, come on, second switch. The entry lamp overhead buzzed, then filled the little foyer with weak yellow light. Apartment 3B was smaller than it had looked in the listing photos, and better in a way photos never capture. The hardwood floors were uneven but clean. The windows in the living room were tall and deep-set, facing an alley lined with brick garages and the backs of other apartment buildings. The kitchen was a narrow galley with white cabinets that had been painted too many times. To the left was a bedroom barely big enough for a full mattress. To the right, a bathroom with black and white tile and an iron clawfoot tub that had probably been charming in 2008 and now mostly looked heavy. Quiet, mostly. She could hear footsteps overhead, a dog barking twice somewhere below, water running through pipes. The ordinary stacked life noises of an old city building, each person boxed in beside and above the others, close enough to hear, but not close enough to know. She set the box on the floor and closed the door behind her. The bolt slid with a satisfying metal thunk. Better. Then she noticed the paper on the floor just inside the door. A folded sheet, clean white, placed too deliberately to be random mail. She stared at it for a second, still holding her keys. Maybe the property manager dropped it off. Maybe it had been taped up and fallen. Maybe Mara crouched and picked it up. At the top, in bold type, it said, 3B Tenant Guide. Please read fully underneath that someone had highlighted one sentence in pale yellow. Because of the building's age, light and shadow behave strangely here at night. This is normal. She let out one short laugh. Okay, the rest looked like a list. Numbered, dense. Not official enough to be legal language, but too neatly formatted to be a prank scribbled by some previous tenant. She skimmed the first few lines. Keep the hallway light outside 3B on when returning after dark. If the motion sensor fails, wait before unlocking the door. Close the bedroom blinds before sunset, even if you are not sleeping there. If you notice a shadow in the living room that does not correspond to traffic or alley lighting, check the windows first. Do not prop interior doors half open overnight. Mara stood very still, paper in hand, and listened to the apartment breathe around her. Somewhere outside in the alley, a car door slammed. A man shouted something cheerful and slurred. Tires hissed on wet pavement. Normal city sounds. Normal ridiculous note. She looked at the header again. Tenant Guide. Maybe this building had one of those deeply invested, eccentric tenant associations. Maybe some long-term resident had compiled a passive-aggressive list of tips after years of dealing with bad lighting and nosy neighbors. That actually made more sense than management handing out a packet titled Rulebook for the Shadows, which, if they had used those exact words, she absolutely would have remembered. Her phone buzzed in her back pocket. She almost dropped the paper. Lena, you in? Mara exhaled and texted back one-handed. Mara, technically yes. Spiritually unclear. A moment later, 3 heavy knocks hit the door. Not aggressive. Friendly. But in the quiet apartment, they landed hard enough to make her jump. She opened it to find Lena with a 6-pack under one arm and a paper bag of takeout looped around her wrist. Lena Kovacs, 31, female, was Mara's cousin by marriage if you traced the family tree far enough, and her closest thing in Chicago to automatic safety. She had grown up in Cleveland, lived in the city for 8 years, worked as a respiratory therapist at Northwestern Memorial, and had the practical, mildly confrontational kindness of someone who dealt with panic for a living and hated wasted energy. She wore dark curls clipped up off her neck, blue scrubs under a puffer jacket, and an expression that suggested she had already assessed the hallway, the locks, and the fire exit situation before Mara opened the door. Lena's flaw, if you could call it that, was impatience with ambiguity. When something felt off, she wanted it named, fixed, or thrown away. "Well," Lena said, stepping inside. "This is cute, haunted but cute." Mara held up the paper. "Don't say haunted." Lena kicked the door shut with her heel. "I was kidding." "You were." "I was mostly kidding." She peered at the page. "What is that?" Mara handed it over. Lena read silently for about 10 seconds, then snorted. "This is either the weirdest welcome packet I've ever seen, or your building is trying to set the record for legal liability. Right. Do not stand with your back to the bathroom mirror during a power outage." Lena looked up. "That one's artful. I'll give them that." Mara had not gotten that far down the page. "What?" Lena held it out. "Read your literature, babe." Mara took it back. The highlighted sentence looked sillier now, with someone else standing in the room. But the numbered rules kept pulling at her eyes. Report any persistent exterior light failures to management. If a neighbor tells you there are people visible in your windows when you are not home, inform management immediately. Avoid using candles in the living room. The rear alley security light sometimes casts moving silhouettes across the ceiling. This does not indicate occupancy. Occupancy, Mara repeated. Who writes like that? Someone old. Lena wandered toward the living room window and peered through the blinds. Alley's narrow, see? Light bounces weird off brick. Somebody probably got scared and sued. That, too, was plausible. Mara followed with the takeout bag, while Lena did a quick tour of the apartment, calling out observations as she moved. Closet is tiny. Bathroom tiles are actually great. Oh, this window latch is trash. You need a dowel. Radiator's loud as hell. They ate cross-legged on the living room floor, with cartons of Pad CU and open beers, because the table hadn't been assembled yet. The apartment slowly collected the sounds of being occupied. Forks tapping cardboard, the sticky crackle of packing tape as Mara opened one box after another. Lena's running commentary on which of Mara's possessions were worth hauling up 3 flights of stairs and which should have been donated. For almost an hour, the place felt normal. That was the worst part later, Mara would think. How ordinary it got before it changed by 1 degree. She unpacked dish towels and mugs. Lena lined up spices in a cabinet because you clearly won't. They joked about the clawfoot tub. They argued over where the couch should go when it arrived on Friday. The living room windows reflected them in patches on the glass, now that the alley had darkened. 2 women moving in chopped little pieces against the room's weak lamplight. At 7:12 p.m., the overhead light in the kitchen dimmed and recovered. Mara glanced up. "Did you see that?" "Old wiring," Lena said. Then the entry lamp did it too, not fully off, just a shallow dip as though someone had breathed on the current. Lena straightened from the cabinet. "Okay, that one I saw." Mara forced a shrug. "Building's old." The heat hissed alive in the radiator by the window with a sudden metallic clank. Mara startled anyway. Outside, a figure crossed the alley carrying grocery bags. His shadow slid up the opposite brick wall, then briefly across Mara's ceiling in a stretched dark shape. She froze. The shadow moved wrong for half a second, elongated by the angle, probably, broken by the window muntins. Still, something in her chest tightened before her brain caught up. Lena noticed her looking. "Traffic or alley light," she said, nodding toward the paper in Mara's hand on the floor. "Your creepy pamphlet called it." "Yeah." Mara got up and crossed to the window. The blinds were half open. Through them, she could see the alley security light mounted above a garage door, one bulb brighter than the other, making uneven gold pools on the pavement. A bike was locked to a chain link fence. Blue recycling bins sat in a row with their lids open. Ordinary things. She lowered the blinds until they clicked shut. Rule number 2, Lena said lightly. Look at you, already adapting. Mara wanted to laugh, but then someone knocked again. This time it was softer. 3 polite taps. Lena moved first, setting her beer down. You expecting anybody? No. Mara looked through the peephole and saw a woman in the hall wearing a tan cardigan and holding a small glass dish covered in foil. She opened the door with the chain still on. The woman smiled in the careful, non-threatening way people in apartment buildings smile when they need to prove they are not a problem. Sorry to bother you, new tenant. Yes, I'm from 3A across the hall. She lifted the dish slightly. Lemon bars. Welcome. Mara unhooked the chain. The woman stepped back half a pace, keeping respectful distance. I'm not selling anything, I promise. No, sorry, thank you. Mara took the dish. It was warm underneath the foil. The woman was in her late 40s maybe, hair pulled back, face a little drawn in that way people get when they haven't slept deeply in years. Nadia Weiss, 47, female, lived in 3A across the hall and worked part-time as a freelance translator from German and Polish, according to what she would later volunteer in bits and pieces. She was originally from Hamburg, had been in Chicago long enough for the city to have worn down her accent without erasing it, and carried herself like someone who preferred patterns because patterns made other people predictable. Nadia was courteous, observant, and just slightly too attentive to thresholds, doorways, windows, the line where the hall runner ended and bare tile began. Her private weakness seemed to be vigilance calcified into habit. Not paranoia exactly. More like a person who had once ignored something important and built a life around never doing that again. This building has character, Nadia said, glancing past Mara's shoulder toward the living room. That is the nice way to put it. Lena appeared beside Mara. We got the unofficial guide already. Something changed in Nadia's face. Not fear, recognition. You read it. Mara lifted the folded page from the side table. You know about this? Nadia pressed her lips together before answering. In the hallway, the motion light clicked off again, plunging the space behind her into dimness, except for the spill from Mara's apartment. Nadia didn't turn around, but Mara saw the shift in her shoulders. Yes, Nadia said. I know about it. Lena leaned one shoulder against the doorframe. Is this some building joke? No. A TV laughed distantly through the wall. Somewhere downstairs, the elevator doors opened with a bell and shut again. Mara looked from Nadia to the rule sheet. Management gave this to me. I don't know if management gives it, Nadia said carefully. It gets passed along. Why? Nadia's eyes flicked once toward the dark hallway, and then back into the apartment, to the living room windows, the closed blinds, the warm, messy evidence of move-in. Because there are things in old buildings that sound foolish until they happen twice. That is not an answer, Lena said. No, Nadia agreed. It is. For a second, Mara thought the woman might say more. Instead, Nadia reached into her cardigan pocket, pulled out a business card with her name and apartment number written on the back, and handed it over. If your hallway light keeps failing, she said, or if someone from upstairs asks whether you've had problems with the windows, don't answer in the hall. Come talk to me tomorrow, during the day. Lena gave a short, incredulous laugh. You realize how that sounds. Yes, Mara swallowed. What problems with the windows? But Nadia was already stepping backward. Tomorrow, she repeated. Daylight is better for first conversations. Then she glanced once at the paper in Mara's hand. And tonight, she added, if you choose not to read the rest, that is understandable. If you do choose to read it, do not do it standing in front of the living room glass. She turned and walked toward 3A just as the hallway motion light snapped back on over her head. Mara stayed in the doorway long enough to watch Nadia unlock her apartment, slip inside, and close the door quickly behind her. Lena was the first to speak. Okay, she said. Now I officially hate this building. Mara shut the door, slid the bolt, and set the lemon bars on the counter without looking at them. The apartment felt different now, not because anything visible had changed, but because there was a shape around the evening that hadn't been there an hour earlier. A suggestion of rules, of neighbors who knew something they were refusing to explain plainly. Lena held out her hand. Give me the paper. Mara looked at the folded packet. She could put it in a drawer and laugh about it tomorrow. Or she could open it now and keep reading. Outside, from somewhere in the alley, came the scrape of metal, then a low voice she couldn't make out, then silence. Mara handed the paper to Lena, and before either of them unfolded it, both of them turned at exactly the same moment to look at the living room windows, with the blinds shut tight against the dark. Lena unfolded the paper slowly, as if something might jump off it. The kitchen light hummed overhead. Mara leaned against the counter with her arms folded, trying not to watch the living room windows, even though she was thinking about them constantly now. Okay, Lena said after a few seconds. There's more. Obviously. Oh, I mean, there's a lot more. She flattened the sheet against the counter. It wasn't just one page. It was several, stapled together in the corner, the bottom edges slightly worn as if different hands had folded and unfolded them over the years. Lena read aloud. Rule 11. If the hallway motion light outside 3B shuts off while someone is standing beneath it, wait 30 seconds before opening the door. Mara blinked. That already happened, Lena said. Yes, because it's a bad sensor. Probably. But Lena's voice had lost its earlier joking edge. She continued. Rule 12. Do not allow unknown persons to photograph or record your windows from the alley. That's just normal advice, Mara said quickly. Sure. Lena turned the page. Rule 13. If the building loses power after midnight, remain in one room with the door fully open until the lights return. Mara rubbed her arms. Okay, that one's weird. Yeah. A truck rolled past outside the alley entrance, its headlights briefly glowing through the edges of the blinds. The light moved across the ceiling in a slow band before fading again. Neither of them spoke for a moment. Then Lena tapped the bottom paragraph. There's a note. Mara leaned closer. In smaller handwriting, clearly added later, someone had written, if you notice someone asking questions about shadows or light angles, contact Nadia in 3A before answering them. Lena whistled softly. So Nadia definitely wrote this or helped write it. Or someone told her to say that. Or, Lena said, this whole building is weird and you moved here anyway. Helpful. Lena folded the packet closed. I'm serious though. None of this actually says anything. It's just vague warnings about shadows, about lighting, about people photographing windows, Mara added. They looked at each other. The apartment suddenly felt smaller. Lena picked up her beer again. Okay, reality check. Old buildings have weird light reflections. Alley security lights throw weird angles. Someone probably thought a shadow was a person and started a rumor. Rumor big enough to make a rule book. People are bored. That sounded right. It should have settled things. Except Mara's eyes drifted back to the blinds again. The alley light outside was bright enough that thin lines of gold bled through the slats, striping the floor. She forced herself to look away. "So," Lena said, clapping once. "Actual problem. Your internet router is still in a box, and I have a shift at 6 a.m. tomorrow. Let's finish unpacking the essentials." The normal task helped. For the next 20 minutes, they opened boxes and made small progress: plates in cabinets, towels in the bathroom, sheets on the mattress. The apartment slowly filled with the ordinary sounds of moving in again. Tape tearing, drawer sliding, footsteps. Then the power dipped, not off, just lower. The kitchen light dimmed enough that the room turned amber for half a second. Lena stopped mid-step. "You seeing this wiring situation?" she said. "Yeah," the light recovered. A second later, the living room lamp flickered twice, then steadied. Lena walked to the breaker box in the hall closet and opened it. Nothing tripped. Maybe someone downstairs turned on something heavy. Maybe. Mara turned toward the living room. The blinds were still closed, but something had changed. The slats had shifted slightly open, just enough that a narrow triangle of the alley was visible. Mara didn't remember touching it. She walked over slowly. The alley looked the same as before: garages, bins, brick, the tall security light humming faintly. But there was someone standing near the fence now. A man. He was facing the building, not looking up exactly, but looking at it. Mara leaned slightly closer to the glass. "What?" Lena called from the hallway. "There's someone outside. Alley guy." "Yeah, people live here. I know." The man shifted his weight. He was wearing a dark jacket and holding something long and rectangular. For a second, Mara thought it was a clipboard. Then he lifted it. A camera. Not a phone, a camera with a lens. He pointed it upward, right at the building. Mara stepped back from the window immediately. Her chest tightened in the same sharp way it had the night the maintenance worker opened her door years ago. "Lena, yeah, he's photographing the windows." Lena appeared beside her in 2 steps. "Which guy?" Mara nudged the blind open a little wider. The man in the alley was still there, adjusting something on the camera. "Okay," Lena said quietly. "That's not normal, right? No, maybe he's a photographer. Maybe." The man raised the camera again. This time he pointed it slightly left, then slightly right, methodically, like he was documenting something. Lena frowned. "Is he taking pictures of your window?" "I don't know." The camera flashed once. Mara jumped. "Jesus." "Okay," Lena said, voice firm now. "That's weird. Rule 12, Mara whispered. Lena glanced at her. "Don't say it like that." The camera flashed again. Mara felt heat crawling up the back of her neck. "I don't like this." "Neither do I. What do we do?" Lena thought for a second. Option 1, ignore it. Not happening. Option 2, go downstairs and ask him what he's doing. That seems worse. Option 3, call building management. At 8:30 at night. Good point. The man lowered the camera again. Then he did something that made Mara's stomach drop. He looked straight up, directly at their window, not searching, not guessing, looking. Mara pulled the blinds shut completely. Her hands were shaking. "Okay," Lena said slowly. That was targeted. Mara grabbed the rulebook off the counter and flipped through it with sudden urgency. Wait, here." She found the line again. "Do not allow unknown persons to photograph or record your windows from the alley." "That's literally happening," she said. Lena rubbed her face. I hate when weird instructions turn out to be relevant. Should we call Nadia? Maybe. They both hesitated. Neither of them liked the idea of going back into the hallway. The motion light flicked off again outside the door. Click, dark, then back on. Click. Lena noticed. Okay, that sensor is seriously broken. Mara checked her phone. No missed notifications. No alerts. Just normal signal bars. The alley outside fell quiet again. After a moment, Lena cracked the blinds open a centimeter. The man was gone. Maybe he left, she said. Mara didn't feel better. What if he comes back? Then we'll deal with it. How? Lena didn't answer immediately. Then she said, let's talk to Nadia. You said you didn't want to go in the hall. I don't, Lena said. But she literally told us to talk to her. The hallway light snapped off again. Darkness under the doorframe. Then back on. Click, click. Mara exhaled. Okay. Let's do it quickly. Lena grabbed the rule packet and tucked it under her arm. They stepped into the hallway together. The corridor smelled faintly like floor cleaner and someone's microwave dinner. The motion light hummed overhead. Apartment 3A was directly across the hall. Mara knocked. No answer. She knocked again. Maybe she's in the shower, Lena said. A muffled sound came from inside. Then footsteps. The door opened halfway. Nadia looked startled. Her hair was loose now, like she had been getting ready for bed. What happened? There's a guy in the alley taking pictures of the windows, Mara said. Nadia froze. Right now, just a minute ago. With a camera, Lena added. Nadia opened the door wider. Come in. Her apartment was dimmer than Mara's, lit mostly by a floor lamp. Stacks of books lined one wall. 2 laptops sat open on a desk. Nadia closed the door behind them and locked it immediately. You saw him clearly, she asked. Yes, Mara said. He was aiming at the building. Nadia walked to her window and pulled the curtain aside just enough to glance out. The alley was empty. She let the curtain fall. How long was he there? A few minutes. Did he see you watching? Mara hesitated. Maybe. Nadia's shoulders tensed. That's not good. Why? Lena asked. Nadia looked at the rulebook in Lena's hands. You read the whole thing? Not yet. Then you don't understand the timing. The timing of what? Mara said. Nadia crossed her arms. For the past year, she said slowly, people have been coming to the alley asking questions about light angles. Lena frowned. Light angles? Yes, like photographers. Sometimes. Mara felt the tightness in her chest again. What do they want? Nadia shook her head. I don't know. But every time someone starts photographing the windows, something else happens in the building soon after. What kind of something? Lena asked. Nadia didn't answer. Instead, she asked a different question. Did you notice anything unusual tonight? Before the man showed up, Mara thought. The hallway light kept turning off. Nadia's expression changed slightly. Anything else? The power flickered. That's not unusual here. The blinds moved. That made Nadia go still. Moved how? One slat opened. Nadia walked slowly to the door. She listened. The hallway outside was quiet. Then she turned back to them. You should not stay alone tonight. Mara blinked. What? You can sleep here if you want, Nadia said. Or I can sit in your apartment until morning. That seems extreme, Lena said. Maybe, Nadia said quietly. A loud metallic bang echoed through the building. All 3 of them flinched. It came from somewhere below. Then the lights flickered again. This time harder. The floor lamp dimmed nearly to black. What the hell? Lena said. Nadia moved to the breaker box by her door. Before she reached it, the power went out completely. The apartment dropped into darkness. From the hallway came the slow hum of emergency lighting kicking on. A thin strip of red glow slid under the door. Mara's phone buzzed in her pocket. She pulled it out. A notification. Building alert, electrical issue. REPAIRS in progress. Estimated restoration, unknown. Lena exhaled. Okay, power outage. But Nadia was already reaching for the rulebook again. Her voice dropped. What time is it? Mara checked. 12:07. Nadia closed her eyes briefly. Then she opened the packet and flipped to Rule 13. She handed the page to Mara. Read it. Mara lifted her phone flashlight and read aloud. If the building loses power after midnight, remain in one room with the door fully open until the lights return. Silence filled the apartment. Lena looked from Mara to Nadia. You're not seriously saying, before she could finish, footsteps sounded in the hallway. Slow, measured, stopping directly outside Nadia's door. Someone knocked, 3 soft taps. The exact same pattern as before. The knock came again. 3 soft taps, not loud, not impatient, just deliberate. In the dark, the sound seemed larger than it should have been. Mara held her phone flashlight still, the beam aimed at Nadia's front door. Lena stood to her left, shoulders tense. Nadia hadn't moved from where she stood beside the breaker panel. None of them spoke for a second. Then Lena whispered, maybe it's another tenant. Nadia shook her head slowly. No one here knocks that quietly. That did not help. The hallway emergency lights cast a thin red glow under the door, turning the bottom edge of the room into a dim stripe. Somewhere down the corridor, a door opened and closed with a hollow echo. The knock came again. Tap, tap, tap. Lena leaned toward the door. Hello, she called. Silence. Mara's pulse was loud in her ears. Ask who it is, she whispered. I just did. Another pause. Then a man's voice answered from the hallway. Building maintenance. The voice was calm, slightly muffled through the door. Power issue, he added. Lena glanced at Nadia. Well, Lena said quietly, that's plausible. Nadia didn't answer. Should we open it? Mara asked. Nadia finally spoke. What did the voice sound like? Normal, Lena said. Older, younger, 40s maybe. Accent, Lena frowned. American. Nadia walked closer to the door but didn't touch it. Ask him his name. Lena raised her voice again. Name. The pause outside was longer this time. Then Tom. Lena turned to Nadia. That good enough? Nadia looked unconvinced. Ask him what unit reported the power issue. Lena repeated the question through the door. This time the voice answered quickly. Whole building. Which unit called it in? Lena asked. Another pause. Longer, then management. Lena exhaled. That's not great. Nadia lowered her voice further. Maintenance staff always announce themselves by unit number here. Mara felt her stomach tighten. Meaning whoever is outside that door doesn't know the building. The man knocked again, this time louder. Hello, need to check breakers. Lena mouthed something silently. We could just not answer. Mara nodded. Another knock, then footsteps in the hallway. Slow. The man moved a few steps down the corridor. Then the elevator bell dinged faintly from the end of the hall. More footsteps. Then silence. No one spoke for nearly 30 seconds. Lena finally exhaled. Okay, she said. That was weird. Nadia nodded. Yes, Mara realized her hands were shaking again. So what now? She asked. Nadia walked to the window and lifted the curtain slightly. The alley outside was darker without the building lights. Only the tall security lamp near the garages still glowed. No one down there, she murmured. Lena checked her phone. No signal now. Great. Mara tried hers. 2 bars. Internet's out too. That makes sense, Lena said. Okay, Mara said slowly. What if the guy in the alley cut the power? That's a big leap, Lena said. But possible, Nadia said quietly. Lena turned. You think so? Nadia folded her arms. I think people who photograph windows are rarely doing it for art. Silence settled again. Mara looked down at the rulebook still in her hand. Rule 13 stared back at her. Remain in one room with the door fully open. She glanced at Nadia's apartment door. Closed. Locked. We didn't follow that rule, she said. Lena groaned softly. Please don't start believing this thing. I'm not believing it, Mara said quickly. But if someone's in the hallway pretending to be maintenance, then staying together is smart, Lena finished. Nadia moved to the door. She unlocked it, then pulled it open. The hallway stretched empty in both directions. Emergency lights glowed every 20 feet along the ceiling, casting dim red pools across the carpet runner. Apartment doors lined the walls. 3A3 B3, see farther down. The elevator at the end. Stairwell door beside it. Everything quiet. See, Lena said, but Nadia stepped into the hallway. She walked slowly toward Mara's apartment. Wait, Mara said. What are you doing? I want to check something. They followed her across the hall. The door to 3B stood closed, exactly as Mara had left it earlier. Nadia gestured. Open it. Mara unlocked the door. The apartment smelled faintly like takeout and cardboard. Everything looked normal. Lena switched on Mara's phone flashlight and swept the beam across the living room. Couch boxes, kitchen counter, closed blinds. Nothing, Lena said, but Nadia stepped directly to the window. She lifted one blind slat, then two. She leaned closer to the glass. What? Mara asked. Nadia stepped back slowly. There's a ladder, Mara froze. A what? In the alley, Nadia said. Lena moved beside her and checked. Sure enough, a metal extension ladder leaned against the brick wall beneath Mara's window. It reached almost to the 3rd floor. Was that there earlier? Lena asked. No, Mara said. Her throat felt tight. Definitely not, Lena swore quietly. So alley photographer and now a ladder. Yeah, they all stared at it. Nadia spoke first. We need to move away from the windows. Good idea, Lena said immediately. They backed into the hallway again. Mara shut her apartment door. Her pulse felt like it was beating in her neck now. What if he's climbing it? She asked. Then we'd hear it, Lena said. A sound came from the stairwell, metal creaking. All 3 of them turned. The stairwell door sat about 20 feet down the hall. The handle moved slightly, then stopped. Mara's breath caught. Lena whispered, okay, that might be him. The handle moved again. Then the door opened. A figure stepped out. Mara almost screamed. But then the man raised both hands immediately. Whoa, whoa. He wore a building janitor uniform and carried a flashlight. Relax. He looked around at them. What's going on up here? Lena blinked. Your maintenance, the man nodded. Night custodian, name S. Greg. He pointed down the hall. Breaker blew in the basement. I'm checking units. Nadia stepped forward carefully. Did you knock on my door earlier? Greg frowned. No, you're sure. I just got here 15 minutes ago. Mara felt a wave of dizzy relief. So someone else did. Greg looked confused. What? Lena rubbed her face. Long story, Greg shrugged. Anyway, power should be back soon. He moved past them toward the electrical panel on the wall. The hallway lights flickered. Then the normal ceiling lights snapped back on. Bright, sudden, everyone squinted. Greg grinned. See, fixed. Mara exhaled. Her muscles felt like rubber. Lena leaned against the wall. Well, that explains the outage. Nadia still looked uneasy. Does it? She said quietly. Greg glanced at her. Yeah, old wiring. He turned back toward the stairwell. Have a good night. The door closed behind him. Silence returned. Lena laughed weakly. Okay, that was the scariest janitor entrance ever. Mara nodded. Yeah, the tension in the hallway slowly eased. Then Lena said, Wait, what? Mara asked. Did anyone tell him about the ladder? They all froze again. Mara rushed back into her apartment. She ran to the window and yanked the blinds open. The alley was empty. The ladder was gone. Her stomach dropped. Guys, she said. Lena and Nadia came in behind her. The ladder's gone, Mara whispered. Lena scanned the alley. Garages, bins, security light, no ladder. No way he took it down that fast, Lena said. Unless he heard us, Mara said. Nadia stepped back from the window again. Close the blinds. Mara did. Her hands trembled slightly. What now? Lena asked. Nadia answered without hesitation. We go downstairs. Mara turned. What? We need to check the basement breaker room. Why? Lena asked. Because if someone cut the power intentionally, Nadia said, they might still be down there. Lena hesitated. That's risky. So is waiting up here, Nadia said. Mara looked at the rule book again. Another line caught her eye. Rule 16. If you suspect someone is entering the building through the alley fire stairs, notify another tenant before investigating. She swallowed. Well, she said quietly, technically we're doing that. Lena sighed. Fantastic. They moved down the hallway together. The elevator was dead, so they took the stairwell. Concrete steps spiraled downward through dim yellow bulbs. Third floor, second, first, every step echoed. Mara felt the weight of the building pressing around them. At the bottom, they reached the lobby. The glass front doors faced the street. Outside, cars passed normally. Everything looked ordinary, but the basement door near the mailboxes stood open. A faint mechanical hum drifted up from below. Lena looked at the others. Okay, quick look. They descended the basement stairs. The air smelled like dust and hot wiring. Pipes ran across the ceiling. The breaker panel room sat halfway down the corridor. Its door was open. Lights inside were on, but the room was empty. Nadia walked to the panel. All breakers are on, Lena frowned. So the outage wasn't a blown breaker. Mara stepped backward slowly. Then what caused it? Nadia turned. I don't know. A metallic slam echoed upstairs. All three of them jumped. Then another sound. The lobby door closing. Footsteps above them. Running. Mara's stomach dropped. That's upstairs. Lena's eyes widened. Our apartments. They rushed toward the stairs. But halfway up, Mara stopped. Someone had pulled the basement door shut. The handle wouldn't turn. It was locked from the outside. Lena yanked it harder. Nothing. The stairwell light flickered. Mara felt the trap closing. And somewhere above them, on the first floor, a door opened. The basement door didn't move. Lena pulled again, harder this time, the metal handle clanking against the frame. Locked, she said unnecessarily. Mara stared up the stairwell. The concrete steps curved out of sight toward the lobby landing. The fluorescent bulb above them flickered faintly, making the shadows under the railing shift every few seconds. Footsteps again. Not running now, walking. Slow. Someone was moving through the first floor hallway above them. Lena lowered her voice. Okay, whoever that is locked us down here. Nadia's jaw tightened. Yes, Mara's mind raced. Maybe Greg, the custodian? No, Nadia said immediately. He would have called down. Another sound upstairs, a door opening, then shutting. The echo rolled down the stairwell like a ripple. Lena stepped away from the basement door. Options. Call the police, Mara said. No signal, Lena replied. Mara checked anyway. 0 bars. Great. Nadia walked toward the breaker room again, scanning the corridor. The basement was narrow and cluttered. Old storage cages, water heaters, pipes running overhead. A faint smell of hot dust hung in the air. Then Nadia stopped. There's another stairwell. Mara followed her gaze. At the far end of the basement corridor, past the laundry room, a metal door sat half hidden behind a stack of folded tables. A red exit sign glowed above it. Lena exhaled. Fire stairs. They moved quickly, but quietly down the corridor. Every step echoed. Mara kept glancing over her shoulder toward the locked stairwell behind them. Her chest felt tight. If someone was upstairs now, if they were in her apartment, she pushed the thought away. They reached the fire door. Lena tried the handle, unlocked. Okay, she whispered. She opened it slowly. The stairwell inside was narrower than the main one. Metal steps, concrete walls. A faint draft carried cold night air upward from the alley exit. Good, Lena said. We can go up and check the hall. Nadia hesitated. We should listen first. They stood in silence. The building creaked faintly around them. Then a thud. Above, 3rd floor. Mara's stomach dropped. That's my apartment. Lena didn't argue. Go, they climbed, fast but careful. 1st floor landing. Quiet, 2nd floor. A dog barked somewhere behind a door. 3rd floor. They stopped just before the door leading into the hallway. Lena pressed her ear against it. What do you hear? Mara whispered. Movement. Where? Close. Nadia stepped forward. Let me. She eased the door open half an inch. The hallway lights were on now, empty. But Mara's apartment door 3B stood open. Her heart skipped. I locked that, she whispered. The 3 of them stepped into the corridor, slow. The door to 3A was closed. 3B was open just enough that a thin wedge of light spilled into the hall. Inside, something shifted. A chair scraping. Lena mouthed silently. Someone's in there. Mara felt heat rush into her face. Fear. Anger. Violation. She moved forward before she realized she was doing it. Lena grabbed her arm. Wait, Nadia whispered. We need to see who. Mara swallowed. Okay. Lena picked up a heavy fire extinguisher from the wall bracket. Just in case. They approached the door, step by step. The smell of Mara's apartment drifted out. Cardboard, food, the faint lemon of Nadia's dessert. And another smell now. Cold air, the window. Someone inside spoke. Low voice. Male. Yeah. A pause. 3rd floor. Another pause. Yeah, I see the alley. Mara's throat tightened. He was on the phone. Lena raised the extinguisher, 3 fingers, 2, 1. They pushed the door open. The man spun around. It was the same one from the alley, dark jacket. Camera bag over one shoulder. He froze. They froze. Then Lena stepped forward and swung the extinguisher into his arm. Hard. The metal cylinder connected with a dull crack. The man shouted and dropped the phone. It skidded across the floor. Hey, what the hell? Get out. Lena snapped. He lunged toward the door. Mara grabbed the rulebook off the table and instinctively threw it at his face. It hit his shoulder, not effective, but enough to slow him. Nadia kicked the door shut behind them. No, the man's eyes darted around. 3 women blocking the exit. Camera bag, no weapon visible. But he was bigger than all of them. He shoved Lena aside and ran for the living room window. Mara realized his plan instantly. The ladder. He yanked the blinds open. The alley ladder was back, right where it had been. He swung one leg over the windowsill. Lena grabbed his jacket. He twisted hard. The fabric tore. He shoved her back. She hit the coffee table edge with a sharp grunt. Mara lunged forward and grabbed the camera strap. The man swung his elbow backward. It caught her in the ribs. Pain exploded through her side. She gasped and collapsed against the wall. The man kicked the window fully open. Cold air rushed in, started climbing out. Then Nadia slammed the window frame down. Hard. The metal caught his arm. He screamed. Lena recovered and tackled him from behind. They crashed into the floor. The camera smashed against the hardwood, lens shattering. The man struggled wildly. Get off. He shoved Lena into the couch, then turned toward the window again. Desperate now, Nadia grabbed the broken camera body and hurled it at his head. It struck his temple, not enough to knock him out, but enough to stagger him. Mara forced herself upright despite the burning pain in her ribs. Her breathing felt shallow. She grabbed the fire extinguisher from Lena. The man turned toward her. Don't, she pulled the trigger. A violent white cloud blasted across the room. Dry chemical powder filled the air instantly. The man coughed violently. Blind, disoriented, he stumbled backward into the coffee table. Lena took the chance. She tackled him again, this time driving him face first into the floor. Nadia grabbed his arms. Hold him, the man thrashed, but the powder choked his breathing. His strength faltered. Mara dropped the extinguisher and collapsed against the wall, clutching her ribs. Police, she rasped. Lena pinned the man's wrists. Call them. Mara crawled toward the fallen phone on the floor. The screen was cracked but still active. The last call was open, an unknown number. She dialed 911. Her voice shook but stayed clear. Yes, someone broke into my apartment. She gave the address. Minutes later, the hallway filled with noise. Police, questions, handcuffs. The man sat coughing on the floor while officers pulled his arms behind his back. Paramedics arrived for Mara's ribs and Lena's bruised shoulder. Nadia stood near the doorway, watching everything with tight eyes. One officer picked up the shattered camera. What was he photographing? Mara didn't answer. She looked toward the window. The alley ladder still leaned against the brick, and across the alley, on another building's rooftop, she noticed something that made her stomach turn. Another camera, mounted on a tripod, pointed directly at the windows of Blackstone Arms, recording, quietly, for who knew how long. The apartment smelled like chalk dust and lemon. The chalk dust was the fire extinguisher residue, fine white powder that had settled into the seams of the hardwood, into the couch cushions, into Mara's hair. The lemon came from Nadia's forgotten dessert tray on the counter, still covered with foil, untouched through everything that followed. It was almost 3 in the morning when the last police officer stepped out of 3B. The hallway had gone quiet again. Most of the other tenants had returned behind their doors once the flashing lights disappeared from the street outside. The building seemed to settle back into its normal nighttime rhythm. Radiators clicking, someone's television murmuring through the wall, the elevator cables humming faintly in the shaft. Mara sat on the floor against the kitchen cabinets, a thick elastic bandage wrapped around her ribs under her t-shirt. Every breath reminded her it was there. Bruised, maybe cracked, the paramedic had said. You'll know tomorrow. Across the room, Lena sat on the arm of the couch while a second paramedic finished taping her shoulder. You'll be stiff, he told her. Ice it tonight. Lena nodded like someone who had heard that sentence 1,000 times in hospital break rooms. Nadia stood near the window, not touching anything. She held a mug of tea someone had made for her and forgotten. The steam had stopped rising a long time ago. The police had taken the intruder away in handcuffs nearly an hour earlier. His name was Eric Haverson, 38, freelance videographer, according to the officer reading from his ID. The camera gear in his bag was legitimate enough. The rooftop tripod across the alley was legitimate too, just not legally placed there. Breaking and entering, the officer had said. Attempted burglary maybe. Possibly voyeurism, depending on what's on the memory cards. All words that sounded neat and contained, as if they described something small. Mara knew better. The officer had asked her the obvious question. Did he take anything? No. Did he threaten you? No. Why was he here? That one she couldn't answer. Eventually, the paramedics packed up their bags. One of the officers gave Mara a case number written on the back of a card. If he has accomplices, we'll look into it. If he was working alone, he's just a creep with a ladder. The officer glanced around the apartment once more before leaving. Either way, he added, you ladies handled it. He was gone. Silence returned. Real silence this time. For a while, none of them spoke. The kitchen clock ticked quietly above the stove. Finally, Lena broke it. Well, she said softly, that was a hell of a housewarming. Mara managed a weak laugh that hurt her ribs immediately. Yeah, she rubbed her side. I'm never making fun of building rulebooks again. Nadia set her mug down. I told you the rules existed for a reason. Mara looked toward the living room window. The blinds were closed again, but she could still picture the ladder there. The man's arm trapped in the window frame. The sudden explosion of white powder filling the room. Her stomach twisted. You think he was watching the building before tonight? She asked. Nadia nodded. I think someone was. Lena leaned forward slightly. Why though? Just spying on people. Nadia hesitated. Maybe. Mara shook her head slowly. That camera across the alley didn't look temporary. No, Lena said. It didn't. The police had gone over to the rooftop after the arrest. They'd brought the tripod camera back as evidence. Mara had only caught a glimpse of the screen when the officer turned it off. The display had shown rows of video files. Dates, times, weeks of them, pointed at the building, at the windows. Someone had been recording the apartments of Blackstone Arms for a long time. Maybe it's some creepy internet thing, Lena said quietly. Or a private investigator, Mara suggested weakly. Nadia didn't look convinced. Maybe, she said, but the words sounded thin. Mara pushed herself carefully to her feet. Her ribs protested. She shuffled toward the living room and looked around. The place barely resembled the cozy apartment she'd unpacked earlier that evening. White powder coated the floor. The coffee table was cracked. The broken camera lens glittered under the lamp. And the window still hung slightly crooked where Nadia had slammed it down. Great first night, Mara muttered. Lena stood and stretched cautiously. You're not staying here alone tonight. That's not really a question, Nadia added. Mara didn't argue. They moved across the hall to Nadia's apartment. The three of them sat at her small kitchen table while the first pale hint of dawn crept into the sky outside. No one slept. They talked in fragments about police reports, about the building's security cameras that apparently hadn't been working in months, about the ladder. Did he carry it away? Mara asked. No, Nadia said. Police took it. Good. Lena rubbed her shoulder again. I keep thinking about that fake maintenance knock. Yeah, Mara said. That part really bothers me. Nadia nodded. Because it means he expected someone to open the door. Exactly. Maybe he planned to get inside quietly, Lena said, before the power came back. Mara shivered slightly. If we had opened the door, no one finished the sentence. The sun rose slowly over Chicago. Traffic sounds began filtering up from the street. The ordinary city returned, morning. At 9 o'clock, a police detective came back to ask a few more questions. They walked through the apartment again, taking photos of the damage. He flipped through the tenant rulebook carefully. Who wrote this? He asked. Mara looked at Nadia. Nadia shrugged faintly. It was here when I moved in. How long ago? 3 years. And before that? I don't know. The detective studied the page for a long moment. Then he handed it back. Interesting coincidence, he said. Or someone in the building noticed patterns. Patterns, Mara asked. Like strangers photographing windows. He tapped the paper. People notice things. Then he left too. By noon, the building felt normal again. Almost. Mara's ribs hurt worse every hour. Lena went home briefly to shower and change before her afternoon shift. Nadia stayed nearby while Mara swept up broken glass and extinguisher dust. The act of cleaning helped, little pieces of order returning. Eventually, Mara sat down at the kitchen table again with the rulebook. She read the rest of it for the first time. Some rules were mundane. Report faulty hallway lights. Keep windows locked. Others still sounded strange. Do not stand with your back to the bathroom mirror during a power outage. Do not answer hallway questions about the angles of the alley lights. But now they felt different. Less like superstition. More like notes from people who had seen things they couldn't quite explain. People who had tried to warn whoever came next. Mara flipped the last page over. There was one line written in handwriting at the bottom, not typed like the rest, just pen. If someone photographs the windows again, assume they are not alone. Mara stared at it. The detective had taken the rooftop camera. The intruder was in custody. Everything should have been finished. Still, she walked slowly to the living room window and lifted one blind slat. The alley looked ordinary in daylight. Garages, trash bins, brick walls. But across the alley, on the rooftop where the tripod had been, she noticed something small near the edge. A metal mounting bracket, bolted into the concrete. Empty now, but clearly installed to hold something. Something that had been there a long time. Mara let the blind fall closed again. Her ribs ached. Behind her, the apartment was quiet, almost peaceful, but the rulebook remained open on the table, waiting. And that's the end of today's chilling tale. If you enjoyed this story and want more nights full of suspense, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on the bell so you never miss a scare. I've got plenty more stories waiting for you, so stick around and check out the other videos on the channel. Thanks for watching, and until next time, stay safe and don't look behind you. You're listening to Mia Horror Stories, and today's story is The Airbnb Host Left Strict Instructions for the Hallway Mirrors. The screen will stay completely black, letting your imagination do all the work. No visuals, no noise, just a story that creeps under your skin. Don't skip a second, because every detail builds to the chilling end you won't want to miss. The first time I noticed the hallway mirror was wrong. I thought it was only the angle. Not wrong in some dramatic movie way. Nothing cracked. Nothing moved on its own. It was just one of those narrow wall mirrors you get in old apartments that have been converted into short-term rentals, framed in dark wood, hung across from the bathroom door to make the corridor seem longer than it was. I caught myself in it while carrying my overnight bag from the entryway. And for half a second, I looked oddly delayed, like my body had turned a fraction after my reflection had already decided to stop. Then the lights buzzed overhead. The old bulb nearest the kitchen gave a weak pulse, and the image steadied. "Great," Nora said behind me, dragging her suitcase over the uneven threshold. "We rented a place haunted by bad wiring." She said it lightly, smiling, but the suitcase wheels rattled too hard on the warped floorboards and made the apartment feel smaller than it should have. There was a smell inside I couldn't name at first. Not mildew exactly. Something cleaner than that. Lemon cleaner over old plaster, maybe, and dust warmed by heat pipes. I stepped aside so she could get in and shut the door with her hip. The lock clicked twice. Somewhere farther down the building's main corridor, a door opened, then closed, followed by the muffled rise and fall of a television through thin walls. Real city sounds. Real building sounds. Enough to make me feel a little stupid for staring at a mirror like it had insulted me. I'm Lena Walsh, 29, and I'm the kind of person who notices small things long after everyone else has moved on. Smudges on glasses, a wet footprint leading away from a sink, the wrong ringtone in a room. It sounds useful until you're 2 hours into a weekend trip and already convincing yourself you saw something that doesn't make sense because you're tired and your nerves always run half a step ahead of your body. This trip was supposed to help with that. Not with my nerves exactly, but with everything that had come bundled up with them over the last year. The sleep problems, the jumpiness, the stupid habit I developed of checking locks twice, and then once more just to make the third check feel deliberate instead of compulsive. Nora had said I needed 48 hours in a city where neither of us is responsible for anything. Her words, her plan, a cheap off-season weekend in Chicago, just after Valentine's Day, before the spring crowds, split between used bookstores, one nice dinner we could barely justify, and a concert in Logan Square on Saturday night. I had agreed because Nora is one of the only people I know who can make an itinerary sound like mercy. She kicked off her boots and looked around with her hands on her hips. Okay, better than the pictures, which never happens. That part was true. The place was on the 3rd floor of a narrow brick building in Lakeview, on a quieter street west of Broadway. High ceilings, old radiators, big front windows facing bare winter tree branches. The kitchen had open shelves lined with mismatched mugs. A thrift store lamp glowed in the living room beside a green velvet chair that looked decorative and deeply uncomfortable. The hallway ran straight from the entry toward the bedrooms, with the bathroom in the middle and 3 mirrors placed along the walls in a way that immediately felt too intentional to be accidental. One by the bathroom, one across from the 2nd bedroom, one at the end of the hall, taller than the others, reflecting the doorframe and a slice of the kitchen behind us. Nora noticed them too. That's a lot of mirrors for a hallway. She was 31, tall, sharp-faced, and annoyingly composed in the way some people are even while hauling luggage up 3 flights of stairs. She worked in marketing for a theater company in Minneapolis and had the kind of voice that made strangers tell her things at bars. She also had a habit of pushing a joke 1 beat past where it should end, especially when she sensed I was on edge. Maybe the host's really into self-reflection, she said. I snorted despite myself. There were only 2 of us on the trip, but the rental had space for 4. One bedroom up front with the street-facing windows, another smaller one in the back. I'd assumed the hallway mirrors were part of the host's attempt to make the apartment look larger online, but standing in that corridor, under the yellowish light, with every angle catching a sliver of movement from somewhere else, I had the strong, irrational feeling that they had been placed for a reason. Ro was already at the kitchen counter, digging her phone out of her coat pocket. I'm checking the guidebook. We need the Wi-Fi and the code for the building door, or I'll lock us out in under 6 hours. I set my bag down by the couch and peeled off my gloves. My fingers were stiff from the cold. Outside, wind scraped at the windows with a dry, papery sound, and the radiator near the living room hissed like someone whispering through their teeth. Nora frowned at her screen. What? There's a message from the host. She lifted the phone. A long one. Bad long or normal long. Arab post long. So both. She started reading aloud in the exaggerated, polite voice she used for customer service emails. Welcome to your stay. Please be mindful that this is an older building and some house quirks require attention. She glanced up. Already love that phrase. I wandered closer. The counter smelled faintly of citrus spray. A ceramic bowl held packets of instant oatmeal and 2 clementines going soft at the bottom. Nora kept reading. Please remove shoes at the entrance. Keep windows latched after 10 p.m. and do not adjust radiator valves manually. Fine, communist, fine, she scrolled. Then her expression changed. What? I said again. She angled the phone toward me. The rest of the message was formatted in short bullet points. Most of it was ordinary trash instructions, where to find extra towels, how to work the finicky shower tap. Then, farther down, under a heading labeled hallway, the tone shifted just enough to catch. Please do not move, cover, or turn any of the hallway mirrors. If using the bathroom at night, keep the door fully closed before turning on the hall light. If you notice a mirror facing an open doorway, correct the door, not the mirror. Please do not leave bedroom doors ajar after midnight. For everyone's comfort, avoid looking into the end hall mirror from the far bedroom threshold in low light. Nora read the last line twice, then barked out a laugh. Okay, that is either performance art or a lawsuit waiting to happen. I took the phone from her and read it myself, slower this time. For everyone's comfort, not safety, not maintenance. Comfort. The building creaked overhead. A quick 3-step thud, then silence. It's probably some weird host branding thing, Nora said. You know how people try to make normal apartments feel mysterious, so the listing seems memorable. Maybe. But there was no wink in the message. No little smiley face or joke about ghosts. Just the clipped seriousness of someone who expected to be obeyed. Nora leaned against the counter. You are doing the face. What face? The one where you're writing a police report in your head about a thing that hasn't happened. I handed her the phone back. It's strange. It is strange, she agreed. But strange isn't dangerous. That was the kind of thing she would say because, for Nora, most problems became smaller once named. For me, naming a thing sometimes only sharpened its edges. I walked down the hallway again, slower now. The floorboards dipped near the bathroom. The first mirror held my reflection in a thin, stretched slice. Light from the kitchen reached halfway down the corridor and then gave up, leaving the last mirror dimmer than it should have been, even though the overhead fixture was on. At the end of the hall, I could see the back bedroom door standing half open, showing a neat bedspread and a brass lamp on the nightstand. I stopped outside the bathroom and listened. Pipes, heat, a car horn from the street 3 floors below, someone laughing outside, then the faint grind of a bus pulling away. Nothing else. Still, I reached out and touched the frame of the nearest mirror. Solid, cool wood. The glass had tiny black flecks along one corner where the backing had started to age. From the kitchen, Nora called. "Are you inspecting for ghosts or mold?" "Neither." "Good. Ghosts would be an extra cleaning fee." I smiled, but only with my mouth. My private flaw, if I'm being honest, is that I hate feeling foolish more than I hate feeling afraid. I will endure a lot quietly rather than say something out loud and risk hearing my own fear sound ridiculous in open air. It's why I stayed too long in an apartment with a downstairs neighbor who kept accidentally trying my doorknob late at night. Why I told myself the footsteps outside my old place were probably normal until I saw the same man across the street 3 evenings in a row. By the time I called the building manager, I had already spent 2 weeks sleeping with a chair under the knob. Nothing terrible happened then. That almost made it worse. It trained me to doubt myself. So I said nothing now, just turned on my heel and went back toward the kitchen. Nora had claimed the front bedroom by informal law of whoever unpacked first. She was stacking skincare bottles on the dresser beneath a gilt-framed painting of a sailboat that looked like it had been bought from a dentist's office liquidation sale. "I'm taking the big room only because you snore less than I do," she said. "I don't snore. You breathe with attitude." She tossed me the folded printout sitting by the coffee maker. It was a laminated house guide, one of those cheap office store jobs with plastic edges peeling at the corners. A welcome page, Wi-Fi password, neighborhood tips. On the back, in slightly smaller font, were the same hallway instructions from the app message, repeated word for word. "See," Nora said, "branding." There was something more unnerving about seeing the rules printed physically in the apartment. It meant the host had taken the time to preserve them, laminate them, place them where guests would find them. Not a weird impulse text then, a system. "Host name is Daniel Mercer," Nora said, checking the listing. "Superhost, 9 years, 4.98 rating. People love him. Listen to this. Charming vintage stay, thoughtful details, excellent communication. Felt safe and cozy. Perfect for girls' weekend. Any mention of the mirrors," she scrolled. "Nope," tragically. I moved to the window and looked down at the street. Dusk was settling into that Chicago winter blue-gray where the snow on curb edges turns the color of old receipts. A couple walked past in knit hats, shoulders tucked against the wind. Across the street, a restaurant was lighting candles in the front window. Normal city, normal weekend, normal people. The kind of scene that makes you want your own nerves to shut up. We unpacked. We argued briefly and seriously about dinner. We settled on pizza because the cold had drained our ambition. Nora took a shower first while I set my toiletries in the bathroom and tried not to look too directly at the mirror across from the door. The bathroom fan was loud and rattly, and whenever it was on, the hallway light outside seemed to hum in answer. At one point, Nora called through the closed bathroom door. "The hot water is dramatic but functional. Good to know. You sound like a landlord." I was setting out my charger in the back bedroom when I noticed the door had drifted wider open on its own. Not by much, just enough for the angle to change. From where I stood beside the bed, the tall mirror at the end of the hallway now caught a piece of the room behind me, the corner of the mattress, the strap of my bag on the floor, my hand resting at my side. I felt that same tiny offbeat hitch in my chest I'd had when we first walked in. Then I saw why. The floor sloped. The old door hadn't swung open mysteriously. It had simply lost against gravity and crept another 2 inches on lazy hinges. I crossed the room, pulled it shut, then opened it again deliberately to test. It drifted back open every time unless I latched it fully. That was explainable. All of it was explainable. Still, when Nora emerged in leggings and an oversized sweater, hair damp at the ends, I said, "The bedroom door doesn't stay put. Old building." "I know." She followed my gaze to the hallway. "Ah, so that's probably why the host wants doors closed." "Then why not just say that?" Nora shrugged. "Because some people enjoy sounding like a Victorian governess." She ordered pizza while I showered. In the bathroom, I found myself reading the tile grout lines just to avoid looking toward the hall when I opened the door. Steam made the mirror over the sink cloud from the edges inward. When I finished and clicked off the bathroom light, I stood with my hand on the knob for a second, listening to the apartment beyond it. I could hear Nora on the phone with her sister, laughing about something. I could hear traffic from outside, muted by brick and glass. The radiator ticked. Pipes knocked once, low in the wall. Then, very faintly, a second knock, not in the wall, at the apartment door. I opened the bathroom and stepped into the hallway. Nora looked up from the couch. "You heard that too." Another knock, polite, 2 quick taps. We both stared toward the entry. It was only 6:30, too early for the pizza. The building intercom by the door was dark. Whoever stood outside had come up directly. Nora muted her phone call and stood. "Maybe another guest. This isn't a hotel." The knock came again, a little firmer this time. Through the peephole, there was only a warped slice of the common hallway and a shoulder in a dark coat. Nora mouthed, "Don't open it." I nodded. And a man's voice came through the door, muffled but clear enough to catch. "Hi, sorry, I'm from downstairs." A pause. "You may want to check the hallway mirror. It's not supposed to be like that." The apartment seemed to contract around those words. Nora's eyes flicked to mine, suddenly sharper. All the joking sanded off her face. Behind us, down the narrow corridor, one of the overhead bulbs gave a tiny electric buzz. No footsteps moved away from the door. He was still there, waiting. And without meaning to, without any plan at all, I turned to look down the hall. The end mirror was reflecting something different now, not something impossible. Not yet. Just enough of a change to tell me one of the bedroom doors had opened again when I hadn't heard it move. Nora whispered, "Lena." The man outside knocked a 4th time. And standing between the locked door and the long, dim hallway, we had to decide which felt stupider, ignoring him or checking what he meant. Nora and I stood frozen for a moment, both of us halfway between the front door and the long hallway behind us. The man outside cleared his throat. "Hello." His voice had the tired, apologetic tone of someone used to knocking on strangers' doors. Not aggressive, not friendly either, just persistent. Nora mouthed again, "Don't." But my eyes had already drifted down the hallway. The back bedroom door had indeed opened again. Not wide, maybe 4 inches, but enough to shift the angle of the reflection in the tall mirror at the end. From the living room, I could see deeper into the room than before. The bed corner, my overnight bag, the dark window behind it, and something else, movement, not a person, just the curtains stirring slightly where the window must have leaked cold air. But it was enough. "Okay," Nora whispered. "You saw that too, right? It's just the door again." "Yeah," she said. "That door is becoming the main character tonight." Another knock, a little louder. "Hey," the man said through the door. "Sorry to bug you. It's just, did the mirror move?" Nora's eyebrows lifted. "He thinks we moved it, maybe. Or he's checking if we're home," she muttered. That thought hung in the air for half a second. The lock between us and the hallway felt suddenly smaller. Nora stepped quietly toward the door and leaned near the peephole without touching it yet. "Should I ask who he is?" she whispered. "You can ask without opening," she nodded. "Just a second," she called through the door. The man immediately answered, relieved. "Yeah, thanks." Nora kept the chain on, flipped the deadbolt halfway so the door stayed sealed, and leaned close. "Who are you?" "Tom," the man said. "Second floor, directly under this unit." "What's the issue?" A pause, then the mirror. Nora and I exchanged a look. "That's not a sentence," Nora said. "I know," Tom said through the door. "Look, I don't want to sound weird, but the mirror at the end of your hallway is reflecting into the stairwell right now." That made no sense. Our hallway ended in a bedroom door, not a stairwell. Nora glanced back at me again. "Reflecting how?" she asked. Another pause. "Through the transom window above your apartment door," Tom said. "It's bouncing light down the stairwell." I blinked. There was a small, frosted glass transom above the apartment door. One of those old architectural leftovers buildings keep when they convert places into rentals. I hadn't paid attention to it before. Nora slowly turned her head toward the hallway. "So the mirror is angled toward the front door now," she whispered. "Apparently," I said, "but we didn't move it." "No, outside," Tom spoke again. "It's been flashing down the stairwell for like 10 minutes. Thought maybe someone was moving furniture." "What kind of flashing?" Nora asked. "Like catching light. From your kitchen, maybe." I looked toward the end mirror again. It was angled slightly toward the kitchen behind us. The bulb above the hallway flickered faintly. And sure enough, when the light buzzed, the mirror caught it and sent a quick pale streak across the apartment door. A thin blade of reflection. Nora saw it too. "Okay," she said carefully. "We'll check it." "Thanks," Tom replied. "Appreciate it." He didn't leave. His shadow still sat behind the peephole. Nora noticed. "You can go," she said. "Yeah, Tom hesitated. "Just make sure the mirror doesn't face the stairwell." "Why?" Another pause. "Building rules," he said. Then finally, footsteps retreated down the hall outside. Nora waited until the steps faded before unlocking the deadbolt. But she didn't open the door. Instead, she turned to me. That was strange, very, and weirdly specific. Also, that man knows our mirror placement. "Which means he's been inside here," Nora said. Neither of us liked that idea. Airbnb listings meant a lot of strangers passed through apartments. Maintenance workers, cleaning crews, previous guests. Still, knowing someone downstairs could picture the layout of our hallway made the space feel less private. Nora walked down the corridor toward the mirrors. The overhead bulb flickered again as she passed beneath it. "Okay," she said. "Let's diagnose the haunted interior design." The first mirror looked fine. The second mirror across from the smaller bedroom was straight too. But the tall mirror at the end had indeed shifted slightly on its hook. Only an inch, maybe less. just enough that the reflection now caught the bright kitchen light behind us instead of the darker wall. "Did you bump it earlier?" Nora asked. "No, cleaning crew maybe." She crouched slightly and nudged the frame. It rocked easily. "Loose nail," she said, then she froze. "What? Don't freak out." "Great start." "The nail isn't loose," she pointed. The mirror was hung on a hook screwed into the wall. Solid. But the bottom edge of the mirror wasn't touching the wall anymore. It was propped outward by something wedged behind it. Nora carefully lifted the mirror off the hook. A folded piece of cardboard dropped to the floor. We both stared. It was a torn flap from a moving box, used like a shim to angle the mirror outward deliberately. Nora looked up slowly. "Okay," she said, "that's not accidental. Someone positioned it." "Yeah." She flipped the cardboard over. Nothing written on it, just creases. Glanced back toward the apartment door. "Maybe the cleaning crew," I said, though it sounded weak. "To aim the mirror at the stairwell. Maybe for light." "Through a transom window 3 feet above the door," Nora said. "Fair." She slid the cardboard into her pocket. "Let's just put it flat." She rehung the mirror properly, so it rested flush against the wall. The reflection changed immediately. Now it showed the hallway and bathroom door instead of the kitchen light. No more flashing. "Problem solved," Nora said. "Probably." But the word "probably" hung uncomfortably between us. We went back to the living room. Nora grabbed the laminated house guide again. "Let's revisit the creepy rulebook." She flipped to the hallway section. "Please do not move, cover, or turn any of the hallway mirrors. If you notice a mirror facing an open doorway," Nora read slowly, "correct the door, not the mirror." We both looked down the hallway again. The back bedroom door was now closed, but we hadn't closed it. Nora frowned. "You shut that earlier, right?" "Yes." "And we didn't walk back there after fixing the mirror?" "No." A thin, careful silence stretched between us. Then Nora sighed. "Old building, draft, probably." She tapped the page again. "Here's the weirder one," she read aloud. "Avoid looking into the end hall mirror from the far bedroom threshold in low light." "Why that exact position?" she said. "No idea." "And why midnight specifically for closing doors?" "I don't know." "Okay," Nora said. "This host is definitely weird." I nodded. Then the overhead hallway light flickered again. This time longer, buzzing. The apartment dimmed for half a second, then steadied. The radiator hissed loudly. "Electrical issues," Nora said. "Probably." The word had become a mantra. We sat down on the couch. Nora opened the pizza app. "Food will fix this," she said. "Carbs solve 60% of life's mysteries." "Only 60. 70 if it's deep dish." She placed the order. Delivery estimate, 45 minutes. The apartment grew quieter after that. The wind outside picked up. Branches scratched the front windows. Somewhere in the building, a door slammed. 10 minutes passed, then 15. We had almost relaxed when Nora's phone buzzed. Not the pizza. A notification from Airbnb. She opened it. Her expression changed. "What?" I asked. "It's the host, Daniel Mercer." Nora read the message silently, then handed me the phone. It was short, much shorter than the earlier instructions. Just one line. "Did someone move the hallway mirror?" My stomach tightened. "How would he know that?" Nora said. "Maybe Tom told him." "Tom doesn't have the host's number." "Maybe he messaged through the app." About a mirror, we stared at the screen. Then another message appeared. "Please answer immediately." Nora typed, "Yes." It was angled weirdly, so we straightened it. 3 dots appeared instantly, then vanished. Then came the reply. "You should not have done that." Nora blinked. "Okay," she said slowly. "Now I'm annoyed." She started typing again. But before she could send anything, the hallway light went out completely. The apartment dropped into dim evening shadows lit only by the living room lamp. At the same moment, 3 hard knocks hit the apartment door. Not polite this time. Urgent. A man's voice again. But it was Tom. "Open the door," he shouted. "Right now." Nora froze. I felt every muscle in my back tighten. The voice continued. "You need to put that mirror back." The doorknob rattled once. Hard. And before either of us could move from somewhere down the dark hallway, the back bedroom door slowly creaked open again. The hallway light died with a dry electric pop. For a second, the apartment seemed to inhale. The only illumination left came from the green shaded lamp beside the couch, and the faint blue wash of streetlight filtering through the living room windows. It left the hallway in a narrow wedge of shadow, the 3 mirrors now holding small islands of dim reflection instead of steady light. The back bedroom door creaked another inch. Nora grabbed my arm. "Did you see that?" "Yes." The knocking at the front door started again. "Harder. Open the door," the man shouted. The handle jerked once. The deadbolt held. I forced my voice steady. "Don't open it." Nora had already stepped back from the door. Not planning to. Another violent rattle shook the knob. "You moved the mirror," the man shouted again. "You have to put it back." Nora looked at me. "Okay, that is officially insane." The hallway behind us groaned softly as the building settled. The back bedroom door opened wider. 6 inches, maybe 8. The tall mirror at the end of the hall now reflected the thin bar of light from the living room lamp. And the empty doorway. Nora whispered, "Is someone in there?" "I don't think so." The knocking stopped. For a moment, the apartment was quiet, except for the radiator ticking like a cooling engine. Then a heavy thump landed against the door from the outside. Not a kick, more like a shoulder. The frame shook. Nora backed toward the kitchen. "Okay, we need to call someone." "Police," I said. She nodded immediately. My hands shook slightly as I pulled out my phone. "Signal, 2 bars," I dialed. The call rang once, then dropped. Nora swore under her breath. "Wi-Fi, routers in the bedroom," I said. "Which one?" "The back one." She glanced down the dark hallway. The mirror at the end gleamed faintly. "Fantastic." Another bang hit the door. "Put the mirror back," the voice yelled. Nora grabbed a heavy skillet from the stove. "Okay," she said. "New rule. Nobody opens anything." I nodded. "Second rule," she said. "We figure out what he's talking about." The hallway felt longer now that the light was gone. We moved down it together. Kitchen behind us. Bathroom halfway down. Small bedroom on the right. Back bedroom at the end. The mirrors caught slices of our movement as we passed, each reflection slightly darker than the last. "Tell me again why the mirror mattered," Nora said quietly. "Tom said it was reflecting into the stairwell." "Right. And the host said we shouldn't have moved it. So either we ruined someone's weird lighting setup, or we interrupted something." The bedroom door at the end drifted another inch. Nora pushed it fully open with the edge of the skillet. The room looked exactly the same as before. Bed, nightstand, window, my bag on the floor, no one inside, but the router sat on the dresser blinking red. "No internet," Nora said. "Great." She unplugged the router and plugged it back in. It hummed quietly. The lights blinked, then turned solid. Signal returned to my phone. I dialed again. This time, the call connected. 911, what's your emergency? "Someone's trying to force our apartment door open," I said quickly. "Give the address." The dispatcher asked a few questions. "Do you see the person?" "No." "Do you hear them now?" I listened. The hallway behind us was silent. The door hadn't been hit again for almost a minute. "No," I said. "Units are being dispatched," the dispatcher said. "Stay inside and keep the door locked." "Okay," the call ended. Nora let out a slow breath. "Good," she said. "Now we just wait." The apartment creaked softly. Wind rattled the windows. Then Nora noticed something. "Lena." "What?" She pointed. From the bedroom doorway, you could see straight into the end hall mirror. And the mirror no longer reflected the hallway. It reflected the front door. Both of us froze. "That's not possible," Nora whispered. The mirror was flush against the wall again. We had fixed it. It should show the hallway. But the angle was wrong, completely wrong. Instead, the reflection showed the apartment door and the transom window above it. The frosted glass glowed faintly with light from the building stairwell. Then a shadow crossed the glass. Someone outside, watching. Nora stepped forward slowly. "Okay," she said. "Let's test something." She waved her hand in front of the mirror. The reflection didn't change. It still showed the door. "Wait," she said. Then she walked halfway down the hall. Now her reflection appeared normally again. Bathroom door behind her. Second mirror, normal angle. She turned back toward me. "From the bedroom threshold," she said slowly. "The mirror reflects the front door." "Which is exactly the spot the rules said not to stand in," I said. "Yep." A quiet realization settled between us. The mirrors weren't random. They created specific sightlines. From certain points in the apartment, you could see the front door, even without walking there. Nora stepped back into the bedroom. Now the reflection shifted again. The door vanished. Only the hallway remained. "That's creepy," she said. "Or clever," I said. "But why?" The answer arrived a second later. A faint metallic click came from the front door. Both of us snapped our heads toward the hallway. "Did you hear that?" Nora whispered. "Yes." The doorknob slowly turned. Once, then stopped. Someone outside was trying the lock carefully now. Not banging, testing. The deadbolt held, but the chain latch above it rattled softly. Nora whispered, "They're trying to open it quietly." My throat felt dry. "Police are coming," I said, hopefully fast. We crept halfway down the hall. The front door stood 15 feet away. The mirrors let us watch it without standing directly in front of it. The knob turned again. Another careful test. Then a low voice outside, different from before. "Hello," not shouting now, almost calm. "Air maintenance," the voice said. Nora mouthed, "Liar." The man continued. "Daniel sent me. The mirror needs to be adjusted." Nora whispered, "He's not even trying anymore." The handle jerked again. Then a loud crack echoed through the building. Not the door. A gunshot somewhere outside. Both of us flinched violently. Then silence. A second later, sirens erupted down the street. Red and blue lights flickered faintly through the living room window. The man outside cursed. Footsteps rushed down the hall. Then the stairwell door slammed somewhere below. Nora exhaled sharply. "Okay," she said. That was terrifying. I leaned against the wall. My pulse hammered. Gunshot. "Probably a car backfire," Nora said automatically. But a few seconds later, we heard someone yelling outside. Then more sirens. So maybe not. We waited. 5 minutes passed. Then 10. Police never knocked. The hallway remained quiet. Finally, Nora said, "Maybe the guy ran. Maybe." But something still felt wrong. The mirror at the end of the hall still showed the door clearly from the bedroom threshold, which meant someone standing inside the bedroom could watch the entrance without being seen through the peephole. "Lena," Nora said suddenly. "What?" She pointed toward the transom window above the door. The frosted glass glowed again. But this time, the light wasn't from the stairwell. It was from inside the apartment, a reflection from the mirror, which meant someone outside could also see into the hallway, using the same angle. Nora whispered, "The mirror lets people watch the door from the stairwell, and from inside the apartment, and vice versa." We both turned slowly toward the tall mirror, then toward the back bedroom. Standing finally clicked. "This wasn't about reflections," Nora said. "It's about surveillance." Someone had angled the mirror to watch the stairwell. Someone else outside could watch the apartment door, without cameras, without electronics, just mirrors, old school, and the host knew. My stomach twisted. "That man wasn't trying to break in," I said slowly. "He was trying to restore the mirror angle. So whoever's watching can see again," Nora finished. The apartment suddenly felt like a stage. Anyone in the stairwell could observe the hallway. Anyone in the bedroom could watch the door. 2 blind spots connected by reflections. Then Nora said quietly, "Lena." I followed her gaze. The cardboard shim. It wasn't in her pocket anymore. It was lying on the floor beneath the mirror. Someone had pulled it out and slid it back behind the frame. The mirror now leaned outward again. Ray angled toward the door. Neither of us had touched it, which meant only one thing. Someone else had been inside the apartment. Very recently. Nora whispered, "The back bedroom window." Cold air brushed my neck. I turned. The curtain moved, just slightly, and the window behind it stood open 2 inches. The point of no return arrived quietly. Someone was already inside with us. For one strange second, neither of us moved. The curtain at the back window lifted again in a weak pulse from the draft, showing the narrow black slice of night beyond the glass. The window was old wood painted over too many times, and now it sat unlatched, open just enough to let in February air that smelled like iron and wet brick. Nora raised the skillet higher. "Bedroom," she whispered. "Now." We backed into the room instead of rushing. That was the part I noticed later, after everything, how careful we still were even with panic already chewing through us. We moved like people trying not to alarm a dangerous animal we couldn't yet see. The room was small. Bed against the left wall. Dresser straight ahead. Window on the far side. My bag on the floor by the radiator. A brass lamp on the nightstand, unplugged. No closet door, just a shallow alcove with extra blankets folded on a shelf. No one in the room. But the curtain shifted again, and this time I saw why. The window wasn't opening inward on its own. Someone had pried the lower sash up from outside. The wood around the latch was splintered. Fresh, splintered wood, pale against the older paint. Nora crossed the room in 3 steps and shoved the window down. It caught halfway, jammed, then slammed shut hard enough to rattle the glass. The sound echoed through the apartment. Then came an answering noise from the hallway. A footstep, not outside the door, inside. Nora and I both turned. The bedroom doorway opened onto the hall, and from that angle, the tall end mirror reflected the front half of the apartment, the bathroom door, the dim strip of corridor, the entry beyond. Right then, in the mirror's glass, I saw movement near the front door. A shoulder, dark jacket, gone. "Jesus," Nora breathed. She lunged to the bedroom door and shoved it nearly closed, leaving only a crack. "Phone," she whispered. I fumbled mine out again. My fingers had gone clumsy from adrenaline and cold. The screen showed 1 bar, then none, then 1 again. I tried 911 a second time. Call failed. Nora took one fast breath through her nose. Okay, we are not staying boxed in here. Another footstep outside. Slow, measured. The floorboard near the bathroom creaked. Whoever was in the apartment knew the layout now, or had always known it. The quiet between those steps was the worst part. It told you he wasn't panicking. He didn't need to rush. He thought he controlled the pace. Nora whispered, "Can you climb out that window?" I looked at it. 3rd floor. Fire escape maybe 6 feet to the right, but not attached to our window. Just the black ladder and landing visible past the brick edge if you leaned dangerously far. The alley below was a hard ribbon of dumpsters, patchy snow, and concrete. Not without breaking something. Better than the floor creaked again, closer. Nora stopped talking. I looked around the room, trying to think with the part of my brain that still worked. Bed frame metal, lamp, my charger cable, the extra blankets, the dresser. And I remembered the mirrors, not as creepy objects, as angles. The end mirror, I whispered. If he uses it to watch the door, then he can use it to watch this room too from the hall. Nora nodded once. She got it immediately. Blind the angle. I grabbed the folded extra blanket from the alcove. My hands shook so badly I dropped it once, swore under my breath, then yanked it open. Nora cracked the door, and with one fast movement, flung the blanket down the hallway toward the end mirror. We heard the fabric slap glass and frame. Then a sharp curse from the hall. Male, close. The blanket had hit something besides the mirror. A person. Nora moved before I could think. She ripped the door open and charged with the skillet raised. I followed because there was no other choice. The hallway seemed impossibly narrow now. The blanket hung half over the tall mirror, half on the floor. A man stumbled backward near the bathroom, one hand up from where the edge of the heavy blanket had smacked his face. He was in a dark puffer coat and knit cap, mid-30s maybe, pale, unshaven, not large but wiry. He had a flashlight in one hand and something metallic in the other that took me a second to place. Not a weapon, a flat pry bar. Nora swung the skillet at his arm, not a huge movie swing. Short, brutal, practical. It connected with a wet crack against his wrist. He shouted and dropped the pry bar. The flashlight spun across the floor, beams skittering over the walls and mirrors like something alive. "Get out," Nora screamed. He recovered fast, faster than I expected. He slammed his shoulder into Nora, driving her sideways into the bathroom doorframe. Her head clipped wood with a dull sound that made my whole body go cold. She stayed up, but barely. I grabbed the fallen pry bar on instinct and jabbed it toward him. Not well, not bravely, more like an animal shoving back. It caught his ribs or hip, I'm not sure which, and bought enough space for him to retreat 2 steps. In that stuttering flashlight beam, I saw his eyes flick to the blanket-covered mirror, then to the front door, then back to us. Calculation, not rage, not madness, work. "You shouldn't have touched it," he said. His voice was the same one from outside earlier, the one that had yelled through the door. Nora had one hand braced on the wall. Blood was already threading through her hairline above her ear. "Who the hell are you?" Instead of answering, he lunged for the blanket. I understood a beat before Nora did. The mirror mattered more to him than getting past us. He wanted the sightline back. I threw the pry bar. That wasn't skill. It was panic and luck. It clipped his shoulder hard enough to make him flinch and miss the blanket. Then Nora swung again, low this time, into his knee. He folded with a cry. We both moved at once. I kicked the flashlight farther down the hall. Nora shoved him into the wall opposite the bathroom. One of the smaller mirrors rattled on its mount. "Front door," she gasped. "Go." But the man twisted under her grip and grabbed her sweater, dragging her down with him. They hit the floor together. The skillet skidded under the radiator by the kitchen entrance. I ran for it anyway because she was right. The front door was only 10 feet away. If I could get it open, maybe scream into the hall, maybe run, maybe the deadbolt turned. Not from my hand, from outside. Someone had a key. The lock clicked, the chain held, but the door cracked open 2 inches before jolting tight. Cold stairwell air came through the gap, and a man's face appeared in the slice between door and frame. Older, 50s maybe, gray beard, calm eyes. I knew him before I consciously knew him because I had seen his profile photo on the listing. Daniel Mercer. "Move the chain," he said, like we were inconveniencing him. Now, my body acted before my mind did. I shoved the door hard to crush his hand or face in the gap. He jerked back with a hiss. The door slammed shut on the chain. Behind me, Nora shouted in pain. I spun around. The first man had gotten on top of her. Not fully, she was still fighting, knees driving upward, fingers clawing for his face. But he had one forearm across her throat and was trying to pin her shoulders to the floor. I screamed and launched myself at him. We crashed into the wall beneath the middle mirror. My shoulder exploded with pain. He elbowed backward and caught my cheekbone. White light burst in my head. I tasted blood. No choreography. No clean punches. Just weight and panic and ugly, close breathing. Nora got one hand free and jammed her thumb into his eye. He howled and recoiled. She rolled sideways, coughing, and I kicked at his wrist, then his side, anything I could hit. He grabbed my ankle and yanked. I went down hard on my tailbone, so violently my vision blurred. At the front door, keys scraped again. Daniel was unlocking something else. The building had an additional latch maybe, or he was working at the chain through the gap. I could hear the metal jolt and strain. Nora crawled toward the kitchen radiator, reaching under for the skillet. The man on the floor saw it too and lunged after her. I grabbed the nearest thing in reach, the floor runner from the hall. I yanked it backward with all my strength. Because the old floorboards dipped and the man had one bad knee now, and the hallway was too narrow to correct quickly, it worked. His feet shot out. He slammed sideways into the bathroom threshold face first with a sound like a dropped melon. He stopped moving, not dead. I could hear him groaning, but stunned. Nora got the skillet. The chain on the door snapped. It didn't break neatly. It tore part of the wood trim with it. The sound was so loud it felt inside my teeth. The door flew open. Daniel Mercer stepped in, breathing hard from exertion, one gloved hand wrapped in a handkerchief where I'd slammed the door on him. He was taller than I expected, dressed in a wool coat, not some obvious monster. He looked like a professor who drank expensive tea and over-explained wine. His eyes took in everything at once. The blanket over the end mirror, the man on the floor, Nora with the skillet, me against the wall. Then he did a very strange thing. He looked angry, not caught, not frightened. Furious in the specific way someone gets when other people mishandle a system they consider elegant. "You've ruined it," he said. Sirens rose faintly in the distance again. Closer this time, though still blocks away. Daniel heard them too. His expression changed by 1 degree. Time had shortened. Nora stood up, swaying a little. Blood had tracked down the side of her neck and into her collar. "Stay back." Daniel reached into his coat. My whole body locked, but he pulled out not a gun, only a phone. He raised it, camera already on, and aimed it at the hallway mirror, or what he could see of it under the blanket. He said to the man on the floor sharply, "Evan, get up." Evan groaned. I understood then in one terrible, flattening rush. Not ghosts, not ritual, not some hidden camera network exactly. They were using the mirrors and the transom and the hallway angles to watch guests arrive, leave, answer doors, sleep with doors open, move room to room. Cheap rentals, old buildings, repeatable layouts. No electronics to detect. No obvious devices for suspicious guests to find. Just sightlines, reflections, access. And when the angle got disturbed, they fixed it. For what? Theft, stalking, filming, screening targets. I didn't know yet, and in that moment the specifics almost didn't matter. The violation was already big enough. Daniel stepped toward the covered mirror. Nora lifted the skillet with both hands now, because one hand was shaking too badly to trust. I said, "Stay back." "Do you know how much work goes into teaching people to ignore what they're looking at?" he said. His voice was almost conversational again. A printed instruction is enough. Most people obey the tone before they question the content. It was such an insane sentence that for a beat none of us responded. Then Evan tried to push himself up. I moved first. I grabbed the flashlight from the floor, thumbed it on, and shone it straight into Daniel's eyes. He flinched hard, one arm coming up. Nora closed the distance and hit him. The skillet connected with his forearm and side, not his head, still enough to make him stagger into the wall. One of the small hallway mirrors tore free and shattered on the floor. Glass erupted across our shoes. Daniel made a raw sound then, pain and fury mixed together. Evan got to one knee and reached for Nora's leg. I kicked him in the face. Something crunched, nose maybe only cartilage, and he went back down howling. Daniel rushed blindly toward the end mirror, still half covered. Maybe he wanted the blanket off. Maybe he wanted past us to the back bedroom. I don't know. Nora swung again and missed. The skillet hit the wall. Daniel slammed her shoulder first into the mirror. The tall glass cracked in a spiderweb burst, but did not fully break. Nora screamed. That sound did something final to me. I seized the blanket still draped over the frame, yanked it hard, and brought the whole damaged mirror down. It toppled forward onto Daniel and the hallway floor with a hideous splintering crash. Glass burst everywhere. Daniel went down under part of the frame, shouting once and then choking on it. One jagged section sliced across my forearm as I stumbled back. It felt hot before it felt painful. Then it felt like fire. The hallway went still except for gasping. Nora was on her knees amid the shards, clutching her left shoulder. Daniel was pinned awkwardly under the mirror frame and broken glass, conscious, but no longer getting up. Evan had crawled halfway toward the kitchen, leaving a smear of blood from his nose, but he stopped when he saw Nora lift the skillet again despite everything. From the open apartment door came voices in the stairwell. Real voices, multiple. Chicago police. Nobody moved. Police. I nearly laughed and cried at the same time, except my throat had gone too tight for either. Nora dropped the skillet at last. It hit wood with a heavy, final thunk. I slid down the wall because my legs quit on me without permission. The officers came in fast, guns drawn, then slowed at the sight of the hallway glass, blood, the collapsed mirror, Daniel pinned, Evan face down and coughing. Two women shaking so badly They could barely put their hands where instructed. After that, time became chopped up and thin. Questions, compression wrap around my arm, an EMT shining a light in Nora's eyes and asking what day it was. The apartment brighter now with all the overheads forced on, making everything look cheaper and worse. A female officer taking the laminated house guide into an evidence bag with 2 fingers. Another officer finding tools in Daniel's coat and a ring of keys on Evan. Someone photographing the transom, the broken latch on the back window, the cardboard shim. At one point, I heard a detective in the kitchen quietly say, "Check the other properties." Properties, plural. That landed harder than the cut. Nora sat on the couch with gauze taped against her hairline and her arm immobilized in a temporary sling. When I sat beside her, she leaned into me automatically, then hissed from the pain and laughed once in disbelief at herself. "You okay?" I asked. My voice sounded wrecked. "No," she said honestly. "You? No. Good. Same page." That almost made me smile. They took us out just before midnight. The hallway in the building was crowded now, uniforms, paramedics, one sleepy neighbor in a robe, Tom from downstairs talking too fast to an officer with his hands moving. He saw us and stopped, face draining when he noticed the blood. "I told him something was off," he said, not to us exactly, more to himself. "I told the owner once, weeks ago. The reflections were weird in the stairwell, weeks ago. So there had been time. Complaints, chances to stop. Outside, the air hit like a slap. Streetlights shone on dirty snow. The ambulance doors stood open. Somewhere down the block, people were still eating dinner in warm rooms with music playing, unaware that an old mirror had just burst a world open 3 floors up. As they loaded Nora in first, she reached across the gap between stretchers and caught my wrist, my uninjured one. "Lena." "Yeah, next trip," she said, eyes glassy with pain meds and shock. "We do a hotel." I laughed then, one ugly broken sound that turned halfway into crying. The conflict was over. Daniel and Evan were in custody. The apartment behind us was lit up for forensics. The front door of that place would never close quite right again, and neither, I thought, would anything simple in my head. 'Cause later, much later, after statements and stitches, and the hospital and the morning gray exhaustion, I would still remember one detail more vividly than the blood or the shouting. How ordinary the instructions had looked at first. How easy it had been to mistake control for hospitality. They kept us at Illinois Masonic until a little after 9 in the morning. By then, the adrenaline had peeled off, and what was left underneath was ugly and practical. Pain came first. Not sharp, heroic pain. Bureaucratic pain. Paperwork pain. "Sit here, rate this from 1 to 10, hold still while I irrigate the cut. Tell me if the room is spinning, sign this, initial here. Do you have someone who can stay with you tonight?" The cut on my forearm needed 8 stitches. My cheek had gone purple under the eye. My tailbone felt like it had been replaced with a brick. Every time I tried to stand, my body reminded me exactly how hard old hardwood floors could be. Nora had it worse in the way injuries get graded by X-rays. No fracture in the skull, which the doctor said, with the bright optimism of someone who got to go home after her shift. Mild concussion, deep bruising around the throat, a partial dislocation and ligament damage in her left shoulder that meant a sling, pain medication, and an orthopedic follow-up as soon as she got back to Minneapolis. They cleaned the cut at her hairline and closed it with steri strips. It looked small once bandaged. That almost made it crueler. A wound can be very neat and still rearrange you. We were in adjacent curtained bays for a while. Every few minutes, one of us would call the other's name to make sure the other was still there. Not loudly, just enough. "You awake?" Nora asked once. "Yeah, okay." A little later I said, "You?" Unfortunately. That was how we were talking then. Flat jokes, low power. The kind you make because they're cheaper than honesty. A detective came by around 7:30 with a paper cup of coffee he didn't drink. Detective Alina Ruiz, mid-40s, navy blazer under her winter coat, no softness in her face, and no performative sympathy either, which I appreciated immediately. She looked like the kind of person who hated being lied to on principle. She asked if we were well enough to talk. We were, technically. So she sat on the plastic chair between our bays, notebook open, and had us walk through the timeline again. Rival, the printed instructions, Tom at the door, the cardboard shim, the host's messages, the man outside, the open window, the fight in the hallway. As we talked, I could feel my mind trying to sand the edges down, already attempting to make the night more coherent than it had been. Ruiz kept pushing it back into shape with questions. Who first noticed the mirror was propped? Nora. Who physically removed the shim? She did. Did either of you alter the other two mirrors? No. Had either suspect been invited into the unit? No. Did Mercer ever disclose that he retained keys or might enter during the stay? No, she wrote quickly, looking up only when something mattered. At one point, Nora asked, "So what exactly were they doing?" Ruiz capped her pen and uncapped it again. "We're still working that out." It was a careful answer, but not evasive. More like she refused to speculate where we could hear it. They had access tools, she continued. Multiple keys. Printed guest turnover sheets. Notes. We recovered some recording equipment from a storage room in the basement, but I don't want to overstate what we know yet. Recording equipment. I felt my stomach turn with a slow, miserable certainty. Ruiz saw it happen on my face. "We don't know whether it was used in your stay," she said. "Right now, we're processing devices and property records. Mercer appears to own or manage several short-term rentals through different LLCs. Nora let out a quiet, humorless laugh. "Of course he does," Ruiz nodded once. "We're also interviewing previous guests." There was a pause after that, a real one, full of everything she wasn't saying yet. Then she added, "You two made good decisions under pressure." I almost objected. We had made messy decisions. Late decisions. We had argued, second-guessed, lost time, moved through fear in ugly bursts. But maybe that was what she meant. Good didn't mean graceful. It meant alive. After she left, Nora stared at the ceiling for a while. "Recording equipment," she said finally. "Yeah, I hate that sentence. Yeah, the hospital discharged me first, because of course they did. Less severe injuries, no concussion symptoms beyond headache and nausea. Stable enough to leave with instructions and a plastic bag of supplies." I waited for Nora anyway, perched in a stiff-backed chair near the nurse's station with my coat over my lap and my arm wrapped like it belonged to somebody else. In daylight, everything felt indecently normal. People came in carrying tote bags and coffee. Elevator doors opened and closed. A man argued on speakerphone near the vending machines about a roofing estimate. Outside the hospital windows, buses kept to their routes. Someone walked a dog in a bright yellow sweater. The city had no obligation to match the scale of what had happened to you, and it never did. That was one of the first lessons adulthood taught, and one of the few that kept getting worse with repetition. When Nora finally came out, pale and slow, sling strapped across her chest, she looked smaller somehow. Not physically. More like some outer layer of her had been scraped off and not yet replaced. "I feel 87, she said. "You look terrible. Thank you. Any time." We took a cab to a hotel the police had arranged for one night because the Airbnb was now an active crime scene, and neither of us was remotely fit to figure out alternate lodging. The hotel was near the river, anonymous in the best possible way. Beige lobby, overheated hallways, thick carpet that swallowed footsteps. No vintage charm, no quirks, no decorative instructions printed in polite fonts. At check-in, the man behind the desk smiled and said, "Just need your ID and a card for incidentals." And I had to fight the stupid, rising urge to ask him whether anyone else had keys, whether the hallway outside our room had mirrors, whether the housekeeping staff entered unannounced, whether the windows opened wide enough for a person. I said none of that. I handed over my ID with my uninjured hand and signed where I was told. In the elevator, Nora leaned back against the wall and closed her eyes. "Say something normal," she murmured. "What? Anything. I need to hear a sentence from Earth." I thought about it. The lobby smelled like burnt espresso and printer toner. Her mouth twitched. Better. The room had 2 queen beds, thick curtains, and one large mirror above the desk, fixed flat against the wall with industrial brackets. I checked it anyway. I hated that I checked it. I checked the bathroom vent too. Nora watched me without commenting until I was done. Then she said, very gently, "You can keep checking for today." That was almost worse than if she'd made a joke. I sat on the edge of my bed and looked at the carpet pattern until it stopped moving. "I should have listened to you at the beginning." "About what?" "Not opening anything. Not engaging. Not," I stopped. "I don't know. Being less me." Nora lowered herself carefully onto the other bed, teeth clenched once as her shoulders shifted wrong. "Lena," she said, "you being you is why we noticed half of it." That didn't stop it. "No," she said, "but it changed the ending." She said it plainly, not kindly, which helped. There are certain kinds of guilt that bloom after survival because they need emptier air than the event itself allows. In the moment, you act. Afterward, you revise. You become an amateur editor of your own terror. I shouldn't have looked. I should have looked sooner. I should have called earlier. I should have shut the window. I should have trusted myself. I should have trusted myself less. It is endless once it starts. We slept in bursts that day, fully clothed, lights on. Every sound in the hallway outside the hotel room registered. Ice machine, doors closing, cleaning cartwheels. Once, somewhere after noon, somebody laughed too suddenly out near the elevators, and I jerked awake with my heart running wild before my brain even had a chance to catch up. Nora was already awake, staring at the ceiling. "Me too," she said. By late afternoon, practical life started forcing its way back in. Calls, parents, work, insurance. The airline because Nora needed to change her return. My sister, who answered on the second ring and said, "Why are you calling me like that?" before I had gotten through a full hello. We edited the story differently depending on the audience. For family, break in, injured, okay now, police involved. For work, medical emergency, need a few days. For ourselves, when it was just us again, we didn't edit at all. That evening, Detective Ruiz called. She said both men had been charged. Unlawful restraint, residential burglary, aggravated battery, unlawful surveillance-related offenses, a stack of property and fraud counts that would likely grow as warrants were executed on other units. Evan had priors for burglary and stalking in another county. Mercer did not. Mercer, apparently, preferred systems to mess. Got phones, hard drives, paperwork, Ruiz said. We found maintenance logs that map sightlines in at least 4 apartments. Sightlines, Nora repeated from the other bed, disgusted. Ruiz continued. We also located messages instructing cleaning staff where to place furniture and what guest complaints to ignore. I thought of the laminated house guide. The host tone. Correct the door, not the mirror. Were there cameras? I asked. A pause. Not in the way most people mean, Ruiz said carefully. No obvious installed spy cam setup in your unit. But we found evidence they used reflected views, line of sight observation, and in some locations, handheld recording devices. We're still sorting what was done where. That should have felt like relief. Instead, it felt narrower and somehow more intimate. Not machines watching you. People. Ruiz also told us Tom had given a statement. He'd noticed strange reflected light in the stairwell more than once over the past month, and had twice heard Mercer or maintenance upstairs during guest stays at odd hours. He had reported building access concerns to the management company and been brushed off because Mercer technically owned the unit and had provided contractor credentials for Evan. That part stayed with me longer than I expected. Not because Tom had failed. He hadn't. He had noticed. He had knocked. He had done more than most people do when something feels merely off. But because systems are so good at rewarding the most reassuring explanation until something breaks loudly enough to count. 2 days later, we went to the station to review formal statements and property. The evidence room smelled like cardboard and coffee gone stale. A woman behind plexiglass handed us back our phones, my charger, Nora's makeup bag, my blood-stiff scarf in a sealed plastic sack. The overnight bag from the Airbnb was still being held for processing because the detectives thought one of the men might have gone through it when the apartment was being surveilled between stays. That sentence lodged under my ribs. Might have gone through it. Not even stolen anything. Just touched it. Opened it. Learned the shape of my life by handling objects I had packed absent-mindedly in my own apartment 3 states away. Ruiz met us afterward in a small interview room to go over next steps. Preliminary hearing dates. Victim services contact. The possibility, almost certainty, of other victims being identified. She warned us about media attention if the property angle expanded. Short-term rentals, hidden surveillance, repeat offender host. It had all the right ingredients for local news, and then national pickup if enough units were linked. Do as little reading as possible, she said. People get creative when facts are incomplete. Nora said, that won't be hard. It was, actually. Curiosity is a nasty cousin of fear. Back at the hotel, I searched anyway for exactly 8 minutes before I had to stop. There were already 3 articles online. One used the phrase mirror maze scheme in the headline. Another included a photo of Mercer from a business networking profile where he looked courteous and prosperous and perfectly forgettable. The comments underneath were worse than the articles. People always talk big in the safety of hindsight. I would have left immediately. I never use Airbnbs. Women need to be smarter. How do you not notice? How do you not know? I closed the browser and sat with my phone face down on the blanket until Nora asked, without opening her eyes, comments. Yeah, any genius in there solved the whole case from his couch. Several. Shocking. She didn't tell me not to read them. She knew better. Shame hardens when it's argued with too early. On my last morning in Chicago, I had to go back once more briefly, escorted to the building, so the police photographer could verify the position of a few objects I'd referenced in my statement. They'd already stripped the unit of most evidence tags, but the place still looked stunned. Daylight made the apartment smaller. The front door frame was splintered where the chain had torn out. The hallway runner was gone. 2 mirrors had been removed entirely. The tall one at the end had left only anchoring marks and a rectangle of cleaner paint where the wall behind it hadn't faded. Without the mirrors, the corridor seemed blunt and ordinary, almost embarrassingly so. Tom was on the landing when we arrived, holding a bag of groceries and trying not to stare. He failed. "You okay?" he asked. People ask that when what they mean is, are you functioning well enough to answer me politely? "I will be," I said. He nodded. Then, after a moment, "For what it's worth, I'm glad you two called. Management never listened to anyone unless uniforms showed up." He looked tired, guilty in the way witnesses often look, as if proximity creates responsibility. "You knocked," I said. "That mattered." He swallowed and nodded once. Inside the unit, the photographer had me stand near the back bedroom threshold and indicate where I'd first noticed the altered reflection. Then by the bathroom. Then near the front door. I did it all carefully, feeling ridiculous and exhausted. As we were leaving, I glanced up. The transom window above the door had been cracked along one corner, probably during entry, and a jagged piece of frosted glass was missing. Through that missing corner, you could see a very small, very precise slice of the stairwell outside. Not enough for a full face, not enough for certainty, just enough to suggest how many nights someone might have stood there, patient and quiet, watching a life reduce itself to fragments. I looked away first. Nora flew home the next day. I took a later train because I couldn't make myself do airports yet. We hugged badly in the hotel lobby because of her shoulder and my arm, then stood there awkwardly for a second after letting go. "Text me when you get home," she said. "You too. And Lena." "Yeah. No more pretending you're overreacting just because the explanation sounds embarrassing." I let out a breath that was almost a laugh. "That feels targeted." "It is." Then she was gone through the sliding doors, walking carefully, sling bright against her coat. Back home, ordinary life resumed in insulting increments. Laundry, dishes, mail, a pharmacy pickup. My apartment, which had always felt a little too small, now felt too open in the wrong places and too enclosed in others. I kept interior doors fully closed for a week without deciding to. I took every mirror down that wasn't screwed into a wall. I could tell people it was because I was redecorating, and technically, that would not be false. At night, sometimes, I would wake at the smallest sounds and know exactly where I was, know I was safe, know the locks were mine and the windows were latched, and no one had a hidden right to enter, and my body would still stay braced as if knowledge were only one vote among many. That got better. Not quickly, not in a dramatic montage, just in reluctant little increments. I stopped checking the hallway of my building through the peephole every time footsteps passed. I stopped picturing reflected sightlines every time I walked into a rental listing online. I even laughed once, genuinely, when Nora texted me a photo of her orthopedic brace covered in theater company stickers with the caption, "Hot Girl Summer Delayed by Violent HOSDING Practices." Months later, Detective Ruiz emailed to say Mercer had taken a plea on some charges and was still contesting others, but he was not getting out anytime soon. Evan had rolled early and was cooperating. Several additional victims had been identified. Civil suits were beginning. The management company was pretending, in the expensive language of legal statements, that they had been surprised by all of it. That tied up most of the story in the official sense. There was a case number, a record, photographs, charges, proof, but not every thread ends where the paperwork does. About 3 weeks after I got home, a padded envelope arrived with no return address. Inside was my old silver compact mirror, the one I'd forgotten in the airbnb bathroom and hadn't realized was missing until then. The cheap drugstore one with a dent near the hinge and mascara dust in the seam. No note, no postmark I could make sense of beyond Chicago. The police took it, of course. Ruiz said it might have been mailed late from property, or from an evidence sorting error, or by a third party trying to stir fear. All reasonable explanations. She said not to read more into it than the facts supported. She was right, probably. Still, sometimes I think about the timing, about how the package appeared only after the first articles had started to fade, about the dent in the compact, which I do not remember being there before, about whether it had sat in an evidence box or a storage drawer or someone's pocket. And the thing that bothers me most is not that I can't prove which. It's that I know now how little a person needs to watch you with. A mirror, a crack in old glass, a polite instruction in the right tone. That's all. The shadows fade for now, but the stories never end. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and join our community of horror lovers. If you're hungry for more, check out the next video. Just remember, the scariest part is often the one you don't see coming. Hey friends, it's your girl Mia. This is Mia Horror Stories, and tonight's story, I'm a dog walker for the wealthy. The rules for the Black Hound are strange is told in darkness. The screen will stay black, so you can simply listen, imagine, and feel every moment without distraction. Trust me, the build-up matters, and the ending is where the real chill hides. So don't look away, and don't leave early. The first time the Black Hound stopped walking, I thought he was about to take a shit. That was the reasonable explanation. We were halfway down a quiet stretch of Commonwealth Avenue in Boston, just past the iron-fenced garden squares, where the trees leaned bare and glossy in the late November drizzle. And every other dog I'd handled that month had paused in roughly the same way before doing something biologically ordinary and inconvenient. So when he halted so abruptly the leash burned across my glove, I planted my boots, sighed into the cold, and waited. But the dog didn't crouch. He stood with all 4 feet locked, head lifted, ears angled toward a brownstone across the street. Not barking, not growling, just listening. Cars hissed over wet pavement behind us. Somewhere farther down the block, a delivery truck let out a long reverse beep. A woman in a camel coat hurried by under an umbrella, phone pressed to her cheek, her heels making quick, hard ticks against the sidewalk. Everything sounded normal except for the dog. He was too still, too large, the kind of stillness that had weight to it. "Gideon," I said, soft at first. "Come on." He didn't look at me. Rain dotted the smooth black top of his head. He was a giant animal, a sighthound mix maybe, or some expensive breed I didn't know because wealthy clients in Back Bay loved two things equally: obscure dog breeds and acting hurt when you asked what they were. Gideon's file just said black hound, 98 pounds, male, no dog parks, no treats, no interaction with strangers, and then a separate page headed RULES in neat serif print. I gave the leash a careful tug. Nothing. A second tug, firmer this time. His body didn't move. The leash went taut between us like a steel cable. "Okay," I muttered. "Great. My name is Mara Donnelly." I was 28 that winter, living in a studio apartment in Brighton with a radiator that clanged like somebody trapped inside it. And I walked dogs for people who had bathrooms bigger than my apartment. It wasn't the career I'd pictured when I finished college with a photography degree and a talent for making every safe choice feel like a trap. But it paid enough to keep me fed, and most days it gave me hours outside with animals that were simpler than people. Dogs wanted only a few honest things: food, motion, safety, a hand they could trust. Humans added decoration and invoices and guilt. I had started with Commonwealth Canine Concierge 8 months earlier, after I quit assisting a wedding photographer who liked to scream in parking lots and accidentally brush against my waist while moving gear. Dog walking was supposed to be temporary. So was Boston, technically. So was my habit of not calling my mother back when she left voicemails asking whether I was making a plan. Temporary things were easier to live inside because you never had to admit they'd become your life. Gideon still wouldn't move. Across the street, the brownstone he was staring at looked like all the others at first glance: red brick gone dark, with rain, black shutters, brass numbers beside the door, basement windows, half below grade. But there was a white cargo van parked just ahead of it with no company logo on the side, just a clean blank panel beaded with water. Somebody sat in the driver's seat. I could tell only because a cigarette ember pulsed once in the dimness. That was enough to make the pause feel different. I took a step sideways, adjusting my angle so I could see Gideon's face. His eyes stayed on the van. The muscles along his jaw worked once. Not a snarl, not even close, more like concentration. "Do you know them?" I asked, which was stupid. But I say stupid things when I'm alone and nervous because words make bad feelings feel organized. The driver's door didn't open. The cigarette glow vanished. Then Gideon made a sound so low I felt it more in the leash than I heard it. Not supernatural, not monstrous, just a deep vibration of warning from a dog with a chest like a battering ram. "All right," I said, my voice smaller now. "We're leaving." I stepped off line with the van and angled us forward. This time, Gideon came with me instantly, as if some invisible tension had released. He moved so fast I had to jog 2 steps to keep up, boots splashing through shallow water at the curb. When I looked back, the van was still there. Blank side panel, wipers ticking. No one getting out. That should have been the end of it. A weird moment on a wet street. Explainable. Everything in cities is explainable if you insist hard enough. But Gideon spent the next 6 blocks checking behind us. Not constantly, just enough. A glance over one shoulder, ears back, then forward again. I noticed because most dogs scan for squirrels, pigeons, other dogs, sandwich wrappers, anything alive and edible and stupid. Gideon checked reflections in windows, parked cars, intersections behind us. It gave him an air I didn't like in a dog because it felt too close to something human. At Dartmouth Street, he finally stopped paying attention to our rear and lifted his nose toward the public garden. The tension in the leash eased. We crossed under the weak gold of the traffic signal. A bus exhaled at the curb. Somebody nearby was roasting chestnuts from a metal cart, and the sweet, smoky smell drifted through the damp air, warm and almost Christmassy. For a few minutes, things returned to scale. Rain, brick, dog, job. By the time we reached the client's building again, my pulse had settled enough for me to feel faintly embarrassed. This was how my brain worked when it got too much room. It built corridors where there were doors. It linked random details until they looked like a pattern. My private flaw, if you want it named cleanly, was that once I noticed something slightly wrong, I couldn't stop tending it like a sore tooth. I had done this since I was a kid. A teacher's odd tone, a stranger lingering too long near a bus stop, my father saying he was fine the week before he left and didn't come back for 14 years. My mind worried details until they either proved me right or made me look ridiculous. And honestly, both outcomes were exhausting. Gideon lived on the second floor of a limestone-fronted townhouse off Marlborough Street. His owner had hired the company 3 days earlier and had already become one of those clients everyone talked about in the supply closet. Difficult, but rich enough that management called it discerning. Her name was Evelyn Voss, 62, female, originally from Connecticut by way of old money and better lighting. She opened her own door before I could ring, which meant she had either been watching the street from inside or timed my arrival by habit. "You were 40 minutes, she said. 42 was the scheduled slot, I said, keeping my tone pleasant. Her eyes flicked to Gideon, scanning him for mud, burrs, signs of moral corruption. She wore cream cashmere even on a gray afternoon, and somehow looked untouched by weather, as if she moved through Boston in a separate climate. And he did fine. She crouched not gracefully, but deliberately, and put one hand on either side of Gideon's face. He let her, though I noticed the way his gaze stayed on the door over her shoulder, not on her. Did he balk anywhere? The word caught me. Balk, refuse to continue. Stop without cause. There was a beat where I could have said no. That would have been easier, professional, clean. Instead, I said, once on Commonwealth. He froze for maybe 30 seconds. There was a van parked across from us. Could have been nothing. Evelyn's fingers tightened slightly in the fur under Gideon's jaw. Not enough for him to react, enough for me to notice. What kind of van? White cargo, no logo. And did anyone approach you? No, she stood too quickly. You should have called. My own irritation rose to meet hers. Because he looked at a van. Because the rules are there for a reason, Mara. That was the first time she used my name. Not warmly. More like she was placing a pin through it. She turned and walked into the foyer without checking whether I followed. I stepped inside because that was somehow less awkward than remaining on the stoop. The house smelled faintly of beeswax, old wood, and something medicinal under it, like expensive hand cream trying to hide a hospital corridor. Somewhere farther in, a clock chimed the quarter hour. The floors were black and white marble tile, polished enough to reflect the chandelier in broken pale pieces. I had met enough wealthy clients to know the categories. New money liked spectacle. Old money liked control. Evelyn's house was control all the way down. Coats aligned evenly. Umbrella stand empty because umbrellas presumably never got the chance to drip. A silver bowl on the console containing exactly one key ring and nothing else. She went to a drawer in a narrow antique table and removed the printed rule sheet I had signed on day one. There are 6 rules, she said, not suggestions. Rules. I read them. Then I'll repeat the relevant ones. If Gideon stops walking, do not force him forward. Move off the line of whatever has caught his attention. Return home by the most direct populated route. And notify me immediately. Her voice never rose. She didn't need volume. She had the kind of money that taught the world to lower itself before she spoke. I took the paper because not taking it would have looked childish. The sheet was thick cream stock, heavier than anything I owned. At the top, in that same neat serif font, it read, Gideon, handling protocol walk only the prescribed route unless circumstances require otherwise. No off-leash activity under any circumstances. If approached by other dog walkers, decline conversation and keep moving. If Gideon stops walking, do not correct him physically. Change direction. If Gideon begins pulling toward home, allow it. Do not bring him into the common after dusk. I looked up. These are unusually specific. Yes. Why? Evelyn folded her hands. Because specific instructions are easier to follow than explanations people enjoy arguing with. From deeper in the house came a man's cough. Rough, wet at the edges. Then silence. I glanced past her toward the hallway. She shifted just enough to block my view. There's one more person you may encounter here, she said. My brother, Adrian. He is unwell. You are not to discuss Gideon with him. That was a sentence with a history hanging off it. Before I could respond, a man appeared at the far end of the corridor anyway, one hand braced on the wall. Adrian Voss, 58 male, was tall in the way older men sometimes are when illness has pared everything decorative away. He wore a navy robe over pajama pants and looked as if he had been handsome once in a sharp-boned New England magazine cover way. But now, his skin had the papery, overhandled look of somebody recently sick or still sick. His hair was mostly gray and uncombed. His eyes were alert enough to make the rest of him seem worse. So this is the new one, he said. Mara, I said automatically. He ignored his sister. He looked at the dog. Did he stop? Evelyn's voice chilled by several degrees. Go upstairs. Adrian smiled without humor. That means yes. Gideon, who had been standing beside me with professional calm, stepped forward then. Not lunging, not threatening. Just one silent, purposeful step that put his shoulder in front of my thigh, as if blocking the hallway between Adrian and me. No barking. That made it worse. The house seemed suddenly full of tiny sounds. Rain tapping one of the rear windows. The soft electric hum from a hidden vent. Evelyn's thumbnail clicking once against her wedding band, though she wore no husband anymore as far as I knew. Adrian noticed Gideon's position and laughed under his breath. There he is. Adrian. Evelyn said it like a command she had repeated for years. He lifted both hands. Relax. I'm not going near anyone. His gaze flicked to me. Watch the dog's eyes, not his body. That's the only honest part. Then he turned and went back down the hall, coughing again as he disappeared around the corner. I became aware that I was gripping the loop of the leash too hard. My palm hurt. Evelyn closed the distance to the front door and opened it for me, a dismissal. Tomorrow, same time. I didn't move yet. Is Gideon aggressive? No. Then what am I actually dealing with? For the first time, something like fatigue showed through her expression. Not softness, just age and strain pulling at the edges. You are dealing with a dog that notices things earlier than people do. That is all. That was not all. We both knew it, but it was the answer she was offering. Outside, the rain had thinned to a mist that silvered the parked cars and made the air smell metallic. Dusk was coming on fast, flattening the street into bands of brick and slate and window light. I pulled my phone from my coat pocket to mark the walk complete in the app, and a notification slid down from my boss before I could lock the screen. Client requests, recurring exclusive assignment. Premium rate if accepted. Below it, Evelyn Voss daily weekday walk, possible evenings, starting immediately. I stood under the townhouse awning and stared at the message while people passed on the sidewalk with groceries and umbrellas and damp scarves, each carrying some private, ordinary problem. Premium rate. Enough to cover rent without juggling weekend shifts. Enough to replace the boots I'd resoled twice. Enough to maybe stop pretending my camera equipment in the closet was an investment instead of a monument to a version of myself I'd misplaced. Through the beveled glass of the front door, I could see only a fractured slice of the foyer. Movement crossed it once, big, black, silent. Gideon, or maybe just his reflection. My phone buzzed again. Unknown number, I answered before thinking. Hello. At first I heard only street noise, not mine. Traffic. A gull maybe. Then a man's voice, low and roughened, like he was either sick or trying not to be recognized. If the dog takes you home early, he said, don't use your own keys to get inside. I stopped breathing for a second. Who is this? The line clicked dead. I pulled the phone away and stared at the screen. No name, no voicemail. Just the wet city around me, the dim street, and my own face reflected faintly over the call log, eyes wider than I liked seeing. Inside my coat pocket, the rule sheet crackled where I'd folded it. Accept assignment, decline it, or call the number back. Those were the obvious choices. I stood there long enough for the mist to soak through my hair at the temples, and for one upstairs window of the Voss house to glow on, pale yellow behind drawn curtains. Then my phone buzzed a third time. A text from my boss. Take it. Client says you seem calm. I actually laughed once at that, short and humorless, alone under the awning while the city moved around me. Calm was what people called you when you'd gotten good at looking still from the outside. I looked down at the unknown number again, thumb hovering over it, with the folded rules in one pocket and the new contract waiting in the app. Behind me, through layers of wood and stone and polished hallways, was a dog that stopped for blank vans and stepped between strangers and my body without a sound. I had not yet decided whether I was being hired for a very strange dog walking job or carefully guided towards something I did not understand. But I knew, standing there in the damp November light, that pretending nothing was off had already become impossible. And the worst part was that I wanted the money enough to step closer anyway. The next morning started like a job I could still pretend was normal. Cold air, pale sun, Boston doing its weekday choreography of commuters and delivery trucks and dogs that belonged to people who never touched their own trash cans. I arrived on Marlborough Street a few minutes early because I always did that when something unsettled me. Being early gave me time to study things. The Voss townhouse looked exactly as it had the day before. Limestone facade, tall windows, polished brass numbers. No van parked nearby. Still, I checked the side streets before I rang the bell. Nothing. When the door opened, Evelyn Voss was already dressed for the day in charcoal slacks and a white blouse, her hair pinned tight enough to make the whole look architectural. The faint medicinal smell from yesterday lingered inside the house. "You're punctual," she said. "I try." Her eyes flicked once to the street behind me. A quick scan. Then she stepped aside. Gideon waited in the foyer. He had clearly been watching the door before it opened. His body was angled toward the threshold, head high, ears slightly forward. The moment he saw me, the tension drained out of his shoulders in a visible wave. It wasn't affection exactly. Recognition. "Morning, buddy," I said, crouching slightly so I could clip the leash to his collar. His coat was warm under my palm, thick and clean, smelling faintly of cedar shampoo. "Did you consider the assignment?" Evelyn asked. "I did." And I straightened, sliding the leash loop over my wrist. "I'll take it." She nodded once. No smile, just confirmation like a contract being notarized. "Good. Then we will begin with a minor adjustment." I didn't like the phrase minor adjustment, which is, you will shorten today's route. Why? Because my brother wandered last night. That landed heavier than she probably intended. Wandered, left the house, without informing anyone. "Did you find him?" "Yes." "How?" "Gideon." The dog's ears flicked at his name, but he didn't look up. I felt a small knot form somewhere under my ribs. "And now?" I asked. Evelyn folded her arms. "Now Adrian is resting, but he may attempt it again." "You want me to what exactly?" "If Gideon pulls toward home today, you will not resist. That's already Rule 5. "Yes," which suggests it might actually happen. "Correct." I let that sit for a second. "Where did you find Adrian?" 2 blocks from here." "Doing what?" "Walking." There was a silence where neither of us believed that was the whole story. Before I could ask anything else, a rough cough echoed down the hallway again. Adrian appeared in the corridor doorway. He looked worse than yesterday. Adrian Voss, 58 male, leaned one shoulder against the wall as if gravity had become negotiable overnight. His robe hung looser. His eyes, though, were sharp enough to feel like a light switched on in a dark room. "Well," he said, looking at me, "she's still here." Evelyn didn't turn around. "You should be in bed." "I should be a lot of places," he replied. His gaze drifted to Gideon. "You stopping again today?" The dog stared back. I noticed something strange then. Gideon wasn't wagging his tail, not tucked, not rigid, just still. Adrian gave a soft laugh. "That's what I thought." Evelyn's voice dropped. "Adrian, relax. I'm not telling her anything." His eyes flicked back to me. "But if he drags you somewhere, don't argue with him." "That's literally the rule sheet," I said. "Yes," Adrian said quietly. "But the rules weren't written for you." Then he coughed hard enough to bend forward. Evelyn turned then, irritation cutting through her control. "Go upstairs." Adrian waved one dismissive hand and shuffled back down the hallway. The house felt smaller after he disappeared. "Time," Evelyn said, opening the door again. Outside, the morning had warmed just enough that yesterday's drizzle had turned to a low gray mist hugging the street. Gideon stepped out beside me. We started down Marlborough. For the first 15 minutes, nothing happened. Dogs barked behind wrought iron fences. A cyclist swore at a taxi that cut too close to the curb. Somewhere nearby, a construction crew hammered at something metal, each strike echoing down the brick canyon of the street. Gideon walked smoothly, head level, pace steady. If I hadn't known about the van yesterday, I would have called him the easiest dog in Boston. We crossed Arlington. The public garden trees were stripped bare now, their branches webbing against the sky. I kept watching reflections in windows. That's the thing about suspicion. Once it gets into your bones, it never walks quietly again. At the edge of Commonwealth Avenue Mall, Gideon slowed, not stopping, just slower. I followed his gaze automatically. Across the street, a man stood beside a parked car pretending to look at his phone. 35, maybe 40. Gray jacket, ball cap pulled low. Could have been anyone. Could have been no one. Gideon kept walking. We passed him. The man didn't look up. Another block. Then Gideon stopped, hard, exactly like yesterday. Leash snapped tight. My stomach dropped. He was staring at something behind us. I remembered Rule 4. Do not force him forward. Change direction. So I stepped sideways off the sidewalk and crossed the street. Gideon moved instantly. We walked fast now. I could hear footsteps behind us. Not running, but faster than normal. I glanced back. Gray jacket, ball cap, same guy. Maybe coincidence, maybe not. Gideon's pace increased. We turned down a narrower side street lined with parked cars. Footsteps behind us again. Closer now. Okay, I muttered under my breath. I didn't run. Running makes you pray. Instead, I pulled my phone out and held it loosely in my hand. Behind us, the footsteps stopped. When I glanced back again, the man had paused beside a mailbox, phone out, looking like someone waiting for a ride. Maybe I'd imagined it. Maybe, but Gideon didn't slow down. He kept glancing behind us. Then something happened that made my pulse spike. He began pulling, not randomly, not distracted, purposefully, toward home. Rule 5. If Gideon begins pulling toward home, allow it. All right, I said quietly. Your call. We turned 2 blocks, 3. His pace kept increasing. Halfway down Marlboro, he was practically dragging me. People looked as we passed. Big dog, fast walker, nothing strange. Until we reached the townhouse. Gideon stopped dead. Right outside the door. He didn't bark. He didn't scratch. He just stood there, waiting. Rule sheet crinkled in my coat pocket. If the dog takes you home early, the voice from the phone call slid back into my head. Don't use your own keys. I stared at the door, then at Gideon. What do you think's in there? I asked quietly. He stared at the door. Behind us, a car rolled slowly down the street. I glanced over my shoulder. White cargo van. Same blank side panel. Moving very slowly. My chest tightened. The van passed the townhouse. Didn't stop, just kept going. But the driver's head turned, watching. I looked back at the door. Rule sheet said nothing about this exact situation, just procedures. Gideon suddenly shifted position. He stepped directly between me and the sidewalk, facing the street, not the door, his body rigid, watching the direction the van had gone. A long moment passed. Then, from inside the house, a crash. Heavy. Something large hitting the floor. Gideon spun toward the door. Low rumble in his chest. Another sound. A man shouting. Adrian, not words, just pain. My hand went to the keys in my pocket, then stopped. The warning replayed in my head. Don't use your own keys, I swallowed. Okay, I whispered. Okay, what the hell is happening? Another crash inside. A chair maybe. Then silence. The townhouse door remained closed, locked. And Gideon, every muscle wound tight, looked up at me like he was waiting for a decision. open the door, or walk away, because whatever was happening inside that house had just turned into a problem with a clock ticking. And something about the way Gideon stood there told me one more thing. If I opened that door, we were already too late to keep things simple. The second crash inside the house made the decision for me. It wasn't a small sound like a dropped glass or a chair tipping. It had weight to it, wood striking hardwood, something heavy shifting across the floor. Then Adrian's voice again, rough and strained. No. The word broke halfway through. I felt the leash twitch in my hand. Gideon had moved closer to the door, nose low, nostrils flaring. His body had gone tight again, every line of him pointing toward the townhouse like a drawn arrow. Behind us, the street stayed perfectly ordinary. A jogger passed on the far sidewalk. 2 women pushed strollers toward the public garden. The white cargo van had turned the corner and disappeared. Nothing looked wrong. But inside the house, something definitely was. I took a slow breath and knocked hard on the door. Mrs. Voss, no answer. Another knock. Evelyn, still nothing. Gideon let out a quiet, vibrating rumble, then movement inside. Footsteps, uneven ones. The door opened 3 inches. Adrian stood there, gripping the edge of it with white knuckles. Up close, he looked worse than I'd realized from the hallway earlier. His face was gray and slick with sweat. His robe hung open over a wrinkled t-shirt, and there was a dark smear along one sleeve that looked like fresh dirt, or grease, or something else I couldn't name yet. "Mara," he rasped. Behind him, the foyer lights were still on. Marble tile, the silver bowl on the console table, everything exactly as before, except the antique chair near the staircase had been knocked onto its side. "You okay?" I asked. He glanced down at Gideon. "Did he bring you back?" "Yes." "Good dog." Gideon didn't wag. He pushed forward slightly, trying to enter. Adrian blocked him with one shaky leg. "Not yet." "What happened?" I asked. Adrian's eyes flicked toward the street behind me. "Did you see anyone?" "Maybe," I said carefully. "A guy earlier, and a white van." He shut his eyes for a second like someone confirming a bad guess. "Of course." "Adrian," I said, lowering my voice. "What's going on?" Instead of answering, he opened the door wider. "Come inside." Rule sheet crackled in my pocket. The warning from the phone call echoed again. "Don't use your own keys to get inside." But the door was already open. I stepped in. Gideon followed immediately, slipping past Adrian's leg like a shadow. The foyer smelled different now. Not just beeswax and polished wood. Something metallic. Adrian shut the door behind us and slid the deadbolt. "Okay," I said slowly. "You're bleeding." He looked down at his sleeve like he hadn't noticed. "Oh," he said, is it yours?" No, that answer did not help. Gideon was already moving through the house, nose low, scanning. "Where's Evelyn?" I asked. "Upstairs. Is she hurt?" "I don't know." He started toward the staircase, but wobbled halfway there and had to grab the railing. I caught his arm. "You're not walking anywhere like that. Don't have a lot of options. Then explain." He studied me for a moment like he was deciding whether to trust a stranger with something fragile. Then he said, very quietly, "They've been trying to get into this house for 3 weeks." I blinked. "Who?" "People who think Gideon belongs to them." My brain stalled for half a second. "People steal dogs," I said carefully. "But you don't normally need 3 weeks. They're not trying to steal him." Another thud sounded upstairs. Both of us looked up. Adrian grimaced. "That's Evelyn. Why would someone break into your house in broad daylight?" "They didn't." "Then how did they?" He cut me off with a raised hand. back door. The layout of the house clicked together in my head from yesterday's glimpse. Front foyer, hallway, kitchen toward the rear, back garden exit. "Did you call the police?" I asked. Adrian shook his head. "No time." That made no sense. But Gideon suddenly stiffened near the hallway. He stared toward the back of the house, low rumble building in his chest again. Someone was still inside. "Okay," I said slowly. "New plan." Adrian looked at me like I'd just volunteered to juggle knives. "You're the dog walker." "I'm the dog walker standing in a house with a possible intruder." He opened his mouth, then shut it again. "Fair point. Where's the phone?" I asked. "Kitchen. Stay here. I'm not useless. You're bleeding and half conscious." "That's not the same thing." I didn't argue. We moved down the hallway together, Gideon ahead of us. The kitchen sat at the back of the house, wide windows facing a small brick garden. The back door stood open. Cold air drifted inside, and the kitchen table had been shoved sideways. A drawer hung open from the counter, utensils scattered across the floor. "Someone came through here," I said. Adrian nodded grimly. 30 minutes ago." "You saw them?" "No." "Then how do you know?" He pointed to Gideon. The dog stood near the doorframe, sniffing slowly. Tracking. The garden outside was narrow, brick walls on 3 sides, wrought iron gate leading to the alley behind the row houses. I stepped out carefully. The alley ran parallel to Marlborough Street. Garbage bins lined one wall. No one there, no van, nothing. "Great," I muttered. Behind me, Adrian said quietly, "They won't stay long." "Why?" "Because Gideon knows." That didn't explain anything, but it also didn't sound like a metaphor. I pulled out my phone. No signal. "Of course," I said. "Basement blocks it," Adrian replied. "Then we need a landline." "Office upstairs." Another crash sounded above us. This one sharper, glass breaking. Adrian swore under his breath. "That's not Evelyn," he said. Gideon bolted for the stairs. We followed. 2nd floor landing. The hallway ran straight toward Evelyn's study. The door was half open. Inside, the room looked like a storm had passed through it. Books knocked off shelves. Desk chair overturned. A shattered lamp on the floor. Evelyn stood near the far wall, holding a fireplace poker like a weapon. Her blouse sleeve had been ripped at the shoulder, but she was very much alive. "Mara," she said, stunned. "I heard crashing. You shouldn't be here." That seems to be a recurring theme today. Her eyes flicked to Adrian. "You let her inside." "She was already here." "Did you see him?" Evelyn asked. "Who?" "The man who came in." "Gray jacket," I said. She nodded. "Where is he now?" Her jaw tightened. "Gone, out the back." Yes, that should have been the end of it. Intruder runs. Everyone alive. Call police. Problem over. Except Gideon wasn't relaxing. He stood in the doorway, staring at the hallway behind us. Not the study. Behind, toward the staircase. My pulse jumped, because that meant another sound drifted up from below. A soft, metallic click. The front door. Adrian's head snapped toward the stairs. He came back, he whispered. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate. Someone inside the house again. Evelyn lowered the poker slightly. "That's impossible." "No," Adrian said quietly. "That's strategy." Steps reached the foyer. Paused. Then the front door lock rattled once, twice, like someone testing it. I felt sweat collecting under my collar despite the cold air. "Maybe he left something," I said weakly. "No," Adrian said. "He wants Gideon." The dog moved then, not barking, not rushing, just stepping slowly toward the stairs. Every muscle controlled, watching, waiting. Evelyn whispered, "Don't let him down there." But Gideon had already started descending. I grabbed the leash instinctively. He didn't resist, but he also didn't stop. We moved down the staircase together. Halfway down, I saw the foyer, and the man standing inside it. Gray jacket, ball cap, exactly like earlier, except now he held something small and metallic in one hand. A syringe. He looked up, saw Gideon, and smiled. "That's the dog," he said. Everything in the house seemed to tighten at once. Behind me, Evelyn inhaled sharply. Adrian whispered a curse. Gideon stepped onto the final stair. Low rumble building in his chest. The man didn't move. He just lifted the syringe slightly. "Easy," he said, like he was calming a horse. "You give me the dog. Nobody gets hurt." I realized something then that made my stomach twist. The front door behind him was open, which meant the deadbolt had been unlocked. From the outside, someone else had helped him. And when I glanced past his shoulder, I saw the nose of the white cargo van pulling up outside the townhouse. 2 more doors opening. More footsteps, coming toward the house. The trap had just closed, and there was no way out that didn't go straight through them. The first man through the door made the mistake of looking at me instead of the dog. That was all Gideon needed. He didn't bark. He launched. One black blur from the last stair into the foyer, fast enough that the leash snapped hard through my hand and burned my palm raw. The man with the syringe barely got his arm up before Gideon hit him in the chest. Not a movie attack, not some blood-spraying monster thing. 98 pounds of muscle and bone moving at full speed in a narrow marble foyer. It sounded like 2 pieces of furniture colliding. The syringe flew. It struck the black and white tile and skittered under the overturned chair. The man crashed backward into the open front door, shoulder first, and screamed a real scream, shocked and high and human. Gideon had his forearm in his mouth now, not shaking, not tearing, just clamped and driving forward, forcing him down. The guy's cap came off. Mid-30s, close-cropped hair, plain face, the kind you'd forget in 10 minutes under normal circumstances. Nothing was normal now. "Door," Adrian shouted from the stairs. I dropped the leash and lunged for it. Outside, one of the van doors had slammed. Heavy steps pounded up the stoop. I got both hands on the front door, just as a second man hit it from outside. The edge smashed into my shoulder and sent a hot line of pain down my arm. I shoved back anyway, feet slipping on wet marble, and caught a glimpse of him through the gap, bigger than the first one, shaved head, dark rain shell, one hand braced on the frame. "Move," he barked to the man under Gideon. The man on the floor was trying to wrench his arm free, face gone white with pain. Gideon's growl vibrated through the whole foyer. Evelyn came down the stairs with the fireplace poker held in both hands. Her torn sleeve hung off one shoulder, and for the first time since I'd met her, she looked less like a client and more like somebody who had already been fighting for too long. "Back," she snapped at the men, voice like a whip crack. The shaved head man saw the poker and checked for half a second. That pause gave Adrian just enough time to get down the remaining stairs and slam the deadbolt home over my shoulder. The door stayed partly open because the first man's leg was still trapped in the gap. He started shouting then, not threats at first, just pain and panic. "Get him off me, get him off." "Shut up," the shaved head man hissed from outside. Then to us, "You don't understand what you have." "Wonderful," Adrian said, breathing hard. Another person saying that. The foyer had turned into a knot of bad choices. Gideon on the first man. Me braced against the door, shoulder screaming. Evelyn with the poker. Adrian swaying slightly beside the staircase, gray-faced and sweating through his shirt. Then a third figure moved past the doorway outside. Not another thug. The white cargo van driver, thin, older, dark peacoat, gloves. He stayed on the sidewalk instead of charging the house like the others. Just stood there in the mist, watching through the gap. That was worse somehow. He called out, calm as a man ordering coffee. "Mr. Voss, this has gone on long enough." Adrian went still, not surprised. Not exactly. Recognizing. Evelyn heard it too. "Don't," she said sharply, without looking at him. Which of course meant I looked straight at Adrian. His mouth tightened. The older man outside took one slow step toward the stoop. "You should never have kept the animal, not dog." The first man finally managed to drag his arm halfway free from Gideon's mouth, leaving blood smeared down his sleeve. Gideon lunged again and caught fabric this time, tearing the cuff. The man kicked wildly, heel cracking against the tile. "Gideon," Adrian shouted. The dog froze, just froze, still over the man, still growling, but waiting. I felt something drop cold inside me, not because Gideon obeyed, because of how instantly he obeyed. Adrian met my eyes for one terrible second, and I knew then that whatever this family had said and not said, he wasn't just the sick brother in the hallway. This was his dog too, or had been, or something close enough to matter. The older man outside saw that look happen and smiled faintly. "There we are." The shaved head guy shoved harder at the door. The trapped man scrabbled backward, trying to get free before we closed it on him completely. "Move him," Evelyn said. "No," I said. She snapped her head toward me. "What? He's leverage." The word came out before I had time to be embarrassed by it. The man on the floor heard me and went pale with a different kind of fear. Outside, the older driver's expression flattened. "You won't do that." I was shaking now, not from courage. From too much adrenaline and too little room left for pretending I was just a dog walker. "Try me," I said, though I had no idea what that even meant. For a second, nothing moved. Then Gideon's ears flicked, not to the men outside, toward the back of the house. Adrian heard it too. I saw it happen in his face, a new calculation, worse than the one before. "Kitchen," he said. Evelyn swore softly. They sent someone round. Of course they had. Front door as distraction. Back alley as entry. The geography of it arranged itself in my head all at once. Marlborough stoop in front, brick garden and alley behind. We were pinned in the middle of our own map. "Go," Adrian said to me. "What? Kitchen. If they get to the stairs from the back, we're finished." He wasn't wrong. The townhouse was too narrow. 2 points of entry, one central hall. Let them in from both ends, and we were livestock in a chute. "I can't leave I've got the dog," he said. Evelyn made a strangled sound that was almost a laugh. "Do you?" Gideon was still poised over the bleeding man, waiting for another command. Behind the front door, the shaved head guy hit the wood once, hard enough to rattle the frame. The deadbolt held, but the whole townhouse seemed to shiver. I ran. Down the hall. Past the silver bowl. Past the long corridor where Adrian had first appeared. My boots slipped once on the polished wood, caught, kept going. Behind me, I heard Evelyn yell something I missed, then the blunt, metallic ring of the poker striking something solid. The kitchen door stood open, cold air pouring through. The back garden beyond was empty for half a heartbeat. Then a shape rose from behind the low brick wall near the gate. Not a masked attacker, not a gun, just a young guy in a courier jacket, baseball cap, back on one shoulder. For one screaming second, my brain went completely wrong. He had been crouched there so still, and the sudden upward movement in the gray light looked inhuman enough to light every panic fuse at once. Then he blurted, "I'm from Caviar, what the fuck? Food delivery." Just some poor bastard with takeout, staring at the open door, and the wrecked kitchen and me barreling toward him wild-eyed with a leash loop dangling from my wrist. "Get out of here," I shouted. He did. Nearly fell backward through the alley gate in his hurry, one bag dropping and spilling cartons onto the wet brick. The smell hit me stupidly hard in that moment. Garlic, soy, hot rice, normal life torn open right beside all this. Then another figure moved in the alley behind him. Not harmless. A woman this time, hood up, black puffer coat, slim build. She came through the gate low and fast, one hand already reaching into her pocket. I grabbed the nearest thing off the counter, a heavy cast iron skillet left drying by the stove, and held it two-handed because I had nothing better. "Back," I shouted. She looked maybe my age, no mask, just focused in that flat, unpleasant way people get when they've decided you're an obstacle instead of a person. "Move," she said. "No." She pulled out not a gun, thank God, but a short canister of pepper spray. I swung the skillet before I had time to think. It hit the gate, not her, with a gong-like crash that jarred my wrists to the elbow. She flinched sideways and sprayed anyway. The orange mist caught my cheek instead of my eyes, but it was enough. Fire bloomed across my skin. I stumbled back into the kitchen table, hips slamming wood. She came through the doorway. I threw the skillet this time. Ugly throw, desperate. It clipped her forearm hard enough to spin the spray can into the wall. It clattered under a cabinet. Then Gideon was there. I hadn't even heard him come down the hall. He hit her lower this time, around the thigh and hip, driving her sideways into the doorframe. She screamed and folded, hands up over her face. Gideon didn't bite down fully. He pinned, weight and threat, and that awful vibrating growl. I grabbed the back door and kicked it shut with all my strength, then fumbled for the lock. It clicked. My cheek felt flayed open. Tears streamed involuntarily from the pepper spray burn. My shoulder throbbed. My palm was split where the leash had burned it. "Good dog," I gasped, because apparently that was the only coherent thing left in my head. From the foyer came a shout. Male. Then Evelyn yelling my name. I bent, grabbed the pepper spray can from under the cabinet, and ran back with Gideon at my side. The scene in the foyer had gotten worse in the minute I'd been gone. The first man had been dragged out through the partially opened front door, leaving a streak of blood across the tile. The shaved head guy had gotten one arm through the gap and was grappling with Adrian, trying to wrench the deadbolt loose, while Adrian used his whole body weight to hold it shut, which wasn't much weight anymore. His robe had fallen open completely, and beneath the t-shirt, I could see how thin he really was. His illness, whatever it was, had hollowed him out. Evelyn swung the poker again and caught the man's forearm. He cursed and jerked back. The older driver remained on the sidewalk, still not rushing in, still directing. "Enough," he called. "You're going to kill him, Adrian." Adrian laughed once, breathless and ugly. That was your plan. There it was. Not an explanation, but an edge of one. The shaved head guy shoved again. Adrian slipped. The door opened another 6 inches. Wet air flooded in. I saw the white van idling at the curb, side door open now. Something metal lay on the stoop, a catch pole, the kind animal control uses. That was when the whole ugly truth finally arranged itself into something understandable. Not superstition, not criminal genius, just money and paperwork, and a living creature important enough to ruin people over. Gideon wasn't a haunted hound. He was evidence, or property, or leverage in some fight rich people had tried to solve privately until it turned feral. I didn't need the details. I just needed them not to take him. The pepper spray can in my hand suddenly felt useful. I darted in low beside Adrian and sprayed straight through the gap. The shaved head guy recoiled with a howl, hands to his face. Outside, the older man jumped back, cursing for the first time. I slammed the door shut with my hip. Adrian threw the bolt, and together we shoved the fallen foyer chair under the handle, though I knew it wouldn't buy much. For 3 seconds, nobody moved. Then Adrian sagged. Not dramatically, just all at once, like some internal cord had finally snapped. He slid down the wall, one hand pressed to his abdomen. "Adrian," Evelyn said, and in that one word all her crisp edges split open. There was blood on his shirt now, low on the right side. Not a gunshot, a narrow puncture already spreading red. I remembered the fresh dark smear on his sleeve from earlier. Not dirt, not grease, blood. He must have been stabbed during the first intrusion and hidden it long enough to keep moving. "Oh, Jesus," I said. "It's not deep," he lied. Gideon came immediately to him, nose pushing at his shoulder, whining now for the first time. A thin, terrible sound. The men outside hit the door together. Once, twice, the frame groaned. "We're out of time," I said. Evelyn was already kneeling beside her brother, hands red now, as she tried to press the wound through his shirt. "Office, upstairs. Call 911. My phone won't. Landline." I grabbed the leash from the floor and clipped it back onto Gideon with fingers that didn't want to work. "Come on." Adrian caught my wrist as I turned. His grip was shockingly strong for a dying-looking man. "No." "What?" "Not upstairs." Another slam on the door. He pulled me closer. "Basement." Every instinct said no. Basements in old townhouses are where horror stories go stupid. But his eyes were clear, feverish, in pain, but clear. "Why?" "Because that's where the papers are. And if they get him," he glanced at Gideon, then at his sister. "It happens again." Evelyn looked up at me, and for the first time, there was no hauteur left in her at all. Just fear. Mara. No full explanation. No time for one. Another impact hit the front door hard enough to crack the wood near the lock. Retreat was already impossible. Police might come, but Boston traffic and private addresses, and the simple amount of time it takes for help to become real, none of that lived in our favor. If we ran out the back, the alley team would take Gideon. If we stayed in the foyer, the front door would fail. Upstairs was a trap. The basement, at least, had one thing the others wanted badly enough to risk daylight and blood for. Maybe records. Maybe proof. Maybe the reason a dog walker had become part of this at all. The point of no return didn't feel like courage. It felt like arithmetic. I hauled Adrian to his feet, with one arm under his shoulder. He cried out despite himself. Evelyn took his other side. Gideon moved tight against our knees as we staggered toward the hall. Behind us, the front door split around the deadbolt with a dry, splintering crack. The men outside were coming in. Ahead, beyond the kitchen, a narrow staircase dropped to the basement level under the house. I could smell earth and old stone and furnace dust rising from it. Dark, confined, no easy exit. Exactly the sort of place you never choose unless every other choice has been used up. Evelyn hit the basement light switch. Dim yellow bulbs flickered on below. "Move," she said, so we did. Half carrying Adrian, half dragging him, with Gideon pressed against us, and the sound of the front door finally giving way behind. We went down into the house. And when Evelyn slammed the basement door over our heads and threw the bolt, I understood with complete, awful certainty that whatever happened next, I was no longer a witness. I was in it. The basement wasn't what I expected. Not dirt floor, not cobwebs, not the kind of cinematic darkness that makes every corner feel loaded. It was a finished lower level under the townhouse, narrow but expensive, with painted brick walls, low recessed lights, a washer-dryer alcove, a wine fridge, metal shelving, a furnace closet, and at the far end, a locked office with a steel file cabinet beside it. The ordinariness of it made the pounding overhead feel worse, because this was still a house, still Boston, still a family with appliances and paperwork and emergency batteries in a labeled plastic bin. Not a Gothic nightmare, just money, fear, and people with enough reason to plan badly. Evelyn and I got Adrian onto a leather sofa in the basement sitting area. He tried to sit upright, failed, and bit down on whatever sound wanted to come out of him. His face had gone a strange yellow-gray that I recognized from the ER waiting room 2 years earlier when a cyclist came in after getting clipped by a truck. People always imagine blood as bright drama. Most of the time, it's messier and quieter than that. A growing wetness. A person turning inward as their body starts spending resources somewhere you can't see. "Pressure," Evelyn said. I pressed both hands over the wound through a dish towel she shoved at me from the kitchenette drawer. Adrian sucked air between his teeth. Blood soaked through almost instantly and warmed my knuckles. "Sorry," I said. "Don't apologize for useful pain," he muttered. Upstairs, something heavy moved across the floor. A door opening. Men's voices, muffled by wood and plaster. Gideon stood at the basement door, one long black body stretched and still, head angled toward the ceiling. He wasn't growling now. He was listening. Evelyn crossed to the office and unlocked it with a small brass key from her pocket. Inside, from where I knelt, I could see a desk, 2 monitors, neatly labeled storage boxes, and a wall of filing shelves. She went straight to the bottom drawer of the steel cabinet and pulled out 3 thick binders and a brown document case. "Mara," she said without turning. "Phone, still no signal. Landline desk." I looked at Adrian. He gave the smallest nod. "Go," he said. I shifted pressure carefully into one hand and slid the towel hard against him. "Don't move." Terrific advice. I ran into the office. The landline sat beside a printer, old-fashioned and cream-colored, the kind rich people kept because they thought old systems were reliable. My hand shook so badly I misdialed once, then got 911 on the second try. The operator's voice was brisk, practiced, infuriatingly normal. 911, what is your emergency? I gave the address first. Then break in, multiple intruders, one stabbing victim, attempted dog theft, possibly still inside the house. It sounded unhinged even as I said it, but she kept the same calm rhythm all the way through, asking for names, descriptions, weapons, whether anyone was armed with firearms, whether the intruders had left, whether the victim was conscious. Police and EMS are en route, she said. Stay where you are if you can do so safely. Keep the line open. Put the phone on speaker and carried it back out. Another crash overhead. Then, clearly this time, the basement door handle rattled. All four of us froze. Gideon lifted his head slightly. One step back from the door, weight shifting. The handle stopped moving. A man's voice came through, faint but distinct. The older one from outside. Adrian, no answer. I know you're down there. Adrian closed his eyes. Evelyn picked up a fireplace shovel from beside the furnace instead of the poker she'd lost upstairs. Keep talking, she said under her breath, though whether to him or to herself, I couldn't tell. The man on the other side of the door knocked once. Polite, almost intimate. This is done, he called. You can hand over the dog and the file case, and nobody else needs to get hurt. My eyes went to the brown case in Evelyn's hand. So that was it, or part of it. Adrian let out one exhausted laugh that turned halfway into a cough. Still selling mercy like a subscription service, Daniel. At last, a name. On the phone, the 911 operator quietly asked, Do you know the suspect? Yes, I whispered. I think so, Daniel. Older male, thin build, dark coat. The man outside the door must have heard Adrian speak because his voice sharpened. You shouldn't have taken him. Him, Adrian said, and even bleeding onto a sofa, he sounded suddenly vicious, is not a file box or a watch collection. A thud against the basement door. Not full force. A test. We had an agreement. You had coercion dressed as paperwork. Another thud. Evelyn looked at me. The case. What is it? Documentation. Of what? She hesitated just long enough to tell me the real answer was uglier than the short one. Training records, veterinary reports, ownership transfers, incident reports, insurance denials, everything. Incident reports. That phrase sat in me like a stone. On the other side of the door, Daniel said, If the police arrive, none of this will stay private. Evelyn's expression did something brittle and ugly. Good. The door shook harder this time. One of the other men hitting it with a shoulder maybe. The bolt held, but the frame gave a small whining creak. The 911 operator asked if the suspects were attempting forced entry. I said yes. She told me officers were close. Close is not the same thing as here. Adrian's hand groped for mine. Not because he wanted comfort, because he wanted the pressure on his wound adjusted. I repositioned the soaked towel and pressed harder. He went rigid, then breathed through it in short, controlled bursts. His skin had gone cool. How long? I asked no one. Enough if we're lucky, Evelyn said. The basement door shuddered again. Dust dropped from the frame. Gideon moved then. He left the door and came to Adrian, pressing his muzzle against Adrian's forearm once, hard, then returning to his post. Adrian opened his eyes and looked at the dog with something so naked it made me look away. Not fear, not ownership. Guilt, maybe, braided with love until they were hard to tell apart. I understood a little more without anyone explaining it. Not everything, enough. People upstairs. Money somewhere in the background. A dog trained for something he hadn't chosen. An earlier event bad enough to generate records, denials, transfers, threats. One family trying to hold onto the only living witness that couldn't talk. The next impact on the basement door cracked the trim. Then we heard something else from above. Not footsteps. Voices. New ones, loud, commanding. Boston police. A beat of pure stillness. Then chaos. Feet running across the first floor. Somebody shouting, back exit. Another voice. Drop it. A heavy crash. A scream I recognized dimly as the shaved head man. The sound of bodies hitting walls. One sharp, horrifying second where I thought I heard a gunshot, only to realize, 2 heartbeats later, that it was a front window finally giving way and glass exploding onto the stoop. That was the misdirection your body never forgives, even after your brain names it. Then more yelling. Police, hands, get down, again and again. The 911 operator on the desk phone asked, "Do you hear officers on scene?" "Yes," I said, and nearly cried from the relief in the word. The basement handle rattled one last time, then stopped. We didn't move for what felt like a full minute after the noise changed upstairs from attack to procedure. There is a difference. Even through floors you can hear it. The sound of people trying to harm you has jagged edges. The sound of the state taking over is louder, sometimes clumsier, but steadier. Commands repeated. Radio chatter. Cuffs. The scrape of boots that belong there, or are supposed to. And someone pounded once on the basement door and shouted, "Boston Police. If anyone's down there, announce yourselves." Evelyn exhaled a sound so thin it was almost a laugh. I shouted back, 3 civilians, 1 stabbing victim. Dog, there was a muffled conference outside. Then, secure the animal before opening. That nearly made me laugh too, hysterically. Animal, dog, evidence, liability. Even rescue came with procedure. Adrian whispered, "Mara." I looked down. "Take Gideon," he said. "I don't think he's going to listen to me over. He will if I tell him to." He swallowed, winced, and then spoke to the dog in a low, clear voice I hadn't heard from him all day. With Mara, Gideon turned immediately, crossed the room, and pressed himself against my leg. I put both hands in his fur without realizing I was reaching. Warm, real, trembling slightly now that he was allowed to. "Good," Adrian said, and closed his eyes for a second. "Good." The police opened the door with guns drawn anyway. They saw the blood first, then Adrian on the couch, then Evelyn with the shovel, then me with my hands buried in the neck of a 100-pound black hound like a woman clinging to a banister in rough seas. Everything after that broke into bright, procedural pieces. A paramedic kneeling beside Adrian, cutting away his shirt, saying, "Sir, stay with me." A second paramedic checking my eyes after the pepper spray, washing my cheek with saline that stung so badly it made my teeth hurt. An officer photographing the basement door, then the document case, then the blood on the floor. Another officer asking me to repeat the sequence again and again, from the walk, from the van, from the call, from the first stop on Commonwealth Avenue. They wrote everything down. The female intruder from the kitchen was found in the garden trying to limp over the wall. The shaved head man was arrested in the foyer, half blinded from pepper spray. The first man, the one Gideon hit, was on the front steps with a mangled forearm and the look of someone who had made a career of bad risk calculations and finally encountered a number bigger than himself. Daniel, the older driver, was found by the van with his hands visible and his expression composed, which somehow made him the worst of them. He looked at Adrian on the stretcher as they wheeled him through the foyer. "You still think this saves him?" he asked. Adrian, pale as butcher paper and strapped into place, opened his eyes long enough to say, "No, I think it stops you." I never saw Daniel's face change, not once. That was the unsettling part. Rage I could understand, panic, even grief. But he looked like a man inconvenienced by weather. The police took the document case. Not forever, they said. For chain of custody. For review. For evidence. Gideon watched them do it with his whole body tight. When one officer reached too casually for his collar, Gideon showed teeth, not a full snap, just a warning, and everyone in the room recalculated their distance. He goes nowhere without counsel present, Evelyn said automatically, still somehow conducting herself like she was speaking to a bank. An officer blinked. Ma'am, that applies to people. Evelyn looked at Gideon, then at the officer. It should apply to assets people have repeatedly attempted to steal. It was such a cold sentence for such a living creature that I nearly objected. Then I saw the way her hand hovered near Gideon's back without quite touching him. The restraint in it, the fear. She had been talking like that for so long maybe she no longer knew how to say love without reducing it to protection. By the time they let me leave the basement level, the house had gone from private fortress to crime scene. Yellow markers on the floor, photos, mud on the marble, broken glass at the front, the silver bowl knocked off the console, blood drying dark in the grout where the first man had hit the tile. Outside, Marlborough Street looked insultingly normal. Dog walkers, strollers, a UPS truck, someone arguing into a headset about market volatility. The white cargo van now sat with both rear doors open while officers searched it. Inside were catch poles, restraints, a veterinary sedation kit, burner phones, photocopies of legal forms, and 2 folded blankets. I saw those when they wheeled past one open door and wished I hadn't. The blankets made it feel premeditated in a domestic way, like they had planned not just capture but transport, duration, aftercare, even. A whole system built around taking something breathing and treating it as movable leverage. An EMT wrapped my palm, checked my shoulder, and told me I should go to urgent care after I gave my statement. Possible strain, maybe mild separation. Hard to tell yet. My cheek, I asked. Pepper spray burn. Wash it again tonight. No makeup. It'll feel worse before it feels better. He said it kindly, which nearly undid me more than the pain had. I sat on the back bumper of an ambulance with a blanket over my shoulders and gave my formal statement to a detective named Larkin. Mid-40s, female, red hair pulled tight, no patience for wealth theatrics. She had the good sense to speak to me like I was a witness, and not a girl who'd gotten herself into the wrong house. Start with the rules, she said, so I did. I told her about the printed handling protocol, Gideon stopping at the van, the anonymous phone call warning me not to use my own keys if the dog brought me home early, Adrian asking if he stopped, Evelyn's reaction, the man in the gray jacket, the syringe, the back gate, the catch pole, everything. Larkin wrote for a while, then said, "You understand this dog may become part of an evidentiary dispute." Meaning if the paperwork supports what your clients are implying, there may already be civil litigation tied to him. Possibly criminal exposure too, depending on what those incident reports contain. What was he trained for? She capped her pen. I'm not going to speculate on an active scene. That was a no in the official sense, and a yes in every other way. Was the phone call from one of them? Could be. Could also be from someone trying to help without being seen helping. Not satisfying. Probably true. When I was finally cleared to leave, it was nearly dark. Boston does that in winter, turns on you at 4:30 and acts like it's your fault. I should have gone straight home. Instead, I stood at the edge of the Voss stoop while uniformed officers moved in and out and forensics dusted the front lock. Gideon was inside with an animal control specialist and one of Evelyn's lawyers, because of course she had won there by then. The absurdity of that almost made me laugh again. Evelyn came out just once before I left. No cashmere coat now. She borrowed a police blanket over her shoulders and looked, for the first time, her age. "Adrian is in surgery," she said. I nodded. "The doctors think he came in before septic shock or major organ involvement." That sounds cautiously hopeful. It is the most I can tolerate at present. We stood together in the cold for a moment, both looking at the same wrecked front door. Then she said, "You should not come back." The sentence landed oddly. Not insulting, protective maybe, or ashamed. "I wasn't planning to dog walk tomorrow," I said. Her mouth moved like it almost remembered how to smile and gave up. "That is not what I meant." I looked at her. She kept her eyes on the street. "There will be statements, press interest if the records are what I think they are, civil motions, criminal hearings. If you remain attached to us professionally, they will keep finding ways to involve you." "I'm already involved." "Yes," she said softly. "That is precisely why I am trying belatedly to do one decent thing." She handed me an envelope. Thick, probably too much money. I didn't take it at first. "It's not hush money," she said, and the fact that she said it first meant it had crossed her mind too. "It's lost wages, and hazard, if you prefer honesty." I took it because rent is rent, and because refusing money from the rich after they've bled on you feels more symbolic than useful. At the curb, Detective Larkin called my name. "One more thing." I went over. She held up a photocopy in a clear evidence sleeve. This was in the van. It was a picture of Gideon, younger by a year maybe, standing in profile in a fenced training yard. On the back, typed, were the words subject 4B, black male hound / response reliability, 93%. Nothing supernatural, nothing mystical, just a living animal reduced to category. "Jesus," I said. Larkin watched my face. "You said he checked the street before your house." I looked up sharply. "How did you know where I live?" "Your statement file." "Right, of course." "I'm asking," she said, "because if the anonymous caller knew enough to warn you, and these people watched you long enough to know your route, you need to vary your routines for a while." A normal sentence. Practical, reasonable. It scared me more than the photo did. That night, I went home to my studio in Brighton and stood outside my own door for a full 30 seconds before using my keys. The hallway smelled like someone's burnt toast and laundry detergent. Mrs. Bell in 3C had left a little fake wreath on her door. The radiator inside my apartment knocked once, twice, like it always did. Ordinary. All of it. I unlocked the deadbolt and went in anyway with my shoulder braced and my breath held, feeling stupid, then angry at myself for feeling stupid. The apartment was empty. Of course it was. I locked the door, chained it, checked the windows, washed the pepper spray residue off my face again, and sat on the edge of my bed with the envelope from Evelyn and my bandaged hand in my lap. My camera bag was still in the closet where I'd left it months ago. The leash burn in my palm throbbed in time with the radiator clangs. Outside, someone laughed on the sidewalk, and farther away, a siren passed toward the river. At 9:14 p.m., my phone buzzed. I stared at it for a full 5 seconds before touching it. Unknown number. Not the same one as before. Or maybe it was blocked differently. I don't know. My heart had already started doing what hearts do when they remember too quickly. I answered. No one spoke for long enough that I thought maybe it was a pocket dial. Then I heard breathing. Human, close to the receiver. And a man's voice, low and tired, not Daniel S., not any of the others I'd heard clearly that day. "You did the right thing," he said. "Who is this?" A pause, then, "Don't walk the dog after dark." The line went dead. I sat there with the phone to my ear long after the call had ended, listening to the empty apartment and the old radiator and my own breathing coming back in ragged little pieces. The next morning, the city still needed its dogs walked. The buses still ran down Commonwealth. The couriers still leaned over handlebars at red lights. Somewhere, court paperwork began moving across desks. Somewhere else, Adrian Voss lay in recovery with stitches in his side. Somewhere under fluorescent lights, detectives opened binders and found out exactly how many people had signed off on making a black hound into a tool before he became a problem expensive enough to steal back. And me, I put my keys in my pocket like they were heavier than metal ought to be. And before I left for work, I looked through the peephole twice. Not because I believed in omens, because once a dog has taught you what attention can save, it's hard to go back to living like nothing is watching. That's tonight's story. If it gives you chills, make sure to like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and tap the bell so you never miss what's coming next. And if you're still brave enough, there are more dark tales waiting for you right here on the channel. Go watch another if you dare. Welcome back to Mia Horror Stories. Tonight's tale, the Neighborhood Watch Patrol is hiding. What really happened to the mailman is best experienced in the dark, which is why the screen will stay black. No distractions, no flashing images, just you, your imagination, and the story. So sit back, relax, and listen all the way to the end, if you dare. The first strange thing was the mailbox door hanging open in the rain. Not wide open, just enough to tap softly against the metal post every time the wind moved through the cul-de-sac. A little tin click, then a pause, then click again. It was the kind of noise you only notice after it's been going on for a while, once it gets under whatever thought you were trying to hold. I had my trash bag in one hand and my keys in the other, standing at the edge of my driveway in sweatpants and an old university hoodie that smelled faintly like fabric softener and fryer oil from the diner where I worked weekends. It was just after 7 in the evening, late October. The sky already gone that dense blue-gray that made every porch light look weak. Rain had come and gone all day in short bursts, leaving the asphalt shiny and the gutters full of leaves plastered flat like wet fish scales. Across the circle, every mailbox door was shut except one. Ours. I stood there longer than I should have, looking at it. It could have been nothing. Usually it was nothing. Kids bumped them on bikes. The latch on ours had been loose for years. Sometimes the postal carrier didn't press it all the way closed. Still, I knew I'd emptied it that morning before sleeping off my overnight shift. 2 grocery flyers, a power bill, a dentist reminder I'd already ignored twice. I remembered because I'd thrown the junk mail directly into recycling and left the bill on the kitchen counter under the salt shaker so I wouldn't lose it. Click. The door hit the frame again. Behind me, the front door opened and my mother leaned out, one hand still on the knob. Eli. Her voice had that distracted edge it got when she was doing 3 things at once. I turned. Yeah, Alina from next door says the watch group is doing another patrol tonight. They're asking people to leave porch lights on. I laughed once through my nose. That'll scare off the forces of evil. Don't start. I'm not starting anything. She gave me the look that meant she had already had a long day at St. Vincent's billing department and didn't have the energy for my tone. Take the trash out and come back in. It smells like wet dog out there. It smells like wet leaves. It smells like both. She shut the door again. Through the front window, I could see the warm square of the kitchen and her shadow moving past the sink. My name is Eli Mercer. I was 28 that fall, living back in the house I grew up in on Alder Creek Court, a quiet little development outside Tacoma, Washington. The kind of place built in stages over the 90s and early 2000s, so half the houses had stone veneer and half had vinyl siding, trying not to look cheap. I'd moved home after my father died, and after a shorter chain of bad decisions than I usually admitted out loud. Rent going up, too many late shifts, an ex who'd gotten tired of waiting for me to become less adrift. I told people I was saving money. That part was true. The other truth was uglier and simpler. I hated the feeling of being alone in an apartment at night. Hated every settling noise, every footstep in the hall that wasn't mine, every buzz from the building entry after midnight. Grief had made me skittish in ways I didn't know how to explain without sounding childish, so I didn't explain it. I walked to the curb and pulled the mailbox open the rest of the way. Empty. No letters. No packages jammed inside. Just the damp paper smell that clung to the metal box in wet weather. When I pushed the little door closed, I noticed the latch had caught fine. No wiggle, no looseness. I pulled it open again, shut it again. Solid. That was enough to bother me. I dragged the trash bin to the curb and looked up the street. Porch lights had begun flicking on in patches, some yellow, some harsh white. A television flashed blue through the front window at the Bowers place. Somewhere farther off, beyond the line of fenced backyards, a siren moved faintly across the arterial road, then faded. Then another sound reached me. Low voices, men's voices. At the mouth of the cul-de-sac, under the maple tree that had started dropping orange leaves all over the sidewalk, 3 figures in reflective vests were standing beside a golf cart from the HOA clubhouse. One of them had a flashlight angled down. One had a clipboard. The light from the nearest street lamp caught the silver stripes on their vests every time they shifted. Neighborhood Watch. They started the patrols 3 weeks ago after somebody's car got rifled through on Birch Lane. Then somebody else reported packages missing off a porch 2 streets over. It was mostly retirees and the kind of men who missed being in charge of things. They drove around slow, made Facebook posts full of grainy doorbell screenshots, and wrote long comments about maintaining standards. My mother approved because it made her feel like somebody was paying attention. I disliked them on sight. One of the men looked up and saw me. He raised a hand. I recognized him as Glenn Foster, 60-something, broad-shouldered in the way some older men stayed broad even after the muscle softened. He lived 2 courts over. Ex-Marine, according to himself, and anybody trapped within 15 feet of him at a barbecue. He started walking over, boots dark with rain. "Elijah, right," he called. "Eli, right. You seen the carrier today?" I blinked. The mailman. Mail carrier, he corrected, in the tone of a man performing politeness rather than feeling it. Usual time, around 4. No, I was asleep, he nodded, but it wasn't a casual nod. It was the kind people do when they're slotting your answer into a space they already had waiting. Your mother home, she's inside. Glenn glanced past me toward the house, then back toward our mailbox. You expecting anything important? That bothered me more than the open door had. Why? Routine question. For what? He smiled, and it landed wrong. Too quick, no warmth in it. There've been some irregularities. What kind of irregularities? Before he could answer, a woman's voice cut in from the sidewalk. Glenn, you coming back? The woman approaching was Dana Kessler, 42, the vice president of the HOA, and the unofficial source of all neighborhood information, whether you wanted it or not. She wore a rain shell over business clothes and held a flashlight like she knew how to use it. Dana lived 3 houses down from us with 2 middle school sons and a husband I rarely saw except mowing. She was sharp, organized, and permanently half a step from irritated, as if the rest of the world kept missing deadlines she had not assigned them. She stopped near the curb and gave me a tight smile. Evening, Eli. Evening. Did Glenn ask if you've seen Marcus? I looked between them. No, he asked if I'd seen the carrier. Dana and Glenn exchanged a glance so fast it might have been meaningless if it hadn't felt so practiced. She said, Marcus is the route carrier. He usually hits this court around 4:10. I don't know his name, I said. He's been on this route almost a year, she replied. Like that was a moral failing. From behind them, the third vest wearing figure wandered closer with the slow, distracted gait of somebody who didn't want to be in the middle of anything. He was younger than the other 2, maybe 35, tall and thin, with a knit beanie soaked dark from the drizzle. I knew him better. Tomas Varga, 36, a software engineer from the Czech Republic who'd moved into the rental on the outer loop last spring. Nice enough, kept mostly to himself. He was the kind of neighbor who waved while taking out recycling and then disappeared for days. I'd helped him jump his Subaru once. Tomas lifted 2 fingers in greeting. Hey. Dana asked. You didn't hear anything unusual this afternoon? Like what? She hesitated. Glenn answered instead. Raised voices, a vehicle, maybe a dog. That narrows it down. Tomas let out a soft breath that might have been a laugh and immediately looked down when Glenn cut his eyes at him. The rain picked up again, not hard, just a fine steady mist that silvered the cuffs of everybody's jackets. Water dripped from the maple leaves in slow, cold ticks. For a few seconds, nobody spoke. Then my front door opened again. My mother, Laura Mercer, 56, stepped onto the porch carrying a dish towel. She was still in her navy scrubs under a cardigan, reading glasses pushed up into her hair. She had the tired, pretty face of a woman who had spent most of her life handling practical problems for other people and had recently begun to resent it. Is something wrong? Glenn's whole posture changed. Softer voice. Small, reassuring smile. Evening, Laura. Just checking whether you happened to receive your mail today. She came down 2 steps, but not all the way. I don't think so. I haven't looked. Dana spoke quickly. We're trying to account for Marcus's last confirmed stop. Account for, my mother repeated. He's not answering calls, Glenn said. And that means what exactly? Probably nothing, Dana said. Tomas stared at the wet pavement. I looked at him, then back at Glenn. You guys are doing neighborhood patrols. Why are you tracking the mailman? Nobody is tracking anybody, Glenn said. That sounded like tracking. It sounded like concern, my mother said quietly. Glenn opened his hands. Postal supervisor came by the clubhouse asking if anyone had seen him finish his route. That's all, Dana added. There was some confusion about whether he made it onto Alder Creek or not. My mother frowned. Then ask the houses. Doorbell cameras, porch cams, whatever people have. We are, Dana said. That's what this is. But she wasn't looking at my mother when she said it. She was looking at me. There was a moment then, a small one, where the whole street seemed to hold still. Rain whispering on the pavement. The hum of somebody's garage door motor in the distance. The faint chemical smell of wet cedar, bark, mulch from the flower beds. Nothing dramatic. Just enough for my skin to tighten across the back of my neck. Because I realized what felt off wasn't that they were asking questions. It was that none of them seemed surprised enough. If a mail carrier really vanished mid-route in a suburban neighborhood before dark, people would be louder than this. Somebody would already be posting. Somebody would be standing in the street in slippers, offering theories. Cops would be rolling through, their deep emotion, curiosity. Instead, these three were contained, careful, like they had all agreed on the volume before walking over. My mother must have felt some version of it too. I saw her fold the dish towel once tightly over her hand. She said, "Did you call the police?" Glenn answered too fast. Postal inspectors handle a lot of this first. A missing person is a lot of this, she said. Dana's smile got thinner. Again, Laura, nobody said missing. Not answering calls. Last confirmed stop. Accounting for his route. My mother shook her head. You don't have to use the word for it to mean the same thing. Tomas shifted on his feet. Maybe we should just ask about cameras and go. Glenn ignored him. Would you mind checking whether any mail was delivered? It could help establish timing. My mother looked at me, and I could already tell what she was thinking. Don't antagonize them. Don't get involved. Don't turn a weird neighborhood thing into a personal project. She knew me too well. The flaw she would have named, if asked, was that I couldn't leave a loose thread alone once I noticed it. I told myself that made me observant. Mostly it just made me stupid in slow motion. I'll check, she said. She went inside. Dana followed her with her eyes until the door shut, then lowered her voice. If you remember seeing Marcus, even earlier in the day, let us know directly. Don't put speculation online. Why not? Because panic helps nobody. Panic about what, again? That split-second glance between her and Glenn. Tomas spoke without looking at either of them. People say stupid things online. I said, that's true every day. He finally met my eyes, and what I saw there was not humor. It was strain. The kind somebody wears when they're trying not to be the first person to speak plainly. My mother returned with the small stack from the kitchen counter. The power bill, the grocery flyer, the dentist card. She held them out. This came sometime before noon. He didn't deliver this evening. Glenn barely looked. Dana did. Her expression didn't change, but she took in the postmark dates, the barcodes, all of it. Thank you, she said. My mother didn't hand them over. You can look without taking them. Dana withdrew her hand. That's fine. A car turned into the cul-de-sac then, headlights sliding over the wet street and briefly bleaching all of us flat and pale. It was a USPS supervisor vehicle, white with a blue stripe, moving slowly. It paused near the entrance where the golf cart was parked. The driver, a woman in a postal jacket, leaned out and called, "Any luck?" Before any of us could answer, Glenn strode toward her. Dana followed at once. Tomas remained where he was for half a second too long, then said under his breath, "Just don't say you saw nothing if later you remember something." I frowned. What? But he had already stepped away after the others. My mother and I stood by the curb, watching them talk with the postal supervisor in low, tight gestures. Glenn pointed once toward the outer loop, not our court. Dana shook her head. The supervisor wrote something down. No one looked relaxed. My mother said, "Inside." "Did you hear what he just said?" "Yes." She took my elbow, not hard. "Inside." "But, Eli." I let her guide me toward the porch. The rain had deepened enough that it tapped on the hood of my sweatshirt. Behind us, one of the men, Glenn, I think laughed briefly at something, and the sound was so misplaced against everything else that I turned around again. At the far end of the cul-de-sac, under the street lamp, our mailbox door was hanging open. I had shut it myself. I knew I had. The little metal flap moved once in the wind. Click. My mother followed my gaze. "Probably didn't catch," she said, but she said it too quickly. Across the street, Dana looked over and saw us both staring. She said something to Glenn I couldn't hear. He turned. Even from that distance, I could tell he understood exactly what we were looking at. Then he did something strange. He lifted one hand, palm down, making a small, firm motion toward us. Not a wave, not a greeting, a signal. "Stay there." My mother's grip on my elbow tightened. And that was the choice, though it didn't look like one yet. Go inside, pull the curtains. Let the people in reflective vests keep arranging their careful little version of events out in the rain. Or walk back down to the curb, open the mailbox one more time, and start asking questions in a tone that would make it impossible to be folded politely out of whatever was happening on our street. I wish I could tell you I chose the smarter option first. I didn't go inside. I told myself I just wanted to close the mailbox properly this time. That was the excuse that sounded reasonable enough to say out loud if my mother asked. In truth, it was the same old itch once something stopped making sense. I couldn't stop picking at it. "I'm just going to fix the latch," I said, already stepping off the porch. "Eli," my mother started, but she didn't follow me. The rain had settled into a steady whisper. Not heavy, but persistent enough that it soaked through cotton if you stood in it long enough. My shoes made a soft sticking sound on the wet pavement as I crossed the driveway again. At the far end of the cul-de-sac, Glenn and Dana were still talking to the postal supervisor. Tomas stood slightly apart, shoulders hunched, hands tucked under his arms for warmth. He looked over when he saw me walking back toward the curb. He shook his head once. A small movement, almost nothing. I kept going. The mailbox door hung open like it had before, tapping faintly in the breeze. When I reached it, I didn't touch it right away. I leaned down, closer than I needed to, and looked inside again. Still empty, but something about the inside looked wrong. Not dramatic, not like anything had been torn out or broken. Just the faintest smear along the inner lip of the metal, darker than the rest, like something had been dragged across it. Water had already blurred it, thinned it out, but it hadn't been there earlier. I was sure of that. I would have noticed. I pressed my thumb to it without thinking, then immediately regretted it. It felt slick. Rainwater, probably. Maybe dirt. I wiped my hand on my hoodie. "Find something?" Glenn's voice came from behind me. I turned. He and Dana had crossed the street without me noticing. The postal supervisor remained by her vehicle, talking into a radio. "No," I said, just closing it. I pushed the door shut again. It clicked, firm. Dana stepped closer than necessary, her flashlight angled casually, but not actually illuminating anything useful. "You said you checked this morning." "Yeah, and it was empty then." "No, it had mail. I took it inside." She nodded slowly. "And you're certain nothing came later? My mom just showed you." "That doesn't answer whether anything came later. It does if you assume we would have brought it inside." Glenn cut in, voice still calm but firmer. "We're just trying to narrow down a timeline." "What?" I asked again. "For when Marcus was last here," he said. Tomas approached then, slower, like he was deciding whether to join or keep pretending he wasn't involved. He stopped a few feet away. "Maybe we should check the outer loop again," he said. "Supervisor thinks he might have doubled back." Glenn didn't look at him. "We'll get there." Dana's eyes flicked down to my hand. "You okay?" I followed her gaze. My thumb still had a faint grayish streak across it where I'd touched the inside of the mailbox. "Yeah," I said, "just rain." "Looks like grease," Tomas murmured. "It's not grease." Glenn stepped forward, too close now, and took my wrist before I could pull it away. Not aggressive exactly, but not something you do to a neighbor without asking either. "Hold still," he said. I stiffened. "I'm fine." He turned my hand slightly, examining the smear. His grip was steady, stronger than I expected. "That wasn't there earlier," he said, almost to himself. "You saw it earlier?" I asked. "A beat." And he released me. "We've been checking boxes." Dana said, "It's probably nothing. Could be from the hinge." "Then why are you all acting like this?" I said. She met my eyes. For a second, something slipped, irritation, maybe, or calculation. "Because a federal employee didn't finish his route, Eli. That tends to make people careful." "Careful isn't the same as quiet." Glenn exhaled slowly. "You don't know what you're talking about." "Then tell me." "Go inside," he said. The words landed flat and hard. Not a suggestion, not even disguised as one. Behind him, the postal supervisor raised her voice slightly, calling. "We're going to expand the search perimeter." If he left the vehicle, I repeated. "So now he left it." Dana turned sharply toward her. "We don't know that yet." The supervisor held up a hand in apology, but she didn't take it back. "Dispatch wants us to assume he might be on foot until we confirm otherwise." "On foot where?" I asked. "There's nothing out there but more houses." "Greenbelt," Tomas said quietly. I looked at him. "What?" He gestured past the row of houses at the far end of the court. "There's a strip of woods, runs behind the outer loop, cuts down toward the drainage basin. I know where it is. I'd played there as a kid, before the HOA started putting up signs about erosion and liability. It wasn't deep forest, more like a neglected stretch of trees and undergrowth, tangled and damp, with a shallow creek that swelled in winter." "Why would he go in there?" I asked. No one answered. A car door slammed near the supervisor's vehicle. The radio on her shoulder crackled with static, and a clipped voice I couldn't make out. My mother's voice carried from the porch. "Eli, now." I turned. She stood under the overhang, arms crossed, cardigan pulled tight around herself. She wasn't shouting, but there was no softness left in it. "I'm coming," I said to Glenn, quieter. "This doesn't make sense." "Then stop trying to make it," he replied. I walked back to the house, rain soaking into my sleeves. My mother stepped aside as I came up the porch, then shut the door behind me with more force than necessary. "What are you doing?" she asked. "Looking at a mailbox. You're arguing with them." "I'm asking questions." "Same thing to people like that." I wiped my hands on a paper towel from the kitchen. The overhead light buzzed faintly. The house smelled like leftover coffee and something faintly metallic from the rain blowing in earlier. "They're hiding something," I said. My mother leaned against the counter, watching me. "Or they're trying not to start rumors. About a missing mailman. We don't know he's missing." "Mom," she pressed her lips together. "Okay, fine. Something is off. That doesn't mean you go poking at it alone." "I'm not alone. They're right there. They're not on your side." I didn't answer that. She sighed. "What do you want to do?" I didn't hesitate. "Check the green belt." Her reaction was immediate. "No, he might actually be out there. That's not your job. It's not theirs either." "They've made it their job," she said. "That's the difference." I grabbed my jacket from the chair by the door. "If he's hurt, then trained people should find him. They're not looking yet. They're talking." "Because that's how you start," she said, but there was doubt in it now. I pulled the jacket on, already moving back toward the door. "I'm not going far, just the edge. If there's nothing, I come back." She stepped in front of me. "Eli." For a second, I saw exactly what she was afraid of. Not just this, not just tonight, but the version of me that couldn't leave things alone, that walked toward problems because the alternative felt worse. The version that had ended up alone in an apartment, listening to every sound like it meant something. "I'll keep my phone on," I said. "You can call me every 2 minutes if you want." "That's not funny." "I'm not trying to be." She hesitated. Then, reluctantly, she moved aside. 10 minutes. 10. "And you come back if you hear anything strange." "That's the plan." I stepped out into the rain again. The watch group was still clustered near the entrance, but their attention had shifted fully to the supervisor and her radio. No one stopped me as I cut across the cul-de-sac and slipped between the houses at the far end, where a narrow path led toward the greenbelt. The air changed almost immediately. Less open, more damp. The smell of wet earth stronger, mixed with the sharp green scent of crushed leaves. The ground underfoot turned soft, uneven, littered with fallen branches and slick patches of mud that tried to pull at my shoes. Behind me, the street noise faded. Not completely, cars still passed somewhere beyond the trees, but it became distant, muffled. The kind of quiet that made small sounds feel louder than they were. I used my phone's flashlight, angling it down so I didn't blind myself on the mist. The path wasn't really a path anymore, just a suggestion of one. Flattened grass where kids had cut through once, now half reclaimed by weeds. It led toward the shallow dip where the creek ran. I told myself I was being stupid. If Marcus had come through here, someone would have seen him. If something had happened, there'd be signs, police tape, voices, flashlights moving through the trees. Instead, there was just me. And then, about 20 yards in, I saw something that didn't belong. A bundle of white fabric caught on a low branch. I moved closer. Not fabric, a mailbag. The kind the carriers use, canvas, reinforced, with the Blue Eagle logo printed on the side. It hung half off the branch, strap twisted, the bottom brushing the ground. Rain had darkened the fabric, but the logo was still visible. My chest tightened. "Hey," I called instinctively. "Hello," no answer. I stepped closer and reached out, then stopped myself again, the same way I had at the mailbox. Don't touch anything. But that wasn't how I worked. It never had been. I grabbed the strap and pulled the bag free. It was lighter than I expected, empty, or almost empty. There was one envelope stuck at the bottom, waterlogged and half torn, the address blurred beyond recognition. No phone, no scanner, no keys. I turned in a slow circle, sweeping the flashlight across the ground. That's when I saw the impressions. Not clear footprints. The soil was too soft, too churned. But something had disturbed it recently. A scuffed line, like something heavy had been dragged for a short distance, then lifted or dropped again. It led toward the creek. My pulse picked up. "Hello," I called again, louder this time. "Marcus." Nothing. Just the sound of water moving slowly over rocks somewhere ahead and the steady tick of rain through the leaves. I followed the disturbed ground a few steps, then a few more. 10 minutes, I told myself. Just 10 minutes. My phone buzzed in my pocket. I pulled it out. My mother. I answered. "I'm fine. Where are you?" "Just inside the trees." "You said the edge." "I am at the edge." "Eli." "I found his bag," I said. Silence on the line, then sharper. "What?" "It's empty. No equipment. Just one envelope. Get out of there." "I'm not leaving him if he's..." "Get out of there and tell them." "I will, I just..." A sound cut through the line. Not from my phone, from ahead of me. A short, wet cough. I froze. "Eli," my mother said. I didn't answer. The sound came again. Closer this time. Low human. I moved forward, slow, careful, every step deliberate. The beam of my flashlight caught something pale between the trees, a shape on the ground. I took another step, and then my phone died. Not a warning, not a flicker, just gone, the light with it. The darkness closed in fast, thick, and immediate, swallowing the space between the trees. For a second, I couldn't see anything at all. Behind me, back toward the street, voices rose suddenly. Shouting, running, too far away. Ahead of me, something shifted. Another wet, choking sound. I stood there, blind in the dark, with nothing but that sound to orient me. And I had to decide, walk deeper toward it without light, or turn back and risk losing whatever was still alive out there before anyone else got to it. I stood there in the dark, phone dead in my hand, trying to convince myself I hadn't just imagined the sound. Then it came again. A wet, dragging inhale, followed by a cough that didn't clear anything. Not imagined. "Hey," I said too loud. My voice snapped through the trees and came back at me thin and wrong. I'm here. Don't move." Stupid thing to say. Whoever it was clearly wasn't moving much. I took one step forward and immediately slid. The ground near the creek dipped sharply, a shallow bowl of mud and leaf rot that I hadn't seen when I still had light. My shoe skidded sideways, and I went down on one knee, my hand catching myself in something cold and slick. Water seeped through the fabric almost instantly. I sucked in a breath, forced myself to stay still for a second, orienting. Street behind me, slight uphill, creek ahead, downhill, maybe 10, 15 feet. The sound was coming from the right, not straight ahead, closer to the line of alder trees that followed the water. I shifted my weight carefully and stood, slower this time. My right knee throbbed where it had hit the ground. Nothing broken, just the sharp complaint of impact. "Marcus," I tried again. A pause. And faintly, "Help." It wasn't loud. It wasn't clear. But it was a word. Adrenaline cut through the hesitation. I moved toward it, hands out in front of me like that would help in the dark. My eyes started to adjust. Not fully. There was no moon, and the tree cover swallowed what little ambient light came from the street. But shapes began to separate from each other. Darker trunks against slightly less dark space. The dull glimmer of water where the creek ran. I took another step and felt something under my shoe that wasn't mud. A hard edge. Plastic. I crouched, patting around until my fingers closed on it. A handheld scanner. USPS issue. The kind carriers used to track packages. I'd seen Marcus use it 100 times from the porch. Scan, beep, move on. I pressed the power button. Nothing. Dead, like my phone. Okay, I muttered, more to myself than anyone else. Okay, the coughing came again. Closer now. Definitely to my right. I moved that way, slower, testing each step. Branches brushed my sleeves. Something snagged briefly at my ankle and snapped free. And then I saw him. Not clearly. Just a shape at first, slumped against the base of a tree, one leg stretched out awkwardly, the other bent under him. Marcus, I said. He made a sound that might have been a yes. I closed the last few feet and dropped to crouch beside him. Up close, details came into focus piece by piece. The reflective strip on his jacket, the dark, wet patch across the front of it, his face pale in the dim light, eyes half open but unfocused. Hey, I said, keeping my voice steady. I'm Eli. I live up there. I jerked my head vaguely toward the street he couldn't see. I'm going to get you out of here, okay? He tried to nod. It turned into another cough. Where are you hurt? He lifted one hand weakly and pressed it against his side. I followed the motion. The dark patch on his jacket wasn't just rain. Okay, I said again, quieter. Okay, training. I had none, not real training. Just half-remembered first aid from a community college class and things you pick up from watching too many videos at 3 a.m. Stop the bleeding. Call for help. Don't move them unless you have to. I looked down at my useless phone. Damn it, I whispered. Bag, Marcus rasped. I found it, I said. It's back there. He shook his head slightly. No other. What other bag? His hand fell away from his side, landing in the mud. He didn't pick it up again. Marcus, I said, sharper now. Stay with me. What other bag? He swallowed. Key's locker. A crack sounded behind me. I spun, heart slamming into my ribs. Branches shifted. Something moved in the darkness between the trees. For one frozen second, it felt like something bigger was out there, watching, waiting. Then a shape pushed through the brush and a voice said, Eli, Tomas. I exhaled hard. Jesus. Stepped into what little light there was, his beanie gone, hair plastered to his forehead. He held his phone out in front of him like a talisman, but its screen was black. Your phone dead too? He asked. Yeah, mine just, he snapped his fingers. Gone, battery was at 40. We both looked at each other, then back at Marcus. Tomas crouched beside me, eyes scanning quickly. He's bleeding, I noticed. We need to get him out. I know, help me roll him slightly. Wait, Tomas said. Don't move him too much. I'm trying to see where it's coming from. Okay. Together, carefully, we shifted Marcus just enough to get a better look. He gasped, a thin sound that cut through me more than the coughing had. The tear in his jacket lined up with something sharper than a simple fall. Not a clean cut, but not random either. Tomas sucked in a breath. That's not from branches. No, I said. We eased him back. Marcus, Tomas said, voice low. Who did this? Marcus's eyes moved between us, trying to focus. They said, he coughed again, harder. Stay, quiet, fix it. Who said? I asked. But his head lolled slightly, and whatever he'd been about to say slipped away. Tomas swore softly in check. Okay, I said. We don't have time for this. We carry him. And take him where? Tomas asked. Back through here in the dark. You saw the ground. We don't have a choice. There's a service path, Tomas said. Runs parallel to the creek. Comes out behind the outer loop. Flatter. How far? Maybe 50 meters. Then uphill to the houses. I pictured it. The green belt was a narrow strip, maybe 100 meters wide at most. The service path was used by the HOA occasionally for drainage checks. Gravel, if I remembered right. Fine, I said. You take his shoulders, I'll take his legs. We moved into position. On 3, Tomas said. 1, 2, we lifted. Marcus groaned, a deep, involuntary sound that vibrated through his whole body. His weight sagged unevenly between us. Not heavy in the abstract, but dead weight always felt heavier than it should. We took 2 steps, 3. My foot slid again, worse this time. I caught myself, but the jolt sent a shock up through my arms. Marcus cried out, then coughed again, harder, like the movement had shifted something inside him. Stop, Tomas said. Stop. We lowered him carefully back to the ground. This isn't working, Tomas said, breathing faster now. We'll hurt him more. So what, we leave him here? No, but we need something. He looked around, frustrated. A board, something to drag him on. In the middle of this, I gestured around us. There's nothing. Another sound came from the direction of the street. Voices, more than before, louder, closer. They're coming, I said. Tomas shook his head immediately. No, what do you mean no? They shouldn't see this like this. Why not? I demanded. He grabbed my arm, fingers digging in. Because if they are involved in what? I snapped. He didn't answer. Instead, he leaned closer, lowering his voice even further. I heard Glenn earlier, before you came. He said something about cleaning it up before it gets complicated. The words settled in my stomach like a weight. You're sure? I asked. Tomas nodded once. Then we definitely don't leave him, I said. The voices were clearer now. Dana's voice among them, Glenn's, and at least one other I didn't recognize. Eli, my mother called faintly from the direction of the houses. Here, I shouted back before I could stop myself. Tomas closed his eyes briefly. Now they know exactly where we are. Good, I said. We need help. Do we? He said. Before I could answer, light burst through the trees. Not from a phone, stronger, flashlights. Multiple beams cutting through the darkness, bouncing off wet leaves, turning everything sharp and disorienting. Over here, Dana's voice. The light hit us full on. For a second, I was blinded again. Then shapes resolved. Glenn in front, flashlight steady. Dana just behind him. 2 other men from the watch I'd seen around but didn't know by name. And the postal supervisor, pushing through the brush with surprising determination. They took in the scene in one long, silent second. Marcus on the ground. Me and Tomas crouched beside him, the empty bag lying a few feet away. The disturbed earth. Glenn's jaw tightened. He said finally, that answers that. Help us move him, I said. The supervisor stepped forward immediately, kneeling beside Marcus. Sir, can you hear me? Marcus made a faint sound. She turned to Glenn. We need EMS now. They're on their way, Glenn said. Then help us stabilize him. Glenn didn't move. Dana did. She crouched on Marcus's other side, her movements efficient, practiced. We shouldn't have moved him, she said, not looking at me. We didn't have a choice, I said. There's always a choice, she replied. Tomas made a small, disbelieving sound. The supervisor looked up sharply. What happened here? Silence. Then Glenn said, looks like he slipped on the bank, took a bad fall. I stared at him. That's not. Tomas's hand closed around my wrist hard. I looked at him. He shook his head once, barely perceptible. Dana said, the ground's unstable after the rain. It happens. Does it? The supervisor asked. Enough, Glenn said. The air shifted. Subtle. But there, like a line had been drawn. Marcus stirred more than before. His eyes opened a little wider. He looked at Glenn, and something like recognition passed between them. Not relief, something else. His hand lifted weakly, fingers trembling, pointing not at me, not at Tomas. At Glenn. Then his arm dropped. The supervisor saw it. I saw it. Tomas saw it. Glenn stepped forward, blocking the angle, his body suddenly between Marcus and the rest of us. "We need to clear space," he said. "Give the professionals room to work." But there were no professionals here yet, just us. And him. I felt something settle into place then. Not clarity, not understanding, just a shift. Whatever had happened here, it wasn't going to be handled cleanly. Not anymore. The sirens started in the distance. Closer this time. Too close to turn this into something quiet and contained. Glenn heard them too. His expression changed. For the first time, he looked uncertain. He looked at Dana. She looked back. Then he made a decision. "Move him," he said. The supervisor snapped. "Absolutely not. We can't leave him exposed like this," Glenn said, already reaching down. "We'll take him up to the path. That's not protocol. Neither is letting him bleed out in the mud." He grabbed Marcus under the shoulders before anyone could stop him. Tomas swore. I moved automatically to help, because not helping felt worse. Dana hesitated, then joined in. The supervisor tried to intervene, but Glenn brushed past her. "Up," he said. Now we lifted Marcus again. This time there was no hesitation, no careful testing of the ground, just movement, fast, rougher than before. Up the slight incline toward where Tomas said the service path ran. Marcus cried out once, then went quiet. We reached the path, a strip of wet gravel cutting through the trees. For a moment, it felt like we'd done something right. Then headlights flared through the trees from the outer loop. Too close, too fast. A vehicle wasn't slowing down as it approached the access point to the path. It was accelerating, and we were right in its line. The headlights hit us so hard through the trees that everything else disappeared. White glare, wet leaves flashing silver, Marcus's limp weight sagging between us, gravel under my shoes. "Move," the postal supervisor shouted. The vehicle came through the access gap, off the outer loop too fast for the path, engine whining high, tires spitting water and stones. It was one of the HOA maintenance mules, a squat green utility cart with a plastic windshield and a flat cargo bed and back. Not big enough to plow straight through a crowd without slowing. Big enough to break bones if it didn't. We dropped Marcus. Not all the way, more like failed to keep holding him. Dana jumped back first. Tomas yanked me by the shoulder, and we stumbled sideways off the gravel into the brush. Glenn didn't move until the last possible second. He twisted, dragging Marcus's upper body with him like cargo, and the cart missed them by maybe 2 feet. One tire clipping Marcus's boot hard enough to spin him half around on the path. He screamed once. Then the cart skidded broadside and slammed into the ditch bank with a hollow metallic crash. The cargo bed rattled. A shovel and 2 orange cones flew out and clattered across the gravel. For a second, nobody moved. The engine coughed and kept running. The driver's door didn't exist on those carts, just an opening, and the person behind the wheel shoved out awkwardly, caught a boot on the frame, nearly went down, then recovered. Russell Dean, 50-ish, balding, heavy in the middle. Head of HOA maintenance, unofficial locksmith, official nuisance. He lived near the clubhouse and wore the same stained Carhartt jacket year-round. I'd seen him pressure washing sidewalks in January, leaf blowing in August, always looking annoyed that nature kept happening. His face in the headlights looked pinched and gray. "What the hell?" the supervisor snapped. Russell put both hands up. "I didn't see you." That was a closed access point, Dana shouted. There's no gate, Russell shot back, voice thin with panic. Glenn called, said bring the cart. That landed like a dropped plate. Nobody spoke. Rain hissed in the leaves. The engine idled rough. I was the first one to look at Glenn. He was crouched beside Marcus now, one hand braced on the gravel, chest heaving. Water streamed off his hairline. For the first time since I'd met him, he looked less like a man in charge than a man caught mid-adjustment, recalculating too slowly. I told him to bring equipment, Glenn said, not come in blind. You said it was urgent, Russell replied. You said nobody else needed to know yet. The postal supervisor turned sharply. Needed to know what? Marcus made a wet sound in his throat. Not a word, just distress. That broke the pause. I shoved past Tomas and dropped next to Marcus again. His face had gone slick and shiny under the rain, lips pale, breath shallow and fast. The tire had scraped up his shin through the uniform pants. Blood and rain ran together down into his sock. The worse injury was still his side. Could smell it now beneath the wet earth and leaves, that hot copper smell. We need pressure here, I said, grabbing at my jacket zipper. Something clean. Nothing here is clean, Dana said automatically. Then give me your scarf or shut up. She stared at me, maybe shocked I'd said it that way, then tore the fleece neck gaiter from under her jacket and handed it over. I folded it and pressed it against the torn area in Marcus's side. He jerked and hissed air through his teeth. I know, I said. I know. Sorry, Tomas crouched across from me. We should load him in the cart. The supervisor snapped, not without stabilizing him. And with what? Tomas fired back. We have no gurney, no light, no radio connection out here that works worth anything. Mine works, Glenn said. That was small, but it cut through everything. I looked up. Your phone works. He didn't answer right away, which was answer enough. The supervisor saw it too. You've had communication this whole time. I've had intermittent signal. You said the area was dead. I said devices were failing. Jesus Christ, she muttered. Behind us, sirens swelled closer, then slowed abruptly out on the outer loop. Red and blue light began pulsing through the tree trunks, stuttering over the wet brush. They'd found the neighborhood, not the path. Good, I thought at first. Then I remembered the geography. The outer loop ran above us. The green belt and service path cut behind the houses in a shallow trough. Unless someone led responders down the correct access point, they'd lose minutes, maybe more. Marcus's fingers twitched against the gravel. He grabbed weakly at my sleeve. Keys, he whispered. I leaned down. What keys? He swallowed hard. Arrow key. I looked at Tomas. He frowned. Postal master key. Marcus barely moved his chin. Yes, the arrow key. Even I knew what that meant. The universal postal key that opened group mailboxes, parcel lockers, collection boxes. Sensitive enough that news stories happened when one went missing. Who has it? I asked. His eyes moved, unfocused, then found Glenn. Not dramatic, not accusatory even, just landed there and stayed. The supervisor saw it this time with no body in the way. So did Dana. So did Russell, whose expression changed from panic to something smaller and meaner, self-protection. Marcus, the supervisor said, getting close. Did someone take your key? His mouth worked. No sound came. Glenn stood. This is pointless. I got to my feet too. No, what's pointless is you still pretending this was a fall. He took one step toward me. Watch yourself. No, you watch me. My voice came out louder than I meant it to, sharp enough to bounce off the trees. You asked everyone if they'd seen him. You checked mailboxes. You told your maintenance guy to come in here without telling responders. Your phone conveniently works when ours don't. And he keeps looking at you. Russell said too quickly, I didn't take anything. No one had said he did. Dana turned on him first. Russell, what? He looked from face to face, already sweating despite the cold rain. You all want to pin this on me because I showed up, the supervisor straightened. Take a breath and start at the beginning. Don't answer that, Glenn said. It was reflex, immediate, command voice. The supervisor's head snapped around. Excuse me, Dana spoke before he could. Glenn. Warning, quiet but real. He ignored her. We need to move him now. After he talks, I said. Marcus made another awful choking cough and spat dark blood into the rain. That ended the argument. Even Glenn looked shaken by it. Tomas ripped off his own jacket and rolled it under Marcus's shoulders to keep him angled slightly. The supervisor keyed her radio again, louder now, giving coordinates, cursing when static cut her off. Somewhere upslope, a car door slammed. Men were shouting to each other, muffled by trees. We're running out of time, Dana said. She wasn't wrong. The lull cracked. Everybody knew it. Tomas looked at the cart, then the path, then the embankment leading up to the outer loop. There's another access point farther north, near the drainage gate. If EMS can't find this opening, we lose more minutes. I can go, I said. No, my mother's voice said from the dark behind me. I turned so hard my knee nearly buckled. She had come down the path from the cul-de-sac side with one of the paramedics' hand lamps, though I hadn't seen the paramedics themselves yet. Laura stood in the rain in soaked scrubs and sneakers, hair plastered against her cheeks, breathing hard like she'd half run through mud to get here. The lamp in her left hand threw a clean white beam across us all. I had never been happier and more frightened to see her. What are you doing here? I said. Your phone died. She looked at Marcus once, took in the blood, and whatever else she wanted to say disappeared. She handed the lamp to Tomas and knelt beside me. Keep pressure there. I know. Her hands were steadier than mine. Hospital billing wasn't bedside care, but she'd spent 30 years around enough medical crises to understand triage better than the rest of us combined. She pressed around the wound without lifting the improvised dressing completely. Marcus arched and groaned. Penetrating injury, she said to the supervisor. Could be rib, could be something else. He needs a trauma bay, not this. The supervisor nodded once. EMS is close. My mother looked at Glenn. What happened? He didn't answer. She didn't repeat herself. She just held his gaze long enough that he looked away first. Then the misdirection came, stupid and terrifying, and almost enough to break everyone for a second. A shape burst from the brush to our left with a high, raw screech. Dana shouted. Russell stumbled backward into the cart. I flinched so hard my hand slipped off Marcus's side. Tomas swung the lamp instinctively, catching a mass of wet black movement bounding across the path. For one jagged second, it looked like something feral and wrong, too fast and low to the ground. Then it skidded in the gravel, yelped, and I saw what it really was. A large German shepherd in a soaked reflective harness, trailing a snapped flex lead. One of the patrol dogs from the neighborhood, probably gotten loose in the confusion. Its nails scrabbled on the stones. It lunged toward the smell of blood, panicked more than aggressive. Baxter, Dana yelled. The dog jerked its head at her voice, recognized it, and stopped barking. Dana grabbed the dangling lead with both hands, cursing under her breath as the dog fought her for a second, and then settled into frantic panting. My whole body shook with the come down from it. Marcus wheezed. My mother put my hand back where it needed to be and said, "Stay here." Then we heard real footsteps. Heavy, fast, multiple. 2 paramedics and a police officer came down from the north access point Tomas had mentioned, guided by another officer behind them. Their lights washed the path in hard white beams. Questions started at once. Who's in charge? What happened? How long ago? And for a brief minute, the scene became what it should have been from the start. Clipped voices, equipment bags unzipped, gloves snapping on, people told to move back. In proper light, everything looked worse. Marcus's skin had a gray cast. The wound in his side was small at the surface and ugly around it, as though whatever caused it had entered at an angle. The scrape along his shin was nothing by comparison. One paramedic palpated his abdomen and grimaced. The other cut the uniform shirt away with trauma shears. My mother backed off beside me, hands bloody to the knuckles from pressure. She wiped them on the rain-wet grass without seeming to notice. The police officer, a Tacoma patrolman with rain on his badge and mud to his calves, looked at the scattered mailbag, the dead scanner, the cart skewed in the ditch, and the cluster of us. "Which one of you found him?" he asked. "I did," I said. "Did not find," Glenn said at the same time. "He wandered in here." The officer's eyes moved from him to me. He'd heard that collision in stories before. One at a time. "I found the bag first," I said, "then him. He was conscious. He said there was another bag and an arrow key missing." Glenn said he was delirious. The supervisor said he identified a key officer. Dana inhaled slowly. Tomas looked at the ground. The officer took that in. "Sir," he said to Glenn, "step over there." Glenn didn't move. Not at first. It was the smallest possible act of refusal. And because it was small, it told me more than if he'd shouted. The second officer, coming down behind the medics, saw it too and closed the distance. "Now," he said. Glenn stepped aside. The first officer asked me to repeat what Marcus said. I did. He asked the supervisor about route inventory. She confirmed Marcus would have had a master key secured to his person and a satchel earlier in the day. He asked who'd been on scene before responders arrived. All of us in fragments, in interruptions. Russell kept trying to speak and stopping himself. Dana answered only what was asked. Tomas, once started, said more than I expected, including the part about hearing Glenn say, "cleaning it up." Glenn called him a liar. Tomas called him a bully. The officer told them both to shut up. Then one of the paramedics said, "We need to move," and all the talking thinned. They got Marcus onto a stretcher with the careful speed of people who do not have enough time. He cried out only once. His eyes opened as they lifted him. For half a second, they met mine. I don't know what I expected to see there. Gratitude, maybe, pleading, some clear confirmation that would make the rest of it easy. What I saw was fear, not of dying, though that was there too. Fear that whatever came after this would not be clean. They carried him upslope toward the ambulance. The supervisor went with them. So did one of the officers. That should have felt like the end of the danger. Instead, the remaining officer found the second bag. Not because anyone confessed. Because Baxter, now leashed and shivering, kept pulling Dana toward the ditch beyond the crashed cart, nose low, whining. One of the cones had landed partly in the brush there. When the officer shoved it aside with his boot, the earth gave way a little and exposed canvas underneath. A second mail satchel. buried hastily under wet leaves and a torn black trash bag. No one said anything for a full 2 seconds. Then Russell made a broken, involuntary sound. The officer looked at him. "You want to tell me why that's there?" Russell's eyes cut to Glenn. Glenn didn't look back. That was his answer too. The officer drew a breath, long and controlled. "All right, nobody leaves." Russell bolted anyway. Not far. Maybe 6 strides down the service path before his foot hit loose gravel, and he pitched sideways into the ditch with a scream. His ankle folded under him badly enough that even from where I stood I heard the wet pop. He rolled once, clutching at his leg, gasping curses. The officer was on him in seconds. Glenn didn't run. Dana didn't either. They just stood there in the rain, with the exposed satchel between them and the police lights pulsing red-blue through the trees. Tomas moved closer to me without seeming to mean to. My mother touched the back of my arm and left her hand there, maybe to steady me, maybe herself. I looked at Glenn. He looked tired now, older. Water dripped from his chin. The authority had leaked out of him with the rain. "Was it worth it?" I asked. He gave me a flat, unreadable look. "You don't know what this is?" "No," I said. "I know exactly what it looks like." He almost smiled at that, but not in amusement, more like resignation. That's the problem. The officer came back from Russell and told Glenn and Dana to put their hands where he could see them. Dana complied immediately. Glenn took a second too long again, then did it. And that was the resolution, if you want the practical version. Sirens, handcuffs, evidence bags, statements taken under portable lights while rain found the back of your neck. Not neat, not satisfying. Nobody suddenly confessed everything in a speech. Nobody got what they deserved on schedule. Marcus left alive, but barely. Russell left on a stretcher too, ankle splinted, face white with pain and something uglier. Glenn and Dana left in the backs of separate patrol cars. Tomas sat on the rear step of the ambulance afterward and shook so hard he couldn't get his wet jacket back on. My mother and I stood under an umbrella an officer handed us, though only she used it properly. I had blood drying on my hands in half moons around the nails. My right knee had stiffened until bending it hurt. Somewhere in the churn of all those feet and tires, my phone was gone. When it was finally quiet enough to hear the creak again, I realized I was still listening for that mailbox door. The little tap of metal in the wind. Click. Only now it was replaced by a different sound. I knew I'd keep hearing after the street dried and the trucks were gone. Marcus coughing in the dark, and the instant before the headlights hit, when every person around me chose what kind of neighbor they were going to be. By the time the last set of lights pulled away, the rain had stopped. Not all at once. It thinned first, then turned into a drifting mist that hung in the branches and made everything smell like wet bark and something metallic that never quite left the back of my throat. The greenbelt looked smaller in daylight, I remember thinking later. That night, it felt like it stretched farther than it should have, like it had more room to hide things. I didn't sleep. My mother didn't either. We sat at the kitchen table with the overhead light on too bright, a pot of coffee going cold between us. She kept folding and unfolding the same dish towel she'd brought outside earlier. I kept looking at my hands even after I'd washed them twice, the crescent shapes under my nails still faintly darker than the skin around them. Around 10, a patrol car came back. Not sirens, just the quiet roll of tires on wet pavement and the low thump of doors. A knock at the front door that was firm, but not aggressive. The kind that assumed you'd open it. My mother went first. The officer from the path stood there again, jacket beaded with water, notebook in hand. He had that careful, neutral expression people wear when they're about to ask for your version of something they already suspect is complicated. "Mrs. Mercer," he said. "Eli, mind if we come in?" We let him. He took the chair opposite us at the table and opened the notebook. Asked us to walk him through everything again, from the mailbox, from the moment I stepped off the porch. No interruptions this time, no overlapping voices, just a steady, linear retelling. When I got to the part about the smear inside the mailbox, he paused. "You touched it?" "Yeah, barehanded." "Yeah." He nodded, wrote something down, didn't scold me. That was worse, in a way. My mother spoke when I faltered, filled in details I hadn't noticed. The way Dana kept looking at me instead of her. The exact words Glenn used. The hand signal, palm down, stay there. The officer circled that part twice. "Anybody else use that mailbox during the day?" he asked. "No," my mother said, "just Eli this morning. He asked about the phones going dead. I told him how mine just stopped. No warning. Same with Tomas's. The scanner too. Signal dead zones happen," he said, not dismissive, but not convinced either. Battery issues. Water ingress. "Not all at once," I said. He didn't answer that, just wrote more. When we finished, he closed the notebook and sat with it in both hands for a moment. "The maintenance guy, Russell, he's in surgery," he said. "Ankle's bad. Might be more than that. He's talking some, not everything." "And Glenn?" I asked. "Detained. Same with Miss Kessler. Arrested. Not yet." That word sat there between us. Not yet. "And Marcus?" my mother asked quietly. The officer's expression shifted just enough to answer before he spoke. "Made it to St. Joseph's. They've got him in surgery too. Internal bleeding. They're working on it. Is he going to live?" I asked. "I don't know," he said. He stood then, thanked us for our time in a way that sounded practiced, and left. After he went, the house felt too still. My mother turned off the overhead light and left the small one above the sink on. It cast everything in a softer yellow, like we were trying to pretend it was a different night. "Go lie down," she said. "I'm not going to sleep." "You don't have to sleep, just lie down." I went to my room anyway, closed the door, sat on the edge of the bed without taking off my clothes. The damp in my hoodie had turned cold, seeping into my shoulders. My knee throbbed every time I shifted it. I lay back eventually, stared at the ceiling, listened. No sirens now, no voices, just the house settling in small, familiar ways. And under it, in my head, that soft metal click. The mailbox. Morning didn't make anything better. It just made it visible. The cul-de-sac looked normal at first glance. Wet pavement drying in uneven patches. Recycling bins out. Someone's sprinkler system clicking on out of habit, spraying water onto already saturated grass. Then you noticed the details. The faint tracks in the grass near the houses where people had cut through toward the green belt. The scuffed patch at the curb where the cart had come in too fast. The orange cone left lying on its side near the entrance like a dropped marker no one had picked up. 2 police vehicles were still parked near the mouth of the court. An unmarked sedan I didn't recognize sat farther down, engine off, someone inside watching. Across the street, our mailbox was closed, properly closed. I stood on the driveway with a mug of coffee I wasn't drinking and looked at it for a long time. My mother came out beside me. "You going to work today?" I called in. "Good." stood there without talking until a figure approached from down the sidewalk. Tomas. He looked worse in daylight, pale, unshaven, the kind of tired that settles behind your eyes and stays there. He had a small bandage on his knuckles and mud still dried along the seam of his jeans. "Hey," he said. "Hey." He stopped at the edge of our driveway like he wasn't sure he should step any closer. "You okay?" "Yeah," I said automatically, then corrected it. "No, you." He gave a small, humorless shrug. "Same." My mother nodded at him. "You should come in, get something warm." "Thank you, Mrs. Mercer," he said. "Maybe later." He looked at me instead. "They talked to you last night. They came by mine this morning, asked about Glenn, about what I heard." "What did you tell them? The truth," he said. "Or what I think is the truth. That's all any of us have." He nodded, then glanced toward the greenbelt. "They found more things." "What things?" "Another bag, you saw that. But also," he hesitated, "there's a locked cluster box on the outer loop, the kind with the parcel lockers. Someone had tried to open it without the proper key, scratched around the lock, like they were testing it." "The arrow key," I said. "Yes, and one of the residents reported someone knocking late afternoon. Said it was the mailman, but something felt off. They didn't open." "That's vague." "It's all vague," he said, "but put together." He didn't finish it. He didn't have to. "They were trying to use the key," I said. "Access lockers, packages." "Or more than packages," Tomas said quietly. I thought about that. About the way Dana had focused on timing. About Glenn asking what we were expecting in the mail. About Russell saying, "I didn't take anything," before anyone accused him. "It went wrong," I said. "Yes." "How?" Tomas looked at me, then away. "Marcus showed up. That felt right, too right. He interrupts them," I said slowly. "Sees something. Or they think he saw something. And then," Tomas asked. I pictured the path, the slope down toward the creek, the angle of Marcus's injury, not a clean fall. "They move him," I said, "or he tries to get away, something sharp. Not a knife, maybe. Could be something from the cart, tool, something like that." Tomas rubbed his face with both hands. "This is all guesses." "Yeah, but Glenn wanted to make it a fall." "Because that's easier," I said, "because that keeps it small." We stood there, the morning light making everything too clear. "What about the phones?" I asked. He frowned. "What about them? They all died. Maybe water, maybe coincidence. Yours was at 40%. So was yours." We looked at each other. Neither of us had a better explanation. "Maybe we just don't understand the reason," Tomas said finally. "Doesn't mean there isn't one. Or we don't understand it yet." That hung there. My mother touched my arm. Enough. She wasn't angry. Just firm, grounding. "Go inside," she said. "Both of you. Eat something." We did. By afternoon, the story had spread. Not officially. Not in any statement that matched what we'd seen. Just fragments moving through text threads and porch conversations. Mail carrier injured in wooded area. Possible fall. Investigation ongoing. Neighborhood watch assisting authorities. Assisting. I read that word on a local Facebook group and felt something twist in my chest that didn't go away. Dana's name didn't come up in the posts. Neither did Glenn S. Russell's did, but only as maintenance worker injured during response. The truth was there, but it was broken into pieces small enough that no one had to hold the whole thing at once. That evening, a different postal carrier came. A woman I didn't recognize. Efficient, head down. She moved from box to box with a pace that didn't invite conversation. When she reached ours, she opened it, placed a small stack inside, and closed it firmly. I watched from the window. She checked the latch twice before moving on. After she left, I went out. The air was cooler, the sky clearing in streaks. The ground still held the day's damp, but it wasn't raining anymore. The cul-de-sac had returned to its usual rhythm. A kid on a bike cutting slow circles. Someone grilling 2 houses down, the smell of smoke and meat drifting over. Normal. I opened the mailbox. Inside, a thin envelope from the power company, a grocery flyer, and something else. A small, plain white envelope with no return address. My name printed on the front, not typed, not a label, printed, careful block letters. I stood there with it in my hand for a long moment. It was probably nothing, junk. A neighbor's misdelivered note. Someone messing around. I opened it anyway. Inside was a single folded sheet of paper. No greeting, no signature, just a sentence. You didn't see everything. I read it twice, 3 times. The paper smelled faintly of damp, like it had been somewhere wet before it got here. I looked up and down the street. Nothing out of place. No one watching in any obvious way. Just the same houses, the same porches, the same quiet. Behind me, the front door opened. "Eli," my mother called. "Yeah," I said, folding the paper once and slipping it into my pocket. "Just checking the mail." I closed the mailbox. This time, I made sure it latched. It did. I stood there a second longer anyway, waiting. No click. Not now. But later, lying in bed again with the house settling and the night pressing in close around the windows, I heard it. Not from outside, from memory. That small, precise sound of something that should have stayed shut being opened just enough. And that's the end of today's chilling tale. If you enjoyed this story and want more nights full of suspense, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on the bell so you never miss a scare. I've got plenty more stories waiting for you, so stick around and check out the other videos on the channel. Thanks for watching, and until next time, stay safe and don't look behind you. Hey everyone, this is Mia Horror Stories, and the title of today's horror story is "We Hired a Clown for My Brother's Party, but no one remembers calling him." For your comfort, the screen will stay black throughout the video, so you can relax without strain and just focus on the story. Make sure you stick around until the end. Sometimes the last few moments are the ones that stay with you the longest. The clown was already inside the backyard when I noticed nobody had opened the gate. That was the first wrong thing. Not dramatic. Not a scream. Not a crash. Not a child crying. Just a man in grease paint standing near the folding gift table with one gloved hand resting on a stack of paper plates, as if he'd been there long enough to get comfortable. The side gate was still latched. I know because I'd latched it myself after hauling in 3 bags of ice from the garage freezer, and because my mother had already yelled twice that she didn't want neighborhood kids wandering in before the cake. The clown was tall, taller than I expected clowns to be in real life. His costume wasn't the bright toy store kind either. It was cream-colored with faded red pom-poms and a ruffled collar that had gone limp in the humidity. Not dirty, exactly. Just old-looking, like something rented from a shop that kept costumes in garment bags with other people's perfume and cigarette smoke trapped in the seams. He was holding 3 twisted balloon dogs in one hand, and nobody, for a few strange seconds, seemed to know he was there except me. I was halfway across the patio with a plastic tub of Capri Suns against my hip, watching my little brother's friends chase each other through the grass. Under the cheap dinosaur banner, we'd zip-tied between two poles. When I stopped so abruptly, one of the silver drink pouches slipped out and burst at my feet. Fruit punch spread over the concrete in a red sheet. My mother glanced over from the grill and snapped, "Nora, keep moving, honey, please," without even following my line of sight. So I kept moving. That's the part I think about now, more than I should. The stupid, normal part. The way your body will obey the script of a regular family afternoon, even while your mind is tugging at the edge of something it can't place yet. My name is Nora Bell. I was 26 that summer, and I was home in Naperville, Illinois, because my younger brother Owen had turned 8, and my mother insisted birthdays still mattered, even if everybody works too much now. I lived in Chicago, in a 1-bedroom above a dentist's office in Ravenswood, and drove out to the western suburbs more often than I wanted to admit, because saying no to my family always seemed to generate 3 times the effort of just showing up. I'm the oldest, which in our house mostly meant I got handed things. Tape this, carry that, watch Owen for a second, run inside and get the lighter, find out why the Bluetooth speaker isn't connecting. I was good at being useful because it let me avoid being looked at too closely. People mistake that for competence sometimes. Really, it was just a habit I'd built young. My private flaw, if I'm being honest, was that I hated scenes. I hated being the person who made everyone stop and turn. I would rather carry an impossible amount quietly than say, "This feels wrong." That mattered more than it should have. "Who hired him?" I asked as I set the Capri Suns into a metal tub and shoved fresh ice around them with both hands. My cousin Lee looked up from tying pink ribbons around party favor bags. "Hired who?" I nodded toward the yard. She squinted. "Oh, the clown." The way she said it unsettled me more than if she'd sounded surprised. Casual, as if this answered itself. Lee was 19, home from her first year at Indiana University, and treating the whole party like field research on suburban family decay. She was all long limbs and quick sarcasm, wearing an oversized White Sox t-shirt she'd cut at the collar and sunglasses, even though the sun had drifted behind a gray bank of afternoon cloud. She looked where I was looking, then shrugged and went back to the ribbons. "Mom, I guess. We didn't talk about a clown." "You think Aunt Dana tells us every thought she's ever had," Lee said. "Fair." Still, I turned and stared toward the grill. My mother, Dana Bell, was 49, pretty in the determined way some women become after years of managing too many things at once. She kept her brown hair highlighted 2 shades lighter than natural and wore nice earrings, even to backyard parties. She was in denim shorts and a sleeveless navy blouse, turning hot dogs with the brisk concentration of a person conducting an operation. Smoke from the propane grill blew sideways and wrapped around her. She looked warm, irritated, busy. Normal. Next to her was my stepfather, Rick Bell, 52, broad-shouldered and pinking in the heat, fishing through a cooler for beer. Rick was not an elegant man, but he was steady, sold industrial valves, and talked like every sentence needed to arrive with a conclusion. He adored Owen in a practical, slightly baffled way, and had spent all morning mowing the yard in stripes, as if children would appreciate that sort of thing. "Mom," I called, "did you hire a clown?" She looked up, blinking. "What, the clown?" She stared at me a second, then over my shoulder, and I saw the shift in her face. not fear, more like annoyance at a change in plans she hadn't approved. "No," she said. "And maybe." Rick glanced into the yard. Jesus, where'd he come from? There was enough edge in that to make me turn back fast. The clown had moved closer to the kids. He wasn't doing anything alarming. That's important. He was kneeling in the grass, twisting balloons with those dry squeaking sounds latex makes when it rubs against itself. One of Owen's classmates, a blonde kid named Mason, was standing there waiting while the clown worked with surprising speed. Another little girl had drifted near. Owen himself was at the far end of the yard with a foam bat, still playing some invented game with two boys from school, unaware. I remember the sounds. The speaker on the patio was playing old pop songs too softly because my mother thought anything louder was tacky. Kids were yelling in overlapping bursts. A dog barked 2 yards over. Somebody's juice box straw scraped against foil. All of it ordinary enough to make the new thing look stitched into place. Aunt Kelly came through the sliding door carrying a tray of cut watermelon, and the cold air from the kitchen briefly washed over us, smelling like whipped frosting and refrigeration. "What are we all staring at?" "The clown," Rick said. She followed his gaze and frowned. "I didn't hire a clown." Aunt Kelly was my mother's younger sister, 45, divorced, sunburn prone, and forever 10 minutes from either laughter or tears. She had driven in from Aurora with her daughter and 2 Tupperware bowls of pasta salad nobody had asked for. The clown caught her attention, but only in the practical, bookkeeping sense of it. Who paid for this? Who tipped him? Did he need water? That should have been reassuring. It almost was. Then my mother said, "Did he come from the entertainment company?" "What entertainment company?" Aunt Kelly said. "For the bounce house. We rented the bounce house from Fun Jumps Naperville." "Don't send clowns. You booked it." "No, I sent you the link." "Rick booked it." Rick straightened. "I booked the inflatable, that's it." Lee, still seated by the favors, said, "Maybe Grandma did." "She's in Michigan," I said. The clown made a flower balloon and handed it to the little girl. He still hadn't looked at any of us directly. That bothered me in a way I couldn't explain. Performers want an audience. Even the shy ones check for the adults, for approval, for the person who signs the check. This man kept his face mostly turned to the children, profile angled down, as if he already belonged there and didn't need permission. Owen finally noticed him. He came jogging over, freckled and sweaty, his dinosaur T-shirt dark under the arms, foam bat dragging behind him. Owen had the particular 8-year-old boy energy of always appearing half-launched. "Mom," he said, "is that for me?" My mother put down the tongs. "Apparently." "Can I go see?" She hesitated. I saw it, tiny but real. My brother must have seen it too, because he added, "Please." She forced brightness into her voice. "Stay where we can see you." Owen grinned and ran. I should explain Owen because he mattered in a different way than the rest of us did. He was small for his age and chronically earnest. The kind of kid who still believed adults were managing things, even when evidence suggested otherwise. He was also deeply afraid of being embarrassed. At school assemblies, in soccer games, even when opening presents, he always seemed one joke away from folding in on himself. My mother worried he was too sensitive. I worried that everyone kept saying that in front of him. The clown handed him a green balloon sword. Owen laughed. And there it was again, that awful, balancing effect of seeing something off settle temporarily into joy. It made me feel foolish for noticing it at all. Go ask him who he's with, my mother said quietly. To his face. Yes, Nora, to his face. I wiped my damp hands on my shorts and headed into the yard. As I crossed the grass, I kept expecting the man to turn with some easy performer grin and clear it all up. Sorry, folks, traffic was bad. I'm with Chuckles and here for Owen Bell's birthday. Something normal. Embarrassing, maybe, but normal. Up close, the costume looked worse. The fabric had been mended at one elbow with thread that didn't match. His white gloves were clean, but worn thin at the fingertips. His shoes were oversized in the clown way, but actual leather under the paint, cracked where they bent. His face makeup was careful rather than cheerful. White base, red mouth, blue diamonds over the eyes. I could see stubble shadowing through along his jaw. He smelled faintly of talcum powder and sweat. Hi, I said. He finished twisting a balloon into what became, improbably, a giraffe. Hello. His voice surprised me. No clown affect. No booming cheer. Just a low, plain American voice. Midwestern, maybe. Hard to place. Who are you here with? He tied off the balloon and handed it to Mason. The party. The kids laughed because they thought that was part of the act. Right, I said. Who booked you? He looked at me then. That's one of the details I still distrust in my own memory, because afterward, everything wants to become sinister. But at the time, what I felt wasn't horror. It was discomfort. Eye makeup made his expression hard to read, but there was a quick flicker there, confusion, maybe, or caution. A woman called, he said. What woman? I don't know her name. You took a booking without a name. He gave a small shrug. Cash jobs happen. That address was just enough. She gave the address, time, boy's birthday. I heard Owen behind me say, make a T-Rex, and the clown's attention slid past me toward my brother for half a second. Do you have a business card? I asked. No. Company are you with? He paused. I work independently. That answer landed badly. I'm not proud of this, but I stepped back a little. Not enough for anyone else to notice, maybe, but enough that I felt my heel sink into the softer earth near the fence line. The clown noticed. His face didn't change. Mom said she didn't hire you, I said. He was quiet for a moment. Then, I drove 40 minutes. He said it without self-pity, more like a fact laid on the table. What's your name? Russ, last name, he smiled then, but not broadly. The painted mouth just widened a fraction. You asking as family or as police? The kids laughed again, not getting the words, only the timing. I didn't laugh. From the patio, Rick called, everything okay? The clown turned his head toward the voice, and for the first time, the adults all really saw him seeing them. Something passed through the yard then, subtle but enough. Conversations snagged. My mother set down a plate too hard. Aunt Kelly adjusted the tray in her arms and stared. It was as if everybody had been waiting for somebody else to decide whether this was funny or inappropriate. And now the question had finally become communal. The sky had gone flatter, the light more metallic. Somewhere beyond the houses, thunder muttered so faintly it could have been a truck on Ogden Avenue. Russ stood slowly. He was taller than I'd thought. I can leave, he said. He said it to me, but pitched just loud enough for the adults to hear. Owen's face changed immediately. Not dramatic tears, just that awful dropped look kids get when delight is removed too fast. Why, no one said you had to leave, my mother called, though the sentence came out thin and brittle. Rick came off the patio and joined us in the grass. Hold on, he said. Let's just figure out who made the call. Russ took one hand from his side and patted at the pocket sewn into the front of his costume. I've got the number. That should have solved everything. It should have. Instead, for reasons I couldn't have explained then, the words tightened something in my chest. Because if he had the number, then one of us had called. Or someone wanted him to think one of us had. My mother came closer, wiping her hands on a dish towel. Lee drifted over behind her. The children had formed that eerie, loose semicircle kids make when they know the adults are talking, but aren't being sent away yet. Owen stood nearest Russ, still clutching the balloon sword, watching all our faces in turn. Rick said, "Show us." Russ pulled an old smartphone from the costume pocket. The screen was cracked in one corner. He unlocked it with his thumb and opened a recent calls list. For one strange second, no one reached for the phone. You could hear the inflatable bounce house motor humming near the garage, the grill ticking softly as it cooled, the wet slap of a sprinkler from a neighbor's yard. Somebody's paper birthday hat blew off the table and skipped across the patio like a bright little animal. Then my mother said, very quietly, "Nora," meaning me, meaning take it. I held out my hand. Russ looked at me, then at Owen, then back at the phone. And that was where the afternoon tipped, not into terror, not yet, but into the choice that began it. Because once he gave me that number, we would either laugh at ourselves for a stupid mix-up, or we would learn that somebody outside our family knew enough to place him there. Russ kept the phone in his hand and said, "Before I do, I want to be paid if this is some kind of prank." Rick's jaw tightened. My mother inhaled sharply. Owen looked from one adult to another, sensing the vibration change without understanding the words. Rain smell drifted in on the wind, dry dirt waking up before the first drop. And standing there in my mother's striped backyard, with a clown none of us remembered hiring, and 20 children waiting for somebody grown to explain what was happening, we had to decide whether to send him away and pretend the unease meant nothing, or take the phone, press deeper, and risk turning a strange misunderstanding into something none of us could keep light for the kids anymore. Russ didn't hand me the phone right away. He held it just out from his body, screen lit, his thumb hovering like he might change his mind. It wasn't aggressive. It was cautious. The kind of pause you make when you're trying to decide if you're about to step into something that could turn on you. Rick noticed it too. "We're not trying to stiff you," he said, a little too quickly. "We just want to confirm who booked you." "I get that," Russ said. "I just don't like getting pulled into jokes." "No one's joking," my mother snapped, then softened her voice when she saw Owen watching. "Honey, we're just figuring something out." Owen nodded, but he didn't look convinced. He'd edged closer to Russ again, balloon sword pressed to his chest like it might help him stay included. I stepped forward another inch and held out my hand, palm up. "Please." Russ studied my face for a second, like he was measuring something. Then he turned the phone and placed it in my hand. The screen showed a recent call. No contact name, just a number, local area code, Naperville. The call time was listed as 11:12 a.m. "That's today," Lee said, leaning over my shoulder. "I know what today is," Rick muttered. My mother reached for the phone, and I let her take it. She squinted at the number like she could will it into being familiar. "I don't recognize it." "Call it," Aunt Kelly said. "That's what I'm doing." My mother hit the number and pressed the phone to her ear. The rest of us stood in a loose half circle around her. The kids had drifted closer again, pulled by the gravitational weirdness of adults whispering in daylight. The line rang once, twice, then A phone started ringing behind us. It took me a second to process that. The sound was faint at first, muffled, like it was coming through a wall. Then louder, clearer, from inside the house. We all turned at the same time. The ringing was coming from the kitchen. My mother lowered the phone slowly from her ear. It was still ringing. "That's not," she started, then stopped. "Whose phone is that?" Rick said. No one answered. Lee pushed past us and slid the patio door open. The cold air spilled out again, carrying the smell of frosting and the low hum of the refrigerator. The ringing was sharper inside. "I'll get it," she said, already moving. My mother followed her, wiping her hands again, though they were already dry. Rick looked at me. "Stay with him, not Russ anymore." I nodded. It had gone quiet in that way they do when something feels off, but no one has told them to be afraid yet. Owen was still closest, his eyes bouncing between me and the clown. Russ stood very still. "You didn't bring anyone with you?" I asked. No van. I drove a sedan, parked where? Down the street. "Why not the driveway?" "Didn't want to block anyone in," he said, reasonable. Every answer he gave was reasonable. That was part of the problem. Inside, a voice echoed faintly. "It's on the counter." "No, not that one." Then the ringing stopped. A few seconds later, my mother came back out onto the patio, holding her phone in one hand and something else in the other. Another phone. She stopped at the edge of the patio like she'd walked into glass. "It's mine," she said. "What do you mean it's yours?" Rick asked. "The number. It's my phone." "That's not possible," Aunt Kelly said behind her. "You're holding your phone." My mother looked down at both devices like she was hoping one would disappear if she stared long enough. "This one," she lifted the second phone slightly, "was in the kitchen." "Whose is it?" Lee asked. My mother swallowed. "It's mine," a beat. "What?" Rick said. "I mean it's my old one," she said quickly. "From before I upgraded. I must have left it in a drawer." "You don't just forget a phone in a drawer," Lee said. "People forget things," my mother snapped. "Can we not, Mom?" I said quietly. "Why is it on the counter?" That landed. She hesitated. "I don't know." Rick stepped closer. "Is it charged?" "Yes." "You charged a phone you forgot you had." "I didn't charge it," she said. "It must have been already charged," Lee said. "After how long?" "A year." My mother's jaw tightened. "I don't know, Lee." The kids started to stir again, whispering. One of them laughed too loudly at nothing, the way kids do when they want to break tension they don't understand. Owen tugged at my hand. "What's going on?" "Nothing," I said automatically. He looked at me, searching my face, and I felt that familiar pull, the urge to smooth it over, to make it small and manageable, to not be the one who made this a thing. Behind me, Russ spoke. "Is that the phone that called me?" Everyone turned to him. My mother nodded slowly. "I guess so." "Can I see it?" he asked. Rick hesitated. Then, reluctantly, he held out his hand. "Give it here." My mother passed him the old phone. He turned it over, examining it like he was checking a prop for damage. The screen lit when he pressed the side button. "No lock," he said. "That's weird," Lee muttered. "Is it?" My mother shot back. "I probably never set one." Russ opened the call history. "Here," he said, angling the screen so we could see. "This is me." The number matched the one on his phone. "And before that?" I asked. He scrolled. There were a handful of outgoing calls from earlier that morning. A pizza place, a grocery store, a number labeled Rick. Rick frowned. "That's me." "And these," Lee said, pointing. A series of missed calls, all from unknown numbers, all within a 10-minute window around 11. "Did you make these?" I asked my mother. "No," she said immediately. Are you sure? Yes. You didn't but dial someone. Or, no, Nora, she said, sharper now. I didn't call a clown from a phone I forgot existed. Russ was still scrolling. He stopped. There's a voicemail, he said, from his number. Time stamped 11:14 a.m. Play it, Rick said. My mother shook her head. Wait. Why wait? Because this is insane, she said, her voice climbing. Because we're standing in the middle of a children's party talking about some glitch or mistake, and we have no idea what's actually happening. That's exactly why we should play it, Lee said. Or we shut this down, my mother said. We send him home, we delete whatever this is, and we get back to the party. Russ looked up at that. You want me to leave without knowing who booked me? I'll pay you, she said. That's not the point, he said. Rick exhaled hard. Okay, enough, we're playing it. He took the phone from Russ before my mother could object and tapped the voicemail. The speaker crackled. For a second, there was nothing but static. A low, hollow hiss like the inside of a seashell. Then a voice. It was a woman's voice. Hi, it said. I need you to come to this address. It's a birthday party. 8-year-old boy today, around 2. The voice was calm, normal, slightly breathy, like she'd been walking when she left the message. My stomach tightened, because I knew that voice. Not completely, not in a way I could pin down with a name, but it was close enough. You'll be paid in cash, the voice continued. Just come to the side gate. It'll be open. The message ended with a soft click. No name. Callback number. Just the faint sound of movement, like fabric brushing against something, before the line cut. No one spoke for a few seconds. Then Lee said, very quietly, that sounded like you. My mother shook her head immediately. No, it did, Lee insisted. It didn't. It did, I said before I could stop myself. My mother turned to me like I'd slapped her. Nora, I'm not saying it is you, I said quickly. I'm saying it sounds like you. It's not me. I know. Do you? She snapped. The air felt thicker now. The first drops of rain started to hit the patio, slow and spaced out, darkening the concrete in scattered circles. Rick ran a hand over his face. Okay, let's just think. Think about what, Aunt Kelly said. Someone used Dana's old phone to call this guy and leave a message that sounds like her voice. How does that even happen? Maybe someone was in the house, Lee said. That landed harder than anything else. My mother went very still. Don't say that. Why not? Because it's ridiculous. Is it? Lee said. The phone was inside, charged, on the counter. None of us knew it was there. Maybe I took it out this morning and forgot, my mother said, but the words didn't have weight. Then why don't you remember calling him? I asked. I don't know. The kids were definitely watching now, whispering. Owen had stepped back a little, his earlier excitement gone. Russ shifted his weight. If you want me to go, I will. But someone wanted me here. That sentence hung there. Someone wanted me here. The rain picked up, a steady patter now. The bounce house motor hummed louder as the plastic walls flexed under the changing air pressure. Rick looked at the yard, then at the sky, then back at the group of us. We can't just ignore this. We can't scare the kids either, my mother said. Then we handle it quietly, he said. How? Aunt Kelly asked. Rick hesitated, then we check the house. My mother shook her head. No, we check it, he repeated. To bottom, just to be sure. In the middle of a party. Yes. And what do we tell them? She said, gesturing at the kids. Nothing, they stay out here. With him, she said, glancing at Russ. That was the new pivot, the new fault line. Russ raised both hands slightly. I'm not saying you are, she said quickly, but the damage was done. He lowered his hands again. Owen looked between all of us, confused and scared now. Mom, my mother closed her eyes for a second, then opened them. "It's fine, sweetheart. We're just making sure everything's okay." He nodded, but he didn't move. Rick looked at me. "You good to stay out here?" There it was again. The assignment, the expectation. Stay, keep things normal, don't make a scene. My chest felt tight. "Yeah," I said, because that's what I always said. Rick nodded and turned toward the house. Lee and Aunt Kelly followed him. My mother lingered a second longer, looking at me like she wanted to say something else, then went inside too. The patio door slid shut behind them. Just like that, it was me, a yard full of kids, and a man in a clown costume none of us had called. The rain came down harder, tapping against the tables, the grill, the inflatable. The speaker crackled as a drop hit it wrong and the music skipped. "Should we go inside?" one of the kids asked. "Not yet," I said. My voice sounded steadier than I felt. Russ stood a few feet away, not moving closer, not stepping back. Just there. "You think someone was in the house?" I asked him quietly. "I think someone knew enough to make that call," he said. "That's not the same thing." "No," he agreed. Owen edged closer to me. "Nora, yeah, is he staying?" I looked at Russ. He looked back at me, and for the first time, I saw something like uncertainty in his face. "I don't know," I said. From inside the house, a loud thump echoed, something heavy hitting the floor. Every kid in the yard turned toward the sound. I felt Owen's hand tighten around mine. Another thump. Then Rick's voice, muffled but sharp. "Hey." The patio door rattled like someone had grabbed it too fast. I took a step forward instinctively. And in that moment, with the storm closing in and whatever was happening inside the house suddenly no longer abstract, I realized staying outside, keeping things calm, keeping things normal, wasn't just uncomfortable anymore. It might be the wrong choice. The second thump from inside wasn't like the first. First had been blunt, like something dropped. This one dragged a little at the end, a scrape following the impact, like whatever hit the floor didn't stop where it landed. Every kid in the yard went still. The rain thickened, turning from scattered drops into a steady, fine sheet that made the grass darken in patches. The inflatable bounce house shuddered and flexed, its seams creaking under the pressure of wind and wet. The hum of the blower grew louder, straining. Owen's fingers tightened around mine. "Nora." "I know," I said. My body wanted to move toward the house. Every part of me did. But behind me were 15 kids and a man I didn't know. And in front of me was a glass door separating us from something that had already crossed from weird into wrong. Russ stepped closer, not too close, but enough that I could hear him over the rain. "You should get them inside." That's what I was thinking. "Not through there," he said, nodding toward the patio door. "If something is going on in the house." He was right. I hated that he was right. The yard was fenced, but the side gate led to the driveway, and the driveway wrapped around to the front of the house. If something or someone was inside, we could move the kids out and away without crossing whatever was happening. "Okay," I said, louder now. "Everyone, we're going to move to the front of the house for a minute. Grab your shoes if you see them. Leave the toys." Groans. Confusion. A few kids laughed like this was a game. "It's raining," one girl complained. "I know, it'll be quick." Owen didn't move. "What about Mom?" "They're just checking something," I said. "We're going to give them space." That sounded like something an adult would say. I started herding them toward the side of the yard. The gate was still latched. I unhooked it with hands that felt slightly off, like I wasn't quite synced with myself, and swung it open. The driveway beyond was already slick, water running in thin lines toward the street. gray sedan was parked halfway down Russ's, I assumed. Beyond that, the quiet suburban stretch of our block, mailboxes, trimmed lawns, the world continuing like nothing had shifted. "Stay together," I said. "No running." That lasted about 3 seconds. Kids spilled out into the driveway in uneven clusters, some hopping to avoid puddles, some immediately breaking into short sprints because movement was easier than standing still. Lee's little sister tripped on the lip of the driveway and went down hard, skinning her knee. She started to cry. Hey, you're okay," I said, crouching, pressing a napkin from my pocket to the scrape. Blood welled, bright and immediate. She sniffed, then wailed louder when she saw it. "Let me," Russ said. I hesitated. Then I moved aside. He knelt with surprising gentleness, pulling a small packet from somewhere in his costume, antiseptic wipe, Band-Aid. He cleaned the scrape with quick, efficient motions. The girl hissed and tried to pull away. He steadied her with a soft, "Almost done, nothing theatrical, just calm." He pressed the Band-Aid into place. "There." She sniffled, quieter now. "Thank you," I said before I could stop myself. He nodded once. From inside the house, another noise. Louder this time, a crash. Then a shout, Rick again, sharper, angrier. "Stop," the patio door rattled violently. The kids turned as one, drawn by the sound. Even the ones already drifting toward the front yard stopped and stared. "Keep moving," I said, louder than I meant to. "Go to the front lawn. Right now." A few of them obeyed. A few didn't. Owen stayed glued to my side. "I'm going to check," I said to Russ, already knowing I shouldn't. "You can't leave them," he said. "I'm not leaving. I'm just looking through the side window." The kitchen had a window that faced the driveway, just past the garbage bins. If I stayed outside, I could see in without going through the house. "That's better," he said. I moved along the side of the house, rain soaking through my shirt, flattening my hair to my neck. The ground here was narrower, a strip of mulch and stepping stones between the fence and the siding. The garbage bins were tipped slightly, lids rattling in the wind. I stepped onto the stones and leaned toward the window. Inside, the kitchen lights were on. The room looked normal, counter clutter. The cake still boxed, plates stacked. The old phone on the counter where we'd left it. No one in sight. Then movement. Lee rushed past the doorway, her face pale, eyes wide. She disappeared into the hallway toward the living room. "Lee," I shouted, banging on the glass. "Lee," she didn't hear me. Another crash, deeper in the house. I couldn't see past the kitchen. I turned and ran back to the driveway. "There in the living room," I said. "I can't see what's happening." Russ looked toward the front yard, where most of the kids had now gathered under the small overhang of the front porch. A few parents' cars were parked along the curb, empty. No other adults outside. "You stay with them," he said. "I'll go in." "No," I said immediately. He looked at me steady. "You're not going to keep 15 kids calm if you're half listening to what's happening inside. I can check and come back. You don't know the house. I can find a living room." He had a point. I hated that too. Another shout from inside. My mother this time. "Rick," that broke something in me. "Okay," I said, "but you come straight back." He nodded. "Wait," I added. "Use the front door." He paused, then gave a small, humorless smile. I wasn't planning on climbing in a window. He jogged up the driveway, his oversized shoes slapping against the wet concrete in a way that would have been funny in any other context. He cut across the front lawn and disappeared around the corner toward the porch. I turned back to the kids. "Everyone stay here," I said. No one goes back there. If your parents call, you stay on the phone. A few of them nodded. One boy had already pulled out a smartwatch and was tapping it frantically. Owen stood close enough that his shoulder touched my arm. Is Dad okay? I think so, I said. You don't sound like you think so, I swallowed. They're figuring it out. Rainwater ran down my back, cold and constant. My hands were starting to shake, just slightly. A minute passed. Too long. From the front of the house, I heard the door slam open. Russ came back around the corner at a near run. That was fast, I said, relief and alarm tangling together. Front room's clear, he said. They're in the basement. What? Doors open. I heard them down there, the basement. Of course. The house layout snapped into place in my head. Kitchen leading to a short hallway, stairs down to the basement just off the living room. Storage, laundry, Rick's tools. A space you couldn't see from any outside window. Did you go down? I asked. No, he said. I heard yelling, something heavy moving. Another crash echoed faintly through the walls. Okay, I said, more to myself than to him. Okay. This was the second attempt, I realized dimly. First, we tried to identify the call, ended up with more questions. Then we tried to isolate the danger, move the kids, check the house from outside. And now the problem had moved somewhere deeper, out of sight. Tightening. Stay with them, I said again. I'm coming with you, Owen said. No, you're not. Yes, I am. Owen, I'm not staying out here, he said, his voice rising. You said it's fine, but it's not fine. He wasn't wrong. I need you to be brave in a different way, I said, crouching so I was level with him. I need you to stay here and make sure nobody goes back there. Can you do that? He hesitated. That's your job, I said. You're the oldest kid out here now. That wasn't true, but it worked. He nodded slowly. Okay, I stood. Russ was already moving. Front door, he said. Front door, I agreed. We crossed the lawn together, the grass slick underfoot, shoes sinking slightly into the softened ground. The porch light had flicked on automatically in the dimming afternoon, casting a weak yellow glow over the wet concrete. The front door was ajar. Russ pushed it open. The living room was empty. Couch, coffee table. The TV still playing some muted sports channel. Everything in place, except for the faint track of muddy footprints leading toward the hallway. Rick, I called, no answer. Mom, a faint echo from below, indistinct. The basement door was open. At the top of the stairs, the air felt cooler, damp, the smell of detergent and something metallic. Another thud from below. Stay behind me, Russ said. I'm not. Another crash cut me off. We moved down together. The stairs creaked under our weight, the sound amplified in the narrow space. Halfway down, I could see into the basement. The washing machine against one wall, shelves stacked with plastic bins, Rick's workbench along the far side, and my family. Rick was near the back wall, one hand braced against a shelving unit that had partially collapsed, plastic bins spilled across the floor. Lee stood a few feet away, clutching her arm. Aunt Kelly was by the laundry sink, wide-eyed. My mother was near the center of the room, and the floor had been torn up, not the whole thing. Just a section near the back wall, where the concrete met the edge of an older, patched area. The surface was cracked, broken open in a rough rectangle about 3 feet across. Tools were scattered nearby, a crowbar, a hammer. Stop, my mother said as she saw us. Don't come down, too late. I stepped off the last stair. What happened? I said. Rick looked up, breathing hard. Something S under there. What do you mean something S under there? I mean there's a space, he said. We heard it. Like what? Russ asked. Rick shook his head. like movement, scraping. I thought it was pipes at first, but he gestured at the broken concrete. This was loose. I pried it up, and another sound came from the hole. Not a voice. A scrape, slow, deliberate, like something shifting against wood. Everyone froze. My heart kicked hard against my ribs. Could be an animal, Aunt Kelly whispered. In concrete, Lee said, her voice tight with pain. Could be a crawl space, Russ said. Old houses have them. This isn't that old, Rick said. Doesn't mean it wasn't modified, Russ replied. Another scrape. Closer. My mother took a step back. We need to call the police. Yes, I said. Yes, we do. Rick nodded, reaching for his phone. Above us, faintly, I heard a child shout. I turned toward the stairs. Then I heard it, from outside. A second voice. Hi, Bright. Hey, there's another one. My stomach dropped. I ran up the stairs 2 at a time, Russ right behind me. We burst into the living room, then out the front door. The kids were clustered on the lawn, pointing toward the driveway. At the gray sedan, its trunk was open, and standing beside it, another clown. Same cream-colored costume, same red pom-poms, same painted face, watching the house. The second clown didn't wave. He didn't do anything a performer would do when he found himself in front of a yard full of children, and one identical version of himself standing on the porch. He just stood beside Russ's open trunk in the rain, one hand on the lid, staring toward the house, as if he'd arrived late to a job he already understood. For half a second, nobody moved. Then Owen screamed. Not a horror movie scream. A child's raw, overwhelmed sound, the kind that comes from confusion, finally tipping into fear. That broke the spell. The other kids started yelling too, some backing toward the porch, some crowding together in the wet grass. One little boy running straight for the sidewalk before I grabbed the back of his shirt and hauled him close. Inside, I shouted. Everyone inside. Living room. Now, the command came out harder than anything I'd said all day. It worked. Children surged toward the front door in a wet, panicked knot, sneakers slapping on the porch, shoulders banging the frame. Owen latched onto my waist for a second before following them in, crying now. Behind me, Russ took one step off the porch. The man by the car finally moved. He let go of the trunk lid and raised both hands slightly, palms out. Don't, Russ said. His voice had changed. Lower, flat, no performance left in it. The second clown looked at him, not at the rest of us. I'm not here for them. Rain ran off his painted chin in thin white streaks. Up close, even from the porch, I could see differences. This costume was cleaner, the pom-poms brighter, the face paint newer. Younger man too, maybe mid-30s, leaner than Russ. Rick came up behind me from the living room, breathing hard from the basement stairs, crowbar still in one hand. My mother was right behind him, and Lee, pale and gripping her left forearm, which was starting to swell where a fallen storage bin had caught her earlier. Get away from the kids, Rick barked. The second clown glanced at the crowbar, then back at Russ. You told them. I didn't know you were here, Russ said. Bullshit, I didn't. That word hit differently coming out of a clown's painted mouth. My mother grabbed my arm. Call 911. I was already fumbling for my phone. My fingers were slick. I nearly dropped it in the rain. When I got the screen unlocked, my thumb slipped twice before I hit the emergency call. The second clown saw it. He moved. Not toward me. Toward the porch. Russ lunged off the first step and met him in the front walk. The two of them crashing together shoulder first. All bright fabric and wet shoes. and the ugly, blunt sound of bodies colliding for real. The second clown lost footing on the rain-slick concrete, caught himself on the car hood, then drove an elbow backward into Russ's ribs. Russ made a sound I'd never heard from an adult man before. Tight, involuntary. "Get inside," my mother yelled. The phone was ringing in my ear. I backed into the doorway, still facing the lawn. 911, what is your emergency? "There's an intruder," I said, breathless. "At a house, children are here, Naperville, on." I gave the address too fast, had to repeat it. "There are 2 men in clown costumes, and one of them just attacked the other. And there may be someone under the basement floor," the dispatcher cut in, trying to slow me down. Asking if weapons were involved. Asking if anyone was injured. Asking me to confirm whether the intruder was inside or outside. "All of it," I said. "Inside and outside. I don't know." Russ and the second clown slammed into the front fender of the sedan. The open trunk lid bounced. Something inside shifted with a heavy clunk. Rick shoved past me off the porch with the crowbar. "No," I shouted, but too late. He swung, not at the man's head, at his arm. Panicked, broad, terrible swing from a suburban dad who did not know how to use a tool as a weapon and hated that he was trying. The second clown jerked back in time. The crowbar struck the edge of the trunk instead, with a metallic crack that rang across the yard. The trunk lid came down halfway, then sprang back. And inside, for one impossible second, I thought I saw another person. Small, curled. Then the second clown shoved Rick hard in the chest. Rick slipped on the wet grass and went down on one knee with the breath punched out of him. "Rick," my mother screamed. The dispatcher was still in my ear. "Ma'am, officers are en route. Stay on the line." The second clown grabbed for the trunk again. Russ got both hands on his costume collar from behind and yanked him backward. The seam tore at the neck with a ripping sound. Under the cream fabric was a black compression shirt soaked dark with rain. And twisted wild now and drove the back of his head into Russ's nose. I heard the crack from the porch. Russ staggered. Blood mixed with the white paint and went pink down his lip. The second clown ran, not away from the house, toward the side of it, toward the backyard gate. "He's going for the kids," my mother started, then saw the living room full through the front window and corrected herself. The back. Rick, still on the ground, pointed with the crowbar. "Nora side gate." I moved before thinking. That was the flaw again. Maybe twisted into something useful for once. I didn't stop to decide who should go. I just ran. Around the side of the house, through the narrow strip between the fence and siding, rain in my eyes, one hand skimming the wet vinyl wall to keep balance. The stepping stones shifted under my sneakers. One rocked sideways. My ankle rolled, sharp pain flaring up my calf, but I kept going. The side gate banged once in the wind ahead of me. By the time I reached it, the second clown was there too, coming from the driveway, faster than I'd expected. Up close, he smelled like wet fabric, gasoline, and cheap aftershave under the makeup. He reached for the latch. I slammed the gate into him with both hands. It hit his shoulder and face. Not enough to stop him. Enough to stun him. He swore and grabbed the top rail. His fingers were bare, no gloves. "You stupid," he started. I shoved again. He caught the gate this time and shoved back harder. Wood frame punched into my palms. A rusty staple on the inner edge tore skin at the base of my thumb. I felt it split and go slick. I screamed for Rick, for Russ, for anybody. The second clown's face was inches from mine through the slats now, makeup running into the creases around his mouth. No grin, no performance, just anger and something uglier underneath it. Desperation. "Open it," he said. "No, there's someone under your house." I froze. It lasted maybe half a second. Long enough. He rammed the gate. The latch ripped loose from one screw. The whole thing jumped inward and knocked me backward into the muddy strip along the house. My bad ankle folded under me. Pain shot white and hot behind my eyes. He came through. I scrambled backward on hands and one knee, trying to get up, and he was over me before I could. Not grabbing for my throat, not some movie thing. He went for my phone hand first, maybe thinking I still had it. I didn't. I dropped it somewhere in the run. His knee hit the ground beside my hip. Mud splashed my face. "Where is he?" he demanded. I had no idea which he meant. He looked past me toward the backyard, breathing hard. And then I understood. The basement. The hole. Someone under the floor. This man wasn't here to scare children or kidnap anybody at the party. That may have been worse, because whatever he was trying to do had been in motion before any of us noticed, and our house had just happened to be where it surfaced. He grabbed my shirt and hauled me partly upright like he might use me to stand. Pain lit through my ankle again. I hit him in the face with the heel of my palm, the way somebody had shown me once in a college safety seminar I'd half laughed through. Not elegant, not strong, but enough to snap his head back and smear more red and white across his cheek. He cursed and let go. I scrambled sideways. Then Russ hit him. Not cleanly, not heroically. He came in limping from the driveway side and tackled the man around the waist, and both of them slammed into the aluminum siding with a bang that shook the downspout. Russ had one arm tucked weirdly from the earlier hit, maybe hurt, maybe broken, and he was bleeding freely now from the nose. But he kept his weight on him. "Get Rick," Russ grunted. I stumbled up and ran. Through the gate, across the driveway, into the front yard. Rick was already moving, slower now, one hand pressed to his chest. My mother had Owen behind her on the porch and was trying to keep the other children inside with one arm out like a crossing guard. Lee had a kitchen towel wrapped around her forearm, and her face looked gray. "He's at the side," I gasped. With Russ, Rick went. I followed because there was no longer any version of this day where I stayed put and let other people handle it. By the time we reached the side of the house, the fight had changed shape. Russ and the second clown were no longer upright. They were on the ground in the mud, half under the side window, Russ trying to pin the man's right arm while the man twisted toward the waistband at his back. "Knife," Russ shouted. Rick didn't swing the crowbar this time. He dropped on him. All three men tangled together in the narrow strip, grunting, slipping, shoes digging trenches into the mulch. I saw the flash of metal once, a folding knife, small, not theatrical at all, before it vanished between bodies again. I shouted without words, just sound. Rick got his hand on the man's wrist. Russ got the other shoulder. For 1 second, it looked like they had him. Then the second clown drove the knife upward blindly. Russ jerked. It was a small movement, not the dramatic kind, more like surprise. Then he made a short, choking noise and clamped his hand over the left side of his abdomen. The knife came away red. Everything after that sped up and slowed down at the same time. Rick roared and slammed the man's wrist against the stepping stone once, twice, until the knife fell into the mud. I kicked it away on instinct and nearly went down again on my bad ankle. My mother was screaming from somewhere near the driveway. Lee was crying now. Children were crying too. The whole house seemed full of wet noise. The second clown bucked once, hard, trying to crawl free. Rick hit him with the crowbar, not the head, the thigh. A thick, ugly crack. The man howled and folded. Rick got the crowbar across his throat and shoulder, pinning him into the mud without choking him outright, just enough to keep him down. "Don't," Rick said over and over, voice shredded. "Don't move, don't move." Russ rolled onto his side. Blood was leaking through his fingers in a dark sheet, rain diluting it and sending thin pink streams between the stones. I dropped beside him. "Hey," I said. "Hey, stay with me." He laughed once. A tiny disbelieving sound. That line always sounds stupid. "Yeah," I said, and my voice broke. "Yeah, it does." I pressed both hands over his hand, over the wound. He sucked air through his teeth and almost punched me by reflex, then stopped himself. Warmth spread fast through my palms. Real blood feels heavier than people say, slicker. It gets into the folds of your skin and stays there. "Ambulance is coming," I said. The dispatcher, I'd forgotten the dispatcher, was still on speaker from somewhere in the wet grass near the front walk. A disembodied, calm voice asking if I could hear her. Lee must have picked up the phone, because now she was answering, crying through the address again, saying, "He stabbed, he stabbed." From inside the house came another sound. Not from outside, not from the yard, from below. A pounding. 3 sharp hits from under the basement floor. We all heard it. Even the man pinned in the mud stopped fighting for a second. Rick looked up first. At me, at the house, at the side window. The second clown began shaking his head wildly. "Don't," he said. "Don't open it." My mother came into view at the end of the narrow passage, rain plastering her hair to her face, Owen behind her despite everything. "What was that?" she said. Another pounding. From beneath the house. Russ, pale under the paint now, whispered, "That's who he's here for." No one moved, because this was it. All the pieces finally pressed together hard enough to make a shape. The old phone, the call, the side gate, the hidden space in the basement, the second clown arriving not to terrify us, but to reach something or someone before police did. Rick looked down at the pinned man. "Who's under there?" The man kept shaking his head, jaw clenched. Rick raised the crowbar slightly. "I don't know his name," the man said. "I swear to God, I don't. We were just supposed to move him tonight." My mother made a sound in the back of her throat that I hope I never hear again. "Move who?" I said. He swallowed mud and rainwater. "Kid, teen, I don't know." Owen started sobbing behind my mother. Another pounding from the basement. Weaker this time. The point of no return had come and gone while we were busy naming it. There was someone alive under our house, and if we did nothing, he was going to die there. The police would come. The ambulance too. But not in the next 10 seconds. Not in the next 30. And the pounding had already weakened. Rick looked at the house, then at Russ bleeding under my hands, then at me. "I can hold him," he said. It wasn't a question. My ankle screamed when I stood. My cut palm burned. Lee's arm was swelling. My mother was half collapsed around Owen. Russ was losing blood in the rain, and still he said, through clenched teeth, crowbar, hammer, basement. There are moments when bravery feels noble from the outside. This wasn't one of them. This was filthy and loud and stupid and necessary. I took the crowbar from Rick's hand. He shifted his weight, pinning the man with knee and forearm instead. My mother said, "Nora, no." but I was already moving for the front door, limping hard, Russ's blood slick on my wrists, the rain running cold down my back, because the only thing worse than the clown in our yard was the truth under the floor. And now that we knew it was there was no pretending our way back to the party. The basement smelled wrong before I even reached the bottom step. Not just detergent and old concrete. Something sour and trapped, like air that had been used too many times and never properly replaced. I hit the last stair harder than I meant to, ankle flaring, and had to grab the railing to steady myself. "Move," Rick said from behind me, breath hot and ragged. I stepped aside. He took the crowbar from my hand and went straight to the broken section of floor. Boots slipping slightly in the wet, we tracked down. The rectangle of torn concrete yawned open, edges jagged where he'd pried it up earlier. Beneath it was not dirt, like I'd half expected. Wood, planks, dark and damp, laid over a narrow void. Another thud came from below, weaker than before. Slower. Rick jammed the crowbar under the edge of one plank and leaned his weight into it. The wood groaned, nails squealing as they lifted. The sound made my teeth ache. "Careful," I said, though I didn't know what careful meant anymore. The board came free with a snap. Rick yanked it up and tossed it aside. A pocket of air escaped from below, warmer and fouler than the basement. It hit the back of my throat and made me gag. For a second, I saw nothing but darkness. Then movement, a hand. Pale, thin, fingers scraping upward toward the light. "Jesus," Rick said, voice breaking. I dropped to my knees beside the opening, ignoring the protest from my ankle. "Hey," I said, my voice too loud, too urgent. "Hey, we've got you. You're okay, you're okay." The hand clawed at the edge, nails cracked and dirty. "Help," a voice rasped from below. Male, young, alive. Rick widened the opening, ripping another plank loose. I reached down, and the boy's hand latched onto my wrist with surprising strength. "Easy," I said. "We're going to pull you up." 1, 2, Rick grabbed under the boy's other arm as more of him came into view. A face streaked with grime, lips dry and split, eyes squinting against the sudden light. He couldn't have been more than 16. We hauled him up together, awkward and uneven. His body dragged against the edge, catching on splinters, and he gasped as his ribs hit the broken concrete. Sorry, I said, even though I wasn't sure what I was apologizing for. He collapsed onto the basement floor, coughing, sucking in air like it hurt to breathe. His shirt was soaked through with something darker than water. For one terrible second, I thought it was blood. Then I realized it was just filth, sweat, the kind of damp that comes from being somewhere you shouldn't be for too long. "How long?" I started. He shook his head weakly. "Don't know." Rick crouched beside him. "Can you move?" The boy nodded, then winced as he tried to sit up. They said it'd be quick. I said, his eyes flicked toward the ceiling, toward the yard, toward the man pinned outside. "2 of them," he said. "One stayed, one left." "Which one?" Rick asked. The boy swallowed. "The one outside now." That landed in a way I didn't have time to process. Footsteps pounded above us. My mother's voice, sharp with panic. "Nora, Rick. Down here," I shouted. She appeared at the top of the stairs. Owen clutched to her side despite everything we'd told him. Lee was right behind them, her arm wrapped tight in the towel, face pale but set. "Oh my God," my mother breathed as she saw the boy on the floor. Owen stared. He's okay," I said quickly. "He's okay." That wasn't entirely true, but it was close enough for now. Sirens cut through the rain then, distant at first, then closer, growing louder in that steady, undeniable way that tells you something official is about to take over. Rick exhaled a long, shaky breath. "They're here." The boy flinched at the sound. "It's okay," I said, softer now. "Police. They're here to help," he nodded, but his eyes didn't relax. We didn't move him much after that. Rick grabbed a blanket from the laundry shelf and draped it over his shoulders. I found a bottle of water and held it while he drank in small, careful sips, like his body wasn't sure what to do with it anymore. Upstairs, the front door opened. Voices, firm, controlled, trained to cut through chaos. "Police. Is everyone safe?" "In here," my mother called, her voice breaking on the last word. The house filled quickly after that. 2 officers came down the basement stairs first, hands near their belts, but not drawn. They took in the scene in a glance. The broken floor, the boy, the tools, us. "Step back," one said gently but firmly. We did. Questions started immediately. Names, who called, what happened. I answered what I could, my words tripping over each other, skipping pieces, circling back. The other officer radioed something up to the units outside. "Suspect is in custody." A voice crackled faintly from above. I felt something in my chest loosen just a fraction. Paramedics arrived a minute later. They moved with practiced speed, checking the boy first, then asking about injuries. I pointed upstairs without thinking. There's another, he's been stabbed." They split, one heading up immediately, the other staying to assess the boy. "Can you tell me your name?" she asked him. "Evan," he said, voice thin. "Evan, I'm going to check you over, okay?" He nodded. I backed up the stairs on legs that didn't feel entirely connected to me anymore. The living room was a blur of movement, kids huddled together. Some crying, some staring in stunned silence. My aunt trying to keep them occupied with paper towels and cups of water, like that could patch over any of this. Outside, the rain had slowed to a steady drizzle. The second clown lay face down in the grass, hands cuffed behind his back, one leg bent at an unnatural angle where Rick had struck him. An officer knelt beside him, checking his pulse, while another stood watch, scanning the perimeter like more of them might appear. Russ was on the driveway. They moved him onto a stretcher, rain dripping off the edges of the canvas. One of the paramedics was pressing gauze into his side, while the other worked at securing an IV. His face was a mess of smeared paint and blood, the careful lines from earlier completely gone. I went to him without thinking. "Hey," I said. His eyes flicked toward me, still alert, somehow. "You look worse," he said, his voice faint but still carrying that dry edge. I let out a breath that almost felt like a laugh. "You're not in a position to critique." "Fair." The paramedic glanced at me. "Ma'am, we need a little space." "Just a second," I said then to Russ. "You knew." Didn't pretend not to understand. I knew something was off. "That's not what I mean." His gaze shifted, not quite meeting mine. The call was weird, the voice wrong kind of calm. No details about payment, no follow-up. And the gate thing, the gate. He nodded slightly. "People don't tell you how to enter their property unless they don't want you seen." I thought of the voicemail. "Just come to the side gate. It'll be open." "I should have left," he said. "You didn't." He looked past me toward the house, toward the basement where Evan lay, toward the yard where Owen and the other kids were being herded into someone's minivan, parents arriving now in a slow, horrified stream of calls and headlights. "No," he said, "I didn't." They lifted the stretcher then, cutting the conversation short. He winced as they moved him. a tight sound slipping out before he bit it back. "Hey," I said again. He looked at me. "Stay," I said, realizing too late how it sounded. A small, crooked version of a smile under the ruined paint. Trying. They loaded him into the ambulance. The doors shut with a dull, final thud. The next few hours blurred. Statements. Race statements. Officers moving through the house with gloves and cameras, documenting everything with a quiet efficiency that made it feel less like our home and more like a scene already finished. Evan was taken to the hospital, along with Russ. We learned his last name, Hale, when the paramedics asked for it. The second clown, his name turned out to be Daniel Mercer, 34, was taken away in cuffs, still cursing, still insisting we'd ruined something that was already set. They found things in the trunk of Russ's car. Not his, as it turned out. Mercer had gotten to it first, opened it while Russ was distracted at the party. Inside were rope, duct tape, a change of clothes, and a set of license plates that didn't match the car. That detail sat with me longer than it should have. Inside the house, they found more. In the basement, beneath the section of floor we'd broken open, there was a narrow crawl space that didn't appear on any of the house's original plans. It ran along the back wall, just wide enough for a person to lie in. Recently modified, the officer said. Recent enough that the concrete patch hadn't fully settled. No one in my family had known it was there. They also took the old phone, bagged it, tagged it, promised they'd look into how it had been used. Could have been taken at some point, one detective said. Used, returned. When? My mother asked. We've been here all day. He didn't answer that directly, just wrote something down. By the time the last patrol car pulled away, it was dark. The rain had stopped completely. The yard was quiet again, the banner sagging between its poles. The bounce house deflated into a dull heap near the garage. Owen sat on the living room couch, wrapped in a blanket that wasn't his, staring at nothing. Every so often he'd look up like he was about to ask a question, then decide against it. My mother moved through the house like she was checking for something she couldn't name. Opening doors, closing them, picking up objects, and putting them down again in slightly different places. Rick sat at the kitchen table with a glass of water he hadn't touched in 20 minutes, staring at his hands. Lee dozed in a chair, her arm finally bandaged properly, her face slack with exhaustion. I stood at the sink and washed my hands again and again. The water ran pink at first, then clear, then just water. But I kept scrubbing at the base of my thumb where the staple had torn me, at the creases of my palms where Russ's blood had dried, at the spaces under my nails where mud had packed in. It felt like if I stopped, something would still be there. Hey, my mother said softly behind me. I turned off the tap. She looked smaller than she had that morning. Not physically, just diminished, like some part of her had been used up. They said you did the right thing, she said. Did they? Yes, I leaned back against the counter. It didn't feel like it, she nodded. It never does. We stood there for a moment, the refrigerator humming between us, the house settling into a version of quiet that wasn't peaceful, just emptied. Do you remember calling him? I asked. Her eyes flicked to mine. No, not even a little. No, I believed her. That didn't help. Later, after Owen had finally fallen asleep on the couch and Rick had carried him upstairs, after Lee had been settled in the guest room and Aunt Kelly had left with promises to come back in the morning, I walked through the house one more time, not checking, just mapping it again, relearning it, living room, kitchen, hallway, the basement door. I stood there for a long time looking at it. Then I opened it. Air was still cooler down there, still carrying that faint, wrong smell even after everything had been aired out. The broken section of floor was covered now with a temporary board the officers had laid across it, marked with bright tape. I didn't go all the way down. I didn't need to. I could still hear it if I wanted to, not the pounding. That was over, but the idea of it, the memory of something alive, trapped just beneath our feet while we set up balloons and tied ribbons and argued about cake. I closed the door. Upstairs, my phone buzzed on the counter. A message, unknown number. For a second, I just stared at it. Then I picked it up. No text, just a missed call. Time stamped 11:12 a.m. The same time as the one on my mother's old phone. I didn't open it. I set the phone down carefully, like it might break something if I moved too fast. Outside, somewhere down the block, a car drove past, tires hissing on wet pavement. Everything looked ordinary again. Mostly. That's tonight's story. If it gives you chills, make sure to like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and tap the bell so you never miss what's coming next. And if you're still brave enough, there are more dark tales waiting for you right here on the channel. Go watch another, if you dare. You're listening to Mia Horror Stories, and today's story is, we used to play in the storm drains until we heard the singing. The screen will stay completely black, letting your imagination do all the work. No visuals, no noise, just a story that creeps under your skin. Don't skip a second, because every detail builds to the chilling end you won't want to miss. The first thing that made us stop was the shoe. Not a whole shoe, just the toe of one, wedged in the iron grating where the storm runoff emptied into the concrete tunnel, rocking a little each time the thin stream of summer water pushed at it. White rubber gone gray, a strip of red canvas, child-sized maybe, or small adult, hard to tell with the mud caked around it. Did that come from in there? Evan asked. He said it quietly, which was wrong for him. Evan was the kind of boy who usually spoke like he expected the world to make room. We were crouched in the drainage ditch behind the chain link fence at the edge of Miller Park in Columbus, Ohio. The four of us half hidden by waist-high weeds and the broad leaves of burdock plants. It was late August, hot enough that the concrete still breathed out the day's heat, even though the sun had dropped behind the rows of split-level houses west of Carl Road. The runoff channel smelled like wet pennies and cut grass, and something older underneath that, the stale mineral odor storm drains always had, like rainwater got down there and forgot how to be clean. I was 14 that summer. My name is Lee Mercer, and at the time, I thought I knew the difference between danger and stories people told themselves about danger. That seems important now, because I was wrong in a very ordinary way. No one had told us not to come here exactly. Adults said broad things. Be home before dark. Don't go near the creek after rain. Stay out of construction sites. Don't mess around in drainage tunnels. Their warnings blurred together into background noise, which is what warnings do when nothing bad has happened to you yet. Mia saw the shoe and went, "That's gross," but she leaned in closer when she said it. Mia Alvarez was 13, small and quick, and always moving like she was late to something. She had a habit of talking big whenever she was nervous, joking first, so she didn't have to be the first one to admit anything scared her. She was wearing cut-off shorts and her older brother's Buckeyes t-shirt. And one of her hoop earrings kept catching the last of the light when she turned her head. Tyler, who was behind us on the slope, slid down on his sneakers and landed badly, catching himself with one hand in the dirt. "It's just trash," he said, brushing off his palm. "Rain washes all kinds of stuff in." Tyler Boone was 15, the oldest of us, long-limbed and careful in a way that made adults trust him. He was the kind of kid who remembered to bring a flashlight and a pocket knife and extra batteries, not because he was brave, but because he hated being unprepared. His private problem, though I didn't have a name for it then, was that he could be pushed into almost anything if the alternative was looking scared in front of the rest of us. Evan reached with a stick and poked at the shoe. The rubber toe bumped the grating, then slipped free and vanished through the bars into the culvert with a soft scrape. We all watched the darkness beyond the grate like something might react. Nothing did. A mosquito whined near my ear. Somewhere beyond the fence, on the baseball diamond, a dad shouted for somebody named Connor to keep his elbow up. A car passed on the street with its bass turned high enough to make the metal fence tick faintly in sympathy. "See," Tyler said too fast. "Trash." "It looked tied," Mia said. "It was not tied. It had laces." "All shoes have laces." "Not sandals, genius," Evan snorted. He was 14 too, a month older than me, broad-shouldered for his age and always half grimy, like he'd rolled under a car or climbed through a hedge on the way over. He lived 2 streets down from me. People thought he was fearless because he climbed things and jumped things and laughed when he got hurt. Really, he just hated being at his house in the summer when his mom's boyfriend was around, and outside gave him somewhere else to put the feeling. He could turn any bad idea into a dare in about 3 seconds. "We going in or not?" he asked. That was our normal. The 4 of us had been messing around in the drains since June, entering where the channels widened enough to walk, following them under roads and retention ponds and the backs of neighborhoods to see where they came out. It felt secret without being hidden, which is catnip when you're 14. We told ourselves we were explorers. In reality, we were kids in a Midwest suburb poking at the ugly, uncurated parts of the map. This entrance was our favorite because the ditch ran shallow for 20 feet before narrowing under the road into a round concrete pipe big enough to walk hunched over. Inside, the tunnel walls were striped with old watermarks, and threads of roots poked through hairline cracks overhead. Sometimes there were frogs. Once we found an old shopping cart twisted sideways where floodwater had jammed it against a bend. We had rules, Tyler's rules, which we made fun of and followed anyway. Never after heavy rain. Never alone. Always tell somebody you're going to the park, even if you don't mention the drains. Bring 2 flashlights. If the water gets above your ankles, you turn around. If you hear traffic directly overhead, don't shout, because sound carried weird in there. And once a guy walking his dog had heard us and called down, asking if someone was hurt. The shoe should probably have counted as one more rule if we'd been smarter. Found object with no obvious explanation, go home. But normalcy is elastic at that age. It stretches to fit whatever you want to keep doing. Tyler pulled the small mag light from his cargo pocket and clicked it on. The beam hit the grate, the algae-slick concrete, the trickle of water sliding under the bars. Mia looked at me. "You coming, Lee?" I shrugged like it didn't matter. That was my thing then. I worked hard to look unworried. My private flaw was simpler than theirs and probably uglier. I wanted to be thought of as easy game, not the nervous girl who ruined things. My dad had started calling me cautious after my panic attack in 7th grade at COSI, when I got trapped in a crowded stairwell during a field trip and couldn't get air in right. He didn't mean it cruelly, but it got under my skin. Cautious sounded like small. So after that, I got very good at pretending. Yeah, I said, unless the haunted baby sneaker scared everyone off. Evan grinned. There she is. Unhooked the loose section of fence where somebody, maybe older kids years ago, had cut the ties and bent it back enough to squeeze through. One by one, we ducked into the runoff ditch. The concrete sloped slick under our shoes. Gnats swarmed over the thin water. Up close, the tunnel mouth breathed cooler air onto our shins, and it smelled like mud and damp stone, and the faint, sour trace of something organic rotting far away where we couldn't see it. Tyler went first with the flashlight, Mia behind him, me after her. Evan last, because he said if somebody slipped, he'd catch them, though mostly I think he liked bringing up the rear and making spooky noises. The light swallowed us by degrees. Outside sounds fell off fast in those drains. It always struck me how quickly a park full of people could turn into drips and echoes, and the scrape of your own rubber soles. The round pipe curved just enough that within 15 steps the rectangle of evening behind us looked smaller than it should have, more like a TV screen left on in another room than an actual exit. Water spread in a skin over the channel bottom, not even ankle deep, clear enough to see bottle caps and black grit, and a drowned sycamore leaf lying flat. Our footsteps made hollow slaps. Tyler's flashlight beam bounced ahead, exposing one section of wall at a time. Mineral streaks, old graffiti, a rusted bolt, the silver flick of a spider web. Mia dragged her fingers along the tunnel wall. It's cooler today. No kidding, Evan said behind us. You're underground. I mean weird cooler. Tyler half turned. Stop touching stuff. She's going to lick the wall next, I said. $5 and I'll do it. You'd do it for free, Evan said. She laughed, and the sound went up the pipe and came back thinner. That was the calm part, I think, the ordinary part. We were stupid and relaxed and full of the pleasant mean humor kids use on people they trust. After 50 yards, the pipe widened into a junction box where another branch fed in from the left. The ceiling rose high enough for us to stand straight. A metal ladder bolted into one wall ran up to a round maintenance cover overhead. The beam from Tyler's light caught damp rungs and the pale, chalky bloom of mineral deposits around the bolts. This one smells different, Mia said. She was right. The air here carried something new under the wet concrete smell. Laundry detergent, maybe. Artificial floral. Very faint. But once I noticed it, I could not notice it. Probably from somebody's runoff, Tyler said. From their what? Enchanted washing machine? Evan asked. Tyler ignored him. He swept the light left, then right. Which branch? We usually went right. Right took you under the service road and eventually out near the retention basin behind the pharmacy. Left was narrower and lower, and we'd only done it once because we'd had to crouch for long stretches. Evan said, left. Why? Because we always go right. That's not a reason. It is literally the only reason we need. Mia looked at the darker opening to the left. I kind of want to see where it comes out. Tyler gave me a look like, maybe I'd back him. Maybe because I usually did when he was being sensible. But the truth was I wanted left too, and not because I was curious. Because once Evan said it, turning him down would feel like admitting something to myself. Could be quick, I said. Tyler exhaled through his nose. Fine, 10 minutes, then back. He clicked off the flashlight for a second to save battery while he adjusted his grip. And in that instant, the dark landed on us all at once, whole and complete. No moonlight. No spill from a distant street lamp. Just black with the faint sound of water moving through concrete. Then, from somewhere down the left branch, we heard somebody singing. It was soft enough at first that I honestly thought it was a trick of the acoustics. A woman's voice, maybe, or a teenage girl, thin and breathy, not operatic or creepy in any deliberate way. Just a person singing without much energy, like to themselves while doing dishes. No words I could make out, just a melody rising and falling. Tyler snapped the flashlight back on. The beam shook. What the hell, Evan said, but he said it with a grin already starting, because his first instinct was always to make the strange manageable by acting like it was funny. Mia's hand found my wrist and squeezed hard enough that her nails pressed into my skin. We listened. The voice drifted in and out, broken by the tunnel's shape and the water noise. It could have been coming from very far away. It could have been closer than it sounded. That was the worst thing about the drains. Noise didn't travel honestly. A cough around a bend could seem right behind you. Your own voice came back from odd angles. Probably from a street above us, Tyler said. Underground, Mia asked. Sound carries through the grates. There aren't any grates between here and there are manholes. It sounds inside, I said before I meant to. Everyone looked at me. I wished I could take it back, because saying it gave the feeling shape. Evan stepped past us into the left branch. Only one way to find out. Tyler caught the back of his t-shirt. Don't. Why? Somebody's down here. Exactly. Evan shrugged him off. Could be kids. Could be a homeless person, Mia said quietly. That landed. Not because we were cruel, but because kids know enough to understand categories of risk before they understand people. A person living in the drains became, in our minds, not sad or complicated, but unpredictable. Dangerous by default. The singing stopped, just like that, mid-phrase or maybe at the end of one, hard to tell. The absence of it made the junction feel suddenly larger and emptier. Water ticking off concrete, our breathing. Somewhere above us, very faintly, a truck passing over a street we couldn't see. Hello, Evan called. Tyler swore under his breath. Don't do that. His voice went down the left branch and came back in pieces. Hello, low, low. Nothing answered. Mia let go of my wrist. Let's go. I wanted to agree. I could feel my heart punching too high in my chest, that old crowded stairwell feeling trying to unspool inside me. The air seemed thinner even though it was. But right on top of that was another feeling, equally strong and much more embarrassing. If we left now, then this would become one of those stories other people got to tell about the time they almost discovered something. Evan tilted his head, listening. Could have been a radio. Who brings a radio in here? Tyler asked. A weirdo. A person who doesn't want to be bothered, Mia said. Which means we should go. She was right. Even then, I knew she was right. The grown-up answer was obvious. Back out. Tell somebody if it still bothered us. Maybe mention it to a parks worker or a parent. But kids almost never pick the grown-up answer when the smaller, dumber choice still leaves room for adventure. Tyler shone the light down the left tunnel again. The beam reached maybe 20 feet, before the branch dipped and curved. On the damp concrete at the edge of the water channel were shoe prints, fresh enough to look dark. Not ours. I saw Tyler see them. He didn't say anything, but I knew by the way the light paused. Evan saw it too. There. Everybody leaves footprints in mud, Tyler said. That is literally a footprint. Mia took one step backward. Her shoe scraped. The sound made me jump more than it should have. Then, very faintly, from somewhere ahead, the singing started again. Same voice, same wavering little tune. Closer this time, or maybe only clearer. Beneath it, just barely, another sound, metal tapping metal in an uneven rhythm. Not deliberate, more like something light knocking as it moved. Tink, tink, tink. No one made a joke. Tyler lowered the flashlight a little. "We are leaving," he said. Evan didn't move. And I knew, before he even spoke, what the choice was going to be. Not the big choice, not the one that ruins things. Just the first little one, the one that still feels reversible when you make it. We could turn around and climb back out into the warm, ordinary evening where dads were calling to their kids from the baseball field and mosquitoes hovered over the ditch, and whatever was singing in the drain stayed unknown. Or we could go a little farther, just enough to see the bend, just enough to prove it was explainable. Evan looked back at us with that bright, reckless expression he wore when he was already half committed. 30 seconds, he said. We look, and then we go. Tyler's jaw tightened. Mia whispered, "Lee." The singing carried on ahead of us, thin and human, and completely out of place. And before any of us answered, Tyler raised the flashlight again, pointing it into the left-hand tunnel, as if the beam itself were waiting for permission. Tyler didn't say yes. He just stepped forward. That was the problem with him. He could talk himself into something if he framed it like a plan instead of a dare. He raised the flashlight and moved into the left branch, slow, controlled, like he was demonstrating how to do it safely. Evan followed immediately, because of course he did. Mia hesitated a second longer, then slipped in behind them. I stood at the junction, the smell of detergent faint in my nose, listening to the singing drift and fade and come back again like someone pacing. "Lee," Mia whispered. I went. The left tunnel dropped lower within 10 feet. We had to hunch. The ceiling brushed the top of Evan's head, and he swore under his breath, rubbing at his hair. The walls narrowed too, the curve tighter, so Tyler's flashlight filled the whole space instead of bouncing around. It made everything feel closer than it should have been. Water thinned to trickle. Mud thickened along the edges. The singing got clearer. Not louder exactly, just less broken up by echoes. I could pick out pieces of a melody now, something repetitive, almost like a lullaby. Still no words. Or maybe there were words, and they were just too soft to catch. Tink. A pause, tink. "That's not a radio," Evan said quietly. "No," Tyler said, "it's not." Mia's voice was right behind me. "We shouldn't be here." 30 seconds, Evan repeated, softer now. Tyler didn't correct him this time. The footprints in the mud sharpened as we went. Bare tread, not boots. Sneakers, maybe. Small-ish, but not a little kid. They overlapped in places, like whoever made them had gone back and forth. "Somebody's living down here," Mia said. "People do that," Tyler said, "in bigger systems. This isn't big. It connects to bigger. Tink, tink." The metal sound was coming more regularly now. Not rhythmic, not like someone keeping time. Just intermittent, like something lightly striking concrete or pipe as it moved. We rounded the slight bend. Tyler's light hit something metallic ahead and flared. For a second, I thought it was a wall because the beam reflected hard and flat. The shape resolved into a shopping cart turned sideways, jammed diagonally across the tunnel. Not the twisted one we'd seen in the right branch weeks ago. This one was intact, newer. Its wire frame caught the light in a grid, casting square shadows that crawled over the curved concrete. Clothes were draped over it. Not neatly, just hung. A damp t-shirt, a pair of jeans, something that might have been a towel. All of it dark with moisture and streaked with that same pale, chalky residue we'd seen near the ladder. The singing stopped again. This time it cut off so clean it felt like a switch. Tyler froze. "Hello," he called, his voice tighter than before. "Hey, hello." The word bounced off the cart and came back in pieces. Nothing answered, but the metallic tapping didn't stop. Tink, tink, tink. It was coming from the other side of the cart. Evan took one step closer. "Don't," Tyler said. Evan didn't stop. He reached the cart and grabbed one of the wires with his left hand, steadying himself as he leaned to look through the gaps. "Can't see," he started. The cart rattled just a little. A quick vibration that ran through the metal and into Evan's hand. He jerked back. "What?" Mia whispered. "I didn't." Evan shook his head. "Something hit it. From the other side?" I asked. "Yeah, tink. Louder now. Close." Tyler angled the flashlight through the grid. The beam slipped between wires, hit the curved wall beyond, and slid down to the ground. For a second, there was nothing. Then something moved out of the light. Not fast, just enough that it registered as motion instead of a trick. A hand, pale in the beam, fingers curled inward like it was shielding its eyes. It hovered just at the edge of the light, not quite coming into it. Mia made a small sound in her throat. Tyler didn't move the flashlight. "Hey," he said, voice steady in a way that felt forced. "We're not going to hurt you. Are you okay?" The hand twitched. Then it withdrew. We all leaned forward a fraction without meaning to, like we were tied together. "Did you see that?" Evan whispered. "Yes," I said. "Yeah," Mia said. "Yeah," Tyler said. No one laughed. There was a long second where nothing happened. Then the singing started again. Right there, just on the other side of the cart. Not drifting now. Not distant. Close enough that I could hear the breath between notes, the slight rasp in the throat. It sounded wrong at that distance, too loud for the space, like it should have come with words or intent. And instead it was just there, tink. The metal noise came again, and this time we saw it. A length of thin chain hung from the cart's handle on the far side, looped once and trailing down. Someone was tapping it lightly against the frame as they sang. "Jesus," Evan said under his breath. "Okay," Tyler said too quickly. "Okay, we're leaving." "Wait," Evan said. "Now." "Wait, Tyler." "We're not." "What if they're hurt?" Mia snapped. "What if they're not?" The singing wavered, like the person had heard the change in our voices. Tyler swallowed. I could see the movement of his throat in the flashlight's spill. This was his line, I realized. The point where being the responsible one stopped being easy. "We can't help from here," he said. "We don't know what's going on, so we just walk away." Evan said, "Yes." Evan shook his head. No, that's messed up." Mia said, "Evan, what if it's like someone stuck?" Or he gestured uselessly. "We can at least ask." "We did ask," Tyler said. "They didn't answer. They're singing." "That is not answering." The chain tapped again. Tink, tink. The hand came back. This time it gripped the wire of the cart from the other side, fingers wrapping through the grid opposite Evan's. The skin looked damp. There was dirt under the nails. The singing didn't stop. "Hey," Evan said, softer now. "Can you talk?" No response. Just the melody looping. Mia's voice went thin. "I don't like this." Neither did I. There was something wrong with the way the person was interacting or not interacting with us. Close enough to touch the same object, hearing us clearly, and still not speaking. It wasn't fear exactly. It was misalignment, like we were on slightly different tracks. Tyler made a decision. "Back up," he said, "all of you." Evan didn't move. Tyler grabbed his shoulder. "Back up." "Give me 10 seconds, Evan said. "Just no, Tyler, now." Evan yanked his arm free. The cart rattled again, louder this time. The chain swung and struck the frame with a sharper clang. The singing broke, not stopped, broke. The note fractured into something jagged, almost like a gasp dragged into sound. The hand tightened on the wire, and from somewhere beyond it, deeper in the tunnel, another sound came. A voice, not singing. "Don't," it said, clear. Adult. Male. All of us froze. First voice, the singing one, went quiet immediately, like a switch flipped. The hand disappeared again. Tyler's light jerked toward the gap beside the cart, trying to find the source. "Who's there?" he said. No answer. Then, quieter, closer to the ground, the same male voice. "Go back." Evan leaned forward, peering through the wires. "We just go back," the voice repeated, sharper now. "Water's coming." It took a second for that to land. "Water," Mia said. "What do you mean?" Tyler asked. There was a pause. Then from far behind us, faint but distinct, came a new sound. Not singing, not tapping, a rush. Low at first, like wind in a long corridor. Then building, filling the tunnel behind us with a steady, rising roar. Tyler's head snapped around. He swung the flashlight back the way we'd come. "Shit," he said. "Is that?" I started. "Rain," he said, "upstream." "But it hasn't rained," Mia said. "It doesn't have to here," Tyler said. "It can be miles away." The rush grew louder. Evan turned back to the cart. "How much water?" No answer. "Hey," Evan shouted. "How much?" "Go," the voice said, not shouting, just flat. Tyler didn't argue this time. "Move," he said. We moved fast. The tunnel that had felt tight before now felt like it was closing. Our footsteps slapped louder. The air seemed to push at us as the sound of water swelled behind, a hollow, echoing surge that filled every curve of the pipe. Mia grabbed my shirt as we ran, not letting go. I didn't shake her off. "Faster," Tyler said. "I am going fast," she snapped. We hit the bend. The junction box ahead glowed faintly where the wider space caught Tyler's beam. The roar grew. There was a new note under it now, debris rattling maybe, or water striking metal somewhere further back. "Don't slip," Tyler said. "Helpful," Evan said. We burst into the junction, straightened just enough to run without crouching, then angled toward the right-hand tunnel the way out. "Wait," Evan said. Tyler didn't slow. "No." "What about them?" "What about us?" Tyler shot back. The roar was loud now, not hypothetical, not distant, real. Evan hesitated, just for a second. It was enough. Tyler grabbed him by the back of the shirt and shoved him forward. "Move." We hit the right tunnel and sprinted. The water underfoot thickened slightly, rippling now instead of lying flat. The sound behind us filled the pipe, swallowing our voices, so we had to shout. "How far?" Mia yelled. 50 yards, Tyler yelled back. "Maybe less. Maybe. Just run." My chest tightened, not just from running. The tunnel felt smaller. The light from the entrance, our rectangle of evening, looked farther away than it had before. I could hear my own breathing too loud in my ears, sharp and uneven, that old feeling creeping in like it had been waiting for an excuse. "Not now," I told myself. "Not here, Lee," Mia said, hearing it in my breath. "I'm fine," I said I was. The roar surged, Cold water licked at my ankles, then higher. We were too slow. Go, Tyler shouted again. The rectangle of light grew. We were going to make it. We were something slammed into the back of my calf. Hard, I stumbled, went down on one knee, hands slapping into the water. Lee, Mia yelled. I twisted, heart jumping into my throat. A branch. No, a piece of wood. A broken plank or something like it, shoved forward by the rising water. It wedged for a second against my leg, then tore free and shot past me. The water surged higher. Up. Tyler grabbed my arm, hauling me back to my feet. Up. We ran the last stretch almost blind, the light ahead flaring too bright after the dark. We hit the sloped concrete, scrambled, shoes slipping, hands grabbing at rough edges. Evan reached the fence first, yanked it open wider. Mia went through. Then me. Then Tyler. We spilled out into the ditch, gasping. Behind us, the water roared out of the pipe, brown and fast, carrying leaves and trash and the broken plank that had hit me. It surged through the grate where the shoe had been and spilled into the channel, rising within seconds. We backed up the slope, breathing hard. For a moment, no one spoke. The park sounded wrong now. Too normal, kids shouting, a dog barking, a car door slamming somewhere. Evan bent over, hands on his knees. Holy, Mia sat down hard in the grass. We almost, Tyler didn't finish anything. He just stared at the tunnel mouth, jaw tight. I looked at the water, then back at him. Tyler, I said. He didn't answer. Tyler, he swallowed. They knew, he said quietly. Who? Evan asked. Them, Tyler said, the voice. They knew it was coming. We all looked at the dark mouth of the drain. The water kept pouring out, steady and relentless. Somewhere in the back of my mind, a smaller, colder thought formed. Not about the flood, about the cart, about the hand, about the fact that someone had been down there with enough time to warn us and hadn't come out. Evan straightened slowly. And just leave them, he said. Mia looked at him like he was out of his mind. Are you serious? They're still down there. So are a lot of things right now, she said. They told us to go. Yeah, Mia snapped. So we went. Evan shook his head. We can call someone. Tyler finally moved, dragging a hand over his face. Yeah, he said, we call. With what? Mia said. None of us. I've got my phone, Tyler said, already pulling it from his pocket. He glanced at the screen. No signal. Of course, Evan muttered. Mia looked up toward the park. We can run up, near the field, Tyler nodded. Yeah, he stopped. We all followed his gaze. The water level in the ditch was still rising, fast, not just the outflow from the pipe. The whole channel was filling, the slow trickle turning into a moving sheet that crept up the sloped concrete toward the fence. Tyler, I said. I see it, he said. Is that normal? Mia asked. No, he said. Water surged again, higher this time, carrying more debris, plastic bottles, branches, something that might have been part of a crate. Evan looked from the ditch to the tunnel, then back. How long does this last? He asked. Tyler shook his head. Depends on how big the storm is upstream. Could be hours, Mia said, could be. We all stood there, breathing hard, staring at the water. Behind us, the park went on being a park. In front of us, the drain we'd just come out of filled like something alive. Evan said very quietly, they're trapped. No one answered, because we all knew what that meant. And because, without saying it out loud, we all understood the new problem taking shape in front of us, ticking down with the rising water. Evan was already moving before anyone agreed. Field, he said, pointing past the fence toward the baseball diamond. Signal'll be better up there. Mia scrambled up from the grass. Go, go. Tyler hesitated 1 second, just long enough to glance back at the drain mouth, at the brown water shouldering its way out, louder now, carrying a smell that had gone from damp earth to something sour and churned. "They're trapped," Evan said again, like it would stop being true if he didn't keep saying it. "I know," Tyler said, then louder. "We call first. Then we do anything else." We climbed the slope, hands grabbing at weeds and loose dirt, shoes slipping as the water edged higher behind us. The chain link fence rattled as Evan yanked it open wider, and we squeezed through into the park. The grass felt wrong under my feet, too soft after the concrete, too normal. I could still hear the drain roaring behind us, even as the park's noises crept back in. Kids laughing, a whistle from the field, someone's phone playing music from a blanket spread near the benches. "Over there," Mia said, pointing toward the third baseline where the ground rose slightly. We ran. My lungs burned halfway there. Not just from sprinting, my breathing had gone shallow and quick, that tight, controlled panic trying to break loose again. I focused on counting steps, on the feel of my shoes hitting dirt instead of the sound of water. "Don't lock up. Don't lock up." Tyler slowed near the edge of the field and raised his phone, turning in a slow circle like he could physically catch signal if he moved right. "Anything," Evan said. Tyler shook his head. "1 bar, no, gone. Try again." "I am trying." Mia pulled her own phone from her pocket. "Mine's dead." "Of course it is," Evan said. "Don't start." "I'm not starting, I'm just—" "Stop," I said, sharper than I meant to. They both looked at me. I swallowed, steadied my voice. "Just stop talking over each other." The whistle on the field blew again. A coach yelled something about bases. A couple of parents sat in folding chairs not 30 yards away, watching their kids run drills like nothing in the world had shifted. "They can't hear it from here," Mia said quietly, glancing back toward the ditch. "You can barely hear it now." She was right. The roar had flattened into background noise at this distance, like distant traffic. Tyler held his phone up again. "I'm going to try 911. Even if it drops, it might connect long enough." He hit call. We all stood there, watching his face. For a second, nothing. Then, "Emergency services. What is your—" Tyler turned slightly away from the wind. "Yeah, hi, we're at Miller Park near Carl Road. There's a storm drain. There are people trapped inside. Water's rising. The line cut." Just like that. Tyler stared at the screen. No, come on, call again," Evan said. "I'm trying." Tyler redialed. Come on, nothing. No connection this time." Mia looked back toward the ditch again. "We're wasting time." "Calling is not wasting time," Tyler said, but there was less certainty in it now. "They told us to go," Mia said. "They didn't come out." "That means they can't." Evan shook his head. "Or they won't." "Why wouldn't they?" she snapped. He didn't answer that, because none of us had a good answer. The singing drifted up again. Faint, almost lost in the open air. But it was there. I felt it more than heard it, a thread pulling from the ground. "They're still singing," I said. Tyler's eyes flicked to mine. "You hear it?" "Yeah." Mia closed her eyes for a second. Okay. We need to get someone, like physically get someone." "The park office," Evan said. "There's that little building by the parking lot." Tyler nodded. Yeah, okay." We started toward it, cutting across the edge of the field. A kid chased a foul ball near us, skidding to a stop when he saw our faces. "You guys okay?" he asked. "Fine," Evan said automatically, already moving past him. The small park office sat near the lot, a squat brick building with a single door and a couple of windows. Lights were on inside. We hit the door hard enough that it banged against the stopper. A man in a green polo looked up from behind a desk, startled. He was in his 30s maybe, wearing a lanyard and holding a clipboard. "Hey, what?" he started. "There are people in the storm drain," Tyler said, words tumbling over each other now. "The one behind the fence, the runoff ditch, it's flooding. They're stuck." The man blinked. "Slow down. What drain?" "Behind the park," Mia said, pointing. "By the weeds." "There's a tunnel. I know where it is," he said, standing. "But kids aren't supposed to be." "Please," I said. "Just listen. We heard them. There's at least 2 people in there. One told us water was coming. It's already flooding." The man's expression shifted, not full belief, but enough. "Okay," he said. "Okay, stay here." He grabbed a radio from the desk and stepped outside with us, walking fast toward the edge of the lot where he could see down toward the ditch. From here, the water was obvious. It had spread wider than before, the ditch nearly full now, brown and fast, slamming into the culvert opening and spilling out in a steady surge. "Jesus," the man said under his breath. He lifted the radio. "Unit 3 to dispatch. I've got potential flooding in the drainage culvert at Miller Park. Possible persons inside requesting fire and rescue." Static answered him. He frowned, adjusted something, tried again. "Unit 3 to dispatch." More static. "Are you serious?" Evan said. "Yo's acting up," the man muttered. "Probably interference with the weather." "What weather?" Mia said. "It's clear. Storm upstream," Tyler said automatically. The man glanced at him, then back at the ditch. Okay, I'm calling it in from my phone." He pulled his phone out, dialed, turned away slightly. We stood there, watching the water. The singing was gone again. Or maybe we just couldn't hear it over the rush. Evan took a step toward the fence. "Where are you going?" Mia said. "To look," he said. "No, we can't just stand here." "We're not standing here," she said. "We're getting help. They might not get here in time." Evan, he was already moving. Tyler cursed and followed him. I went after them because not going felt worse. Mia hesitated, then came to. Back down the slope. Back through the loose fence. The ditch felt different now, narrower, louder. The water climbing the concrete sides like it was trying to reclaim space. "Careful," Tyler said. "It's slick." Evan edged closer to the culvert, staying just out of the direct flow. He leaned in, trying to see into the tunnel. "Can you see anything?" I asked. He shook his head. "Too dark." Tyler came up beside him, angling the flashlight. The beam cut into the water, caught debris spinning past leaves, a plastic bottle, something cloth that snagged briefly on the grate before tearing free. "No way we're getting back in there," Tyler said. "Not through this," Evan said. Mia grabbed his arm. "Then that's it. We did what we could." Evan didn't look at her. He was staring at the tunnel, jaw tight. "There's another way," he said. Tyler's head snapped toward him. "What?" "The ladder," Evan said. "In the junction." My stomach dropped. "No," Tyler said immediately. "We could come down from the top," Evan said. "Avoid the main flow." "You have no idea what it looks like down there now," Tyler said. "The whole system could be filling. Or it could just be this branch," Evan shot back. "We don't know. Know enough to not go back in. They're down there. And so will we be if we go down that hole." The man from the office jogged back down toward us, phone still in hand. "I've got them coming," he said. "Fire department S on the way. They said stay clear of the culvert." "How long?" Evan asked. 10, 15 minutes. Evan laughed once, short. "They don't have 10 minutes. "You don't know that," the man said. "I was just in there," Evan said. "It's already." "Evan," Tyler said low. "Stop." Evan looked at him, really looked. "This is what you do," Evan said. "You make a plan and then you wait for someone else to fix it. That is not, you said yourself, someone warned us. They knew it was coming." That means they've been dealing with this longer than we have. That doesn't mean they can't get out, Tyler said. Then why didn't they? No one answered. The man shifted, uncomfortable. Look, I get that you're worried, but going back in there is not going to help anyone. You'll just make it worse, Mia finished. Evan exhaled hard. For a second, I thought he might actually drop it. Then he said, quieter, Lee, I didn't want him to use my name like that. Not here, not now. You heard it, he said, the singing. It wasn't normal, Mia flinched. Don't. And the hand, he went on. They didn't talk. Not like Evan, I said. What if they can't, he said. What if something's wrong? Like mentally. Or they're not going to climb a ladder on their own. They're not going to fight the water. They need someone to go get them. The image hit me whether I wanted it to or not. That hand on the wire, the way it had moved without coming into the light, the chain tapping. Mia shook her head. No, we are not doing this. We did our part. We told someone. They're coming, the man said. They'll have equipment. And if it's too late, Evan said. Tyler stepped between them. Enough. They stood there, breathing hard. Water surged again higher, slapping at the lower edge of the grate. Tyler looked at the culvert, then at the slope, then up toward the park, where the maintenance cover sat somewhere above the junction we'd been in. I saw it happen in his face. The calculation, the plan. 2 minutes, he said. Mia stared at him. No, 2 minutes, he repeated. We go to the manhole, we look. We don't go down unless it's safe. That is not a real plan, Mia said. It's better than nothing, Evan said immediately. It's worse than nothing, she shot back. Nothing keeps us alive. Tyler's voice dropped. If we can reach them from above, if there's a way to get them up. With what? Mia said. Our hands. With something, he said, though it didn't sound like he believed it fully. The man stepped forward. You are not going down any manhole. Tyler met his eyes. We're not going down. We're just looking. You're kids. We were just down there, Evan said. That doesn't make it better. The man lifted his radio again, like that would settle it. Static crackled. Look, Tyler said, more urgent now. If they're near the junction, we might be able to get them to the ladder. If we wait and the water fills the lower tunnels. You don't know the system, the man said. I know enough, Tyler said. He didn't look at me when he said it, but I felt it anyway. That pull again, that expectation. That if he moved, we'd move. Mia grabbed my arm. We're not doing this. I looked at the ditch, at the water, at the dark mouth of the tunnel, at the place where the singing had been. My chest tightened, not from panic this time, from the feeling of being right at the edge of something where turning back would be easy and going forward would not be. They're not going to make it if we just stand here, Evan said. The man shook his head. Fire will be here any minute, a siren wailed in the distance. Faint, farther than it should have been. We all heard it, all looked up, then back at the ditch. The water surged again higher, faster. Tyler made the decision. Go, he said, and he turned, already running up the slope toward the park. Evan followed. I went after them. Behind me, Mia swore and came to. The man shouted something, hey, stop, but we didn't stop. We cut across the grass, past the edge of the field, toward the maintenance cover we all knew was there even if we'd never used it. A flat, round plate set into the ground near a stand of trees, half hidden by dirt and leaves. Iron grew a little louder. Not enough. Here, Tyler said, skidding to a stop. The cover was heavier than it looked, a thick iron disc with a small lip on one side. Help me, Tyler said. Evan grabbed the edge. I did too. The metal was hot from the day's sun. On 3, Tyler said. 1, 2, we lifted. It scraped against the concrete with a grinding sound that seemed too loud, too exposed. The smell hit us immediately, stronger here. Not just damp earth, something chemical, sweet and wrong. God, Mia said, covering her nose. The opening yawned black beneath us. A vertical drop with the ladder bolted to the side, disappearing into darkness. The roar of water came up from below, echoing off the shaft walls. Tyler leaned over, shining the flashlight down. Can you see them? Evan asked. Tyler didn't answer right away. He adjusted the beam, moving it side to side. I can see the junction, he said finally. Water's coming in from the left hard. He swallowed. It's higher than before. How high? I asked. Mid-shin, maybe more. That's not, Mia started, then stopped. We all knew it wouldn't stay there. Do you see them? Evan said. Tyler shook his head. No, call down, Evan said. Tyler hesitated, then, hey, he shouted into the hole. We're up here, by the ladder, can you hear us? His voice dropped into the shaft and came back warped. No answer. Again, Evan said. Tyler tried again, louder. We're at the ladder, climb up if you can. For a second, nothing. Then a shape moved in the light. At the edge of the junction, where the left tunnel fed in, something pale, a hand. It slid into the beam, gripping the wall. The singing started again. Faint, broken by the roar. She's there, I said. She, Mia said. Voice, I said. It's the same, the hand dragged forward. Slow, too slow. Water surged around it. Climb, Evan shouted. Climb up. The hand didn't move toward the ladder. It just held on. The singing wavered. Behind it, deeper in the left tunnel, something shifted. A shadow. For a second, my brain told me it was something huge, something wrong, something coming. Then the light shifted, and it resolved into debris, branches, trash, a piece of fencing being forced forward by the current, piling against the cart we couldn't see from here. Misdirection. My brain catching up to reality. Come on, Tyler shouted. You have to move. No response. The hand slipped, caught again. Water surged higher. She's not going to make it, Mia whispered. Evan looked at Tyler. We go down. No, Tyler said, we go down. No, she can't climb, Evan said. You can see that. And we can't either if that water hits the shaft, Tyler shot back. The roar deepened. A new sound joined it, metal scraping, loud and sudden. The cart. It was giving way. Tyler, I said. He looked at the water, at the hand, at the ladder, at us. Then he made the choice. We go down, he said. Mia stared at him. No. We go down, we get her to the ladder, we get out, he said, fast. That is not, Mia's voice broke. That is not safe. Nothing about this is safe, Evan said. The siren was closer now. Still not close enough. The water surged again, slamming into the junction. The hand lost its grip, slipped, disappeared. The singing cut off mid-note. No, Evan said. Tyler swung a leg over the edge, grabbing the ladder. Tyler, Mia shouted. He didn't stop. Evan was right behind him. I stood there for 1 second too long, my body locking. The drop opening under me, the roar filling my head. Lee, Mia yelled. I moved. Because not moving wasn't an option anymore. Because the point where we could pretend this was just curiosity had already passed. Because the only direction left was down. I swung my leg over and grabbed the ladder. Behind me, Mia swore again, then followed. Above us, the park still looked like a park. Below us, the tunnel filled, and there was no easy way back. The ladder shook under our combined weight. Tyler was below me, Evan below him, Mia above me. The iron rungs were slick with condensation and something chalky that rubbed onto my palms. The smell coming up the shaft was stronger now, sweet, chemical, like detergent left too long in a closed washer, mixed with mud and runoff, and the raw metallic tang of floodwater smashing through concrete. "Slow," Tyler said, though none of us were going slow. His flashlight beam swung below us in jerks, catching the walls of the shaft, the mouth of the junction, the water heaving through it. The tunnel system sounded different from above than it had inside. Less like a place, more like machinery. Water forcing itself through narrow spaces, metal scraping, the dull impacts of debris hitting concrete and each other. When Tyler hit the bottom rung, he stopped. "Water's at my knees," he said. "Can you see her?" Evan asked. Tyler swept the light left. "I see the cart," he said. "It moved." "How much?" "It's twisted sideways now, blocking more." Evan pushed lower. "Move, don't shove me." We dropped the last few feet one at a time into the junction box. The water was shockingly cold. It slammed against my shins hard enough to make me widen my stance. The force of it had changed everything. What had been a tunnel you could map with your body was now unstable. Angry. The water came hard from the left branch, crossed the junction, then spilled toward the right-hand tunnel and the outlet grate where we'd escaped before. Debris spun in the eddies. Sticks, leaves, a plastic gallon jug, a strip of cloth. Tyler turned the light toward the left branch. The shopping cart was still there, but not where it had been. The flood had shoved it crooked so it bit into one wall, while its rear wheels scraped uselessly against the floor. Clothes still hung from it, plastered flat by spray. The chain we'd heard was wound around the handle and one side bar, then trailed off into the water. And beside the cart, half in the current, one hand braced on the wall, was the singing woman. She was older than I'd expected, not a teenager. Maybe late 20s or 30, hard to tell under the dirt and wet hair. She wore a gray t-shirt darkened almost black with water, and a pair of sweatpants with one knee torn open. Her face was pale in Tyler's beam. Her lips moved with the melody, but weakly now, like the singing was something she was doing to keep herself pointed in one direction. Her eyes kept slipping past us. "She's right there," Evan said. No one answered because we could all see that. "Hey," Tyler shouted. "Look at me. You need to come to the ladder." The woman didn't answer. She looked toward the light, then away. Her fingers slid on the wall and caught again. The left branch behind her belched another surge of water, and then we saw why she hadn't made it. The chain wasn't just hanging there. It was looped around her wrist, not tight like handcuffs, not locked, but wrapped 2, maybe 3 times, the free length trailing back to the cart where it had snagged in the wire frame. In lower water, maybe she could have worked it loose. Now the current kept it taut. "Jesus Christ," Mia said above the roar. Evan was already moving. "Wait," Tyler snapped, grabbing his shirt. "She's caught. I see that." The woman's head jerked at the raised voices. She blinked at us. Up close, her eyes looked wrong, not in some horror movie way, just unfocused and overbright. There was a rawness around her nostrils, like she'd been crying or inhaling something harsh. "Hey," Evan yelled at her. "Hey, hold still." That got her attention for one full second, long enough for her to look right at him. Then she started singing louder. Not stronger, just louder. The same tune, if it was even a tune, breaking on her breath. Tyler cursed. Okay. Lee, Mia, stay by the ladder. If one of us goes down, you haul, got it? Tyler, Mia said, don't, got it? Neither of us said yes, which he took as good enough. He shoved the flashlight into my hand. Hold it on her. The beam jittered with my grip. Tyler and Evan pushed into the current together, shoulders lowered. The water hit them mid-thigh now, stronger toward the left branch where it funneled through. Evan slipped on the first step and caught himself on the wall with a slap. Tyler grabbed the back of his shirt and steadied him. "Slow," I yelled. "Keep the light up," Tyler yelled back. I did. The woman watched the beam, not us, just the beam, her mouth still moving. The chain rattled against the cart with every yank of the current. Tink. There it was again. Not creepy now, just mechanical. A little sound from a stupid piece of metal caught in a flood. Tyler reached the cart first, placed one hand on it, and tested its movement. It shuddered, then held. "Stuck good," he said. Evan bent toward the chain around the woman's wrist. "We need to unwind it. Can you do it?" "I can if she stops moving." "Ma'am," Tyler shouted, "you have to stop pulling." She flinched at the volume. Her free hand came up, covering one ear. Then, from the dark behind the cart, a man's voice said, "Don't yell at her." Every muscle in my body locked. Tyler swung his head toward the left branch. "Where are you?" No answer at first. Just the water. Then a shape shifted behind the cart, low and partly obscured by the twisted wire, and the debris wedged against it. A man crouched there, one shoulder pressed to the wall to keep from being swept sideways. He was maybe 40, maybe older. Wet hair plastered to his skull, beard gone patchy with gray. One side of his face was bruised yellow-purple around the cheekbone. He wore a dark jacket soaked through and clinging to him. Eyes narrowed against the flashlight. It was the warning voice. Had to be. "You could have come out," Evan shouted. The man gave him a look like that was too stupid to answer. "She won't climb if you yell," he said. "She thinks loud means bad. Then you tell her," Tyler snapped. "She's tangled." The man shifted closer, and that was when I saw his leg. His right pant leg below the knee was wrapped tight with duct tape and what looked like strips of towel, all of it darkening with water. Not a neat bandage. A desperate one. The leg lay at an angle that seemed wrong when the current pushed against it. He wasn't staying because he wanted to. He was staying because he couldn't leave. "Tyler," I said, and he glanced back, saw where my light had drifted, understood immediately. "Great," he muttered. The man caught that too. "You going to help or talk?" Tyler's face tightened. "Who is she?" The man ignored the question. "Her wrist first, then her, then me, or don't." Water's rising. That at least was honest. Evan was already working at the chain. He got one loop off her wrist, but as soon as the current shifted, the cart jerked and the chain snapped taut again. The woman cried out not words, just a sharp sound, and started singing harder, voice trembling. "Hold the cart," Evan yelled. Tyler planted both hands against the wire frame and leaned his full weight into it. The cart vibrated under the force of the water, and the debris jammed behind it. I realized what that meant a second later. "Tyler," I yelled, "that's holding stuff back." He looked at me. He knew. Behind the cart, branches and trash and maybe more than that were piled by the current. The cart wasn't just an obstacle. It had become a dam. If it came free all at once, everything behind it would blow into the junction. "We cut the chain," Mia shouted from the ladder. "Use the knife." Tyler looked at Evan. Evan slapped his pockets, swore. "I don't have one." Tyler did. Of course he did. But he'd left it in his shorts pocket when we ran up through the park. And now those shorts were soaking wet and plastered to him. He twisted, yanked the little folding knife free, and tried to flip it open one-handed while still bracing the cart. The blade slipped once before locking open. "Take it," he said. Evan grabbed it and sawed at the chain where it wrapped the cart handle. It was the wrong tool, too small. The chain links were thin, but not that thin, and the current kept jerking his hand. He cut into the cheap metal coating, exposing silver beneath, but not enough. It's not going. Then unwind it. I'm trying. The woman made another choked sound. Her knees buckled. Tyler lunged, catching her under one arm while still half holding the cart. Light, he shouted. I raised the beam. My hands were shaking so hard the light skimmed off the wall and back. Lee, Mia said behind me, low and urgent. Breathe. I hadn't realized I'd stopped. The shaft above us looked very far away. Not now, I told myself. Not here. Evan got a second loop off. The chain fell slack for a heartbeat. Then the woman twisted suddenly, maybe trying to pull away from him, and the loose end slid under the cart frame and snagged again. No, Evan shouted. The current surged higher, slamming against all three of them. The man behind the cart braced and sucked in a breath through his teeth. You have maybe 1 minute before that goes. What goes? Mia yelled. The answer came with the sound. A deep groan of metal against concrete. The cart shifted half an inch sideways. Debris packed behind it pressed harder, the pressure visible now in the way branches bent and snapped. Tyler looked back at us. Get up the ladder, he said. No, Evan said instantly. That was not to you. I knew what he meant before Mia did. I turned and shoved the flashlight at her. Hold this. What are you doing? The ladder. I know where the ladder is. No, brace it. If it hits, she understood then. If the cart blew, debris would shoot into the junction. The ladder shaft was the only vertical escape, and if something rammed the bottom hard enough while we were still all down here, go, I yelled. Mia scrambled 2 rungs up, twisting to keep the flashlight aimed down. I got 1 foot on the lowest rung, 1 hand on the side rail, ready to haul whoever made it back first. Evan finally got the chain free from the cart. Got it, but not from her wrist. 1 loop still held. Freed length whipped in the current like a live thing and wrapped around Tyler's shin. He swore and kicked it loose. The woman sagged. Move, Tyler shouted at her. She didn't. Her face had gone blank in a way that scared me more than the singing had. Not unconscious. Just gone somewhere we couldn't reach. The man behind the cart shouted something at her then, a name maybe, or maybe just a noise he'd used before to get her attention. She blinked, looked toward him. That worked. For the first time, she stopped singing. What did you say? Evan yelled. The man ignored him and said it again, sharper. She took 1 step, then another. Tyler and Evan practically dragged her toward the junction, fighting the current. The loose chain snaked after them from her wrist. Come on, I shouted. The cart groaned again. The man behind it looked at Tyler. Leave it. Tyler hesitated. The whole story of him was in that hesitation. Rules, planning, the reflex to account for everyone, everything. The belief that if you just thought hard enough you could do this without choosing who got left behind. Leave it, the man yelled. Tyler shoved the woman toward us. Evan caught her and nearly went down with her weight. Take her, I dropped off the rung, splashing forward just enough to grab the woman's other arm. Up close, she smelled like mud, sweat, and that same sweet detergent stink. Her skin was icy. Climb, I said, louder than I meant to. Climb, now. She stared at me. Then at the ladder. Then somewhere above it, as if she were trying to remember what ladders were for. Mia shoved the flashlight into the crook of one arm and reached down with her free hand. Take it. The woman lifted 1 foot, missed the rung, hit it on the second try. Behind us, Evan was yelling at Tyler. Come on, come on. Tyler had not come back. He turned toward the man behind the cart. Tyler, I screamed. I know, he shouted back. The man looked furious. Don't be stupid. Tyler pushed back into the current anyway. Of course he did. Because at the exact point where caution should have won, his flaw took over. If there was a plan that saved everyone, he had to try it, even when the trying was the stupidest part. The man slapped a hand against the wall hard. My leg is broken. I see that. You won't get me out before it goes. Then help me make sure. Evan started toward them and I yelled, no. Woman lost her grip on the ladder rung and slid back into me. The chain on her wrist clinked. I wrapped one arm around her waist and physically shoved her upward. Climb. She made a small animal sound and grabbed the rail with both hands. That was enough. Mia hauled from above, I pushed from below, and the woman began moving, clumsy and slow, but moving. A fresh surge hit the junction. Water rose from knee to nearly thigh in one ugly instant. The cart screamed against the concrete. Then it gave. Not all at once. First, one wheel tore free and shot sideways. Then the whole frame buckled inward as the debris load behind it punched through. Branches, bottles, tangled trash, a broken pallet slat, clotted weeds, all of it exploded into the junction in a brown wall. Tyler. Evan yelled, he lunged. Something hit him in the shoulder, a branch maybe, and spun him half around. He went under to the chest, came up coughing. The man behind the cart vanished completely. Tyler caught one side of the collapsing frame with both hands, as if he could hold back the flood by force. It lasted maybe half a second, long enough for me to see the look on his face, not heroic, not noble, just shocked at how strong the water really was. Then the cart ripped free, slamming into him and taking him off his feet. Everything compressed into noise after that. Evan grabbing for Tyler's shirt and missing, me shoving the woman higher, while Mia screamed down the shaft for her to keep climbing. Tyler surfacing once in the foam and debris, one hand hitting the ladder rail so hard the sound rang through the shaft. Grab him, Mia yelled. I let go of the woman with one hand and caught Tyler's wrist. The force nearly tore my shoulder out. He was heavier in water than I would have thought possible, because it wasn't just him. It was the current trying to keep him. Debris hit my legs. Something sharp scraped my calf. Tyler's fingers slipped once, then clamped harder. Evan got hold of the back of Tyler's shirt. Pull, he shouted. We pulled. For one awful second, Tyler did not move at all. Then whatever had snagged him gave way. He slammed into the ladder, chest first, making a sound like all the air went out of him. Evan shoved him upward from below, and Tyler climbed with a kind of blind, automatic desperation, not even looking where his feet landed. Evan, I yelled. I'm coming, but he wasn't yet. The debris was still pouring through. Water now hit the bottom of the shaft in violent bursts, sloshing up around our knees and dropping. I couldn't see the man anywhere. Couldn't even tell if there was still a left branch beyond the mass of moving junk and muddy water. Then the male voice came once, from somewhere under the roar. Go, not close, not reachable, just there, one last time. Evan heard it too. I knew because he froze, head turning toward the sound. And he made the choice for real. He grabbed the ladder. We climbed. No grace left in it. No order, just scrambling, slipping, elbows and knees, and wet shoes on iron. The woman above me moved too slowly, and I wanted to scream, but Mia kept hauling her by the back of the shirt. Tyler was above them, breathing in ragged barks. Evan below me close enough that every time the ladder shook, I felt him hit the rungs. Something heavy smashed into the shaft wall beneath us. Then another impact. I didn't look down. A hand hit my ankle once, Evan steadying himself. Nothing more, and I almost kicked free out of reflex. Then daylight. Dusk light, really. But after the shaft, it was blinding. Mia rolled out first, dragging the woman half on top of her. Tyler came up next and sprawled face down in the grass, coughing up drain water. I scrambled out on raw knees. Evan came last, hauling himself over the lip with both forearms shaking. "Move the cover," Tyler gasped. We shoved together. The iron plate scraped back across the opening, not fully closed, but enough to narrow it, enough to keep debris from blowing straight out if the water punched higher. Then we all just lay there for maybe 3 seconds, maybe 10. Long enough to breathe, not long enough to recover. The sirens were close now, very close. Through the trees, red light flickered against parked cars. Mia was crying, quietly, furious about it. She kept wiping her face like she was annoyed tears existed. The woman on the grass had started humming again, faintly, eyes half shut. Her wrist was raw where the chain had been. Up close, I could see bruises along both forearms, old and new layered together. Not dramatic movie bruises, finger-sized, real ones. Tyler rolled onto his side and looked at the opening we'd half covered. "Where's the man?" Evan asked. Nobody answered. He pushed himself up on one elbow, eyes wild and red-rimmed. "Where is he?" Tyler shut his eyes. "That's not an answer," Evan said. "I know," Tyler said. The words came out flat, like he had nothing left to put behind them. Firefighters reached us maybe 30 seconds later, though it felt separated from everything before by a whole different life. Boots pounding over grass, radios crackling, questions fired too fast to answer cleanly. "How many inside?" "One more," Evan said immediately. "Adult male," Tyler added, voice hoarse. "Broken leg. Left branch beyond the junction." Flood came through. A firefighter knelt by the woman, checking her pulse, shining a penlight into her eyes, while another cut the chain free from her wrist with bolt cutters from a rescue bag. The crisp metallic snap of it made me flinch. "Any chemicals down there?" someone asked. "I don't know," I said. But then one of the firefighters sniffed the air near the woman's shirt and said, "Detergent or solvent, maybe. Maybe from runoff. Maybe from belongings. The smell, the floral sweetness. Nothing supernatural. Just human mess soaked into fabric and closed spaces until it turned strange. They got blankets over us, asked our names, asked if we'd been submerged, asked if we hit our heads. I watched 2 firefighters wrench the manhole fully open and descend with proper gear, helmets and harness lines and radios that worked. That was the part that hurt, weirdly. Seeing the right way to do it after we'd done it wrong. Evan kept trying to sit up, kept asking if they'd found him. A paramedic finally pressed him back down and said, "Stay still, kid," in a tone that was gentle only because it had to be. They loaded the woman onto a stretcher. As they lifted her, she started singing again, just for a second. Then one of the medics said something soft to her again, probably a name, or maybe just a calm voice done right, and she quieted. Tyler heard that too. His face changed when he did. Not relief, worse than relief. Understanding. He looked at me once, just once, and I knew he'd put it together the same way I had. The song had never been a haunting thing. It had been a coping thing, a way to stay contained, to endure. And we had walked toward it like it was a mystery instead of a person. The firefighter team came back up without the man. Not immediately. They went down, came up, went down again with more equipment, more urgency, then less. Adults get a particular look when a situation stops being rescue and turns into recovery. Even at 14, you can read it. No one said it in front of us for a while. They didn't have to. Evan understood first and got angry in that useless, directionless way grief arrives when it has nowhere decent to land. He shoved a paramedic's hand off him and stood too fast, then nearly fell because his ankle had swollen to the size of a grapefruit inside his shoe. Tyler stayed sitting with his arms around his knees, staring at the grass. Mia answered practical questions in a voice so controlled it sounded older than any of us. I looked at the manhole cover, at the rim of dark around it, at the grass flattened by our bodies and the responders' boots. The conflict was over. The immediate danger had passed. The water would go down eventually. Reports would be filed. Parents would be called. There would be sirens and statements, and maybe our names written down in someone's notebook next to the phrase unauthorized access. But none of that changed the thing that settled into me as dusk finally gave up and the park lights clicked on. We had gotten one person out and left one voice in the drain. By the time my mother got to Riverside Methodist, they'd already cut my jeans off below the knee. Not the whole pair, just the right leg, because my calf had a long scrape across it packed with black grit and whatever had been in that water. The nurse irrigating it kept apologizing before each flush, which I appreciated in theory and hated in practice. Every squeeze of the syringe felt like she was pouring liquid fire straight into the muscle. "Sorry," she said again. "It's okay," I said, because that's what you say when an adult is hurting you for a good reason. It was close to 10 by then. I knew because there was a wall clock across from the curtained bay, and I had spent the last 20 minutes looking at it instead of looking at anyone else. My mom came in carrying the smell of outside air and panic. Not loud panic, the tight kind. She worked nights at a dental office doing insurance and front desk stuff, and she was still wearing her cardigan with the pen clipped at the collar. Her eyes went straight to my leg, then to the blanket over my shoulders, then to my face like she was checking what percentage of me was still intact. "Oh my God," she said. I said, "I'm okay," too fast. She nodded too many times. I know. That meant she didn't know. They'd put the 4 of us in separate bays after triage, but the curtains didn't do much. I could hear bits of the others if the hallway noise dipped. Mia's mother spoke in short, sharp bursts, English and Spanish switching places whenever she got emotional. Evan was somewhere to my left, still arguing with somebody about his ankle. Tyler hadn't raised his voice once. Not once. That bothered me more than if he had. A police officer came by around 10:15 with a notebook and a face arranged into concern. He was young, maybe late 20s, clean-shaven, with damp patches under his arms from the heat or the vest, or both. He introduced himself as Officer Hensley and asked if I felt up to answering a few questions. My mom looked like she wanted to say no. I said yes before she could. He pulled a plastic chair over and sat carefully, as if sudden movement might break me further. "Start from the park," he said. "Not from when you went in the second time, from the beginning." So I did, or tried to. What you learn very quickly after something bad happens is how messy your own memory sounds out loud. The pieces made sense inside my head because I'd lived them. Outside my head, they sounded stupid. We saw a shoe. We heard singing. We went in. A woman was behind a shopping cart in the tunnel. A man warned us. Water came. We got out. Then we went back in through the manhole. Every time I said one of those things, I could feel how it must sound to an adult writing it down. Officer Hensley didn't roll his eyes or say, "What were you thinking?" But the question lived quietly in the room anyway. When I got to the part about the woman singing, he paused. "She never answered your questions directly." "No, but she was conscious." "Yes." Could she have been intoxicated? I thought about her eyes, too bright and not quite landing on people. About the sweet detergent smell in the shaft, in the tunnel, on her clothes. About the bruises along her arms. "Maybe," I said, "or scared, or hurt. I don't know." He nodded, wrote something down, moved on. Firefighter who had first gone down the manhole came in later, still in station pants, and a navy t-shirt now, his turnout coat gone. His hair was flattened from his helmet. He wanted to clarify the layout, he said, where exactly the left branch was in relation to the ladder shaft, how far the cart had been from the junction, whether the man had been behind it or beyond it. I answered as well as I could, drew a map on the back of an intake form when he asked. Junction box, shaft overhead, left branch, right branch to the outlet, cart diagonal, man behind it, pressed to the wall. He looked at my sketch for a long second. "That helps," he said. It didn't sound like help. Around 11, after X-rays and cleaning and one tetanus shot, I absolutely did not handle with dignity. They let my mom walk me down the hall to use the restroom. I was limping enough that she kept a hand near my elbow without actually holding me. That hand made me feel 6 years old and 90 at the same time. On the way back, we passed Evans Bay. The curtain was half open. His ankle was wrapped thick and propped on pillows. He had a split lip I hadn't even noticed before, and bruising was coming up along one side of his jaw. His dad was standing by the sink, still in work boots and a stained polo from the tire place he managed, arms folded so tight they looked locked. Evan was staring at the TV mounted high in the corner, not watching it. He saw me and sat up a little. "You okay?" he asked. My mom slowed but didn't stop. Adults love pretending they're not listening while clearly listening. "Yeah," I said. "You?" He shrugged, which, given the ankle, made him wince. His dad said, not to me, "She doesn't need to be standing in the hallway." Evan's face hardened instantly. "Can you not?" My mom steered me on. That was the first crack that showed itself above ground. Evan didn't go dramatic. He went mean in flashes, then ashamed right after. The kind of anger that needed a target and kept finding the nearest person because the real target was water, time, the manhole, himself. Mia got released before I did. Her injuries were mostly scrapes and a strained wrist from hauling on the ladder. But when she passed my bay on the way out, she didn't come in. She stood at the opening with her mother beside her, backpack clutched to her chest like she had shown up for school by mistake. "You should sleep," she said. It was such a weird, flat thing to say that I almost laughed. "Yeah," I said. She nodded once. Her eyes flicked to my leg, then away. "Don't tell people the song." I knew immediately what she meant. Don't tell it the wrong way. Don't turn it into a campfire story. Don't let the only thing that survives be the part that sounds spooky. "I won't," I said. She left. Tyler was the last one I saw. That wasn't on purpose. They rolled me to a different part of the ER to wait on discharge paperwork. And sometime after midnight, when the automatic doors at the ambulance bay side open and shut, and the vending machine hum started to feel like part of my bloodstream, I looked up and saw him sitting alone at the far end of the hall. Not in a room, just in a plastic chair under a framed print of flowers. He had a blanket around his shoulders. His wet clothes were gone, replaced by oversized gray hospital sweats that made him look younger and smaller somehow. There was a bruise darkening under one eye and a strip of starry strips near his hairline. He was staring at his hands. I don't remember crossing the hallway. I just remember being there. "Hey," I said. He looked up slowly, like he'd had to come back from somewhere. "Hey, you okay?" A stupid question. He almost smiled at it anyway. "Sure." I sat down in the chair next to him. My leg throbbed all the way to my hip. For a minute, neither of us said anything. The hospital made its quiet nighttime noises around us. Distant wheels, a cough, intercom static. Then Tyler said, I should have left him. I didn't answer right away, because I knew which part he meant. Not the first time. Not when we came out of the flooding tunnel and stood in the ditch. He meant in the junction, when the woman was moving and the man had told him to go. "He told you to," I said. "That doesn't make it better." "No," he nodded. "That was it. No grand absolution. No speech about bravery, just no." His fingers tightened together until the knuckles went white. "I really thought there was enough time." "I know. I keep doing that part over." "Me too." He finally looked at me then. Tired, furious eyes, but not at me. Mostly at himself for still being a person who had to live inside his own decisions. "Did you hear what one of the medics called her?" he asked. I shook my head. "Dana," it landed softly. "A real name always does, not the singing woman, Dana." "She said it calmed her down," Tyler said. "When they got her on the stretcher, I thought about that. About the man calling something sharp through the water, and the way Dana had looked toward him and moved." "Did they say who he was?" I asked. Tyler shook his head. "No. There were so many things the adults around us knew by then and hadn't told us yet. Maybe because they were still figuring them out. Maybe because no answer would make the night simpler. My mom found us there and took me home around 1:30. The neighborhood looked wrong in that post-hospital hour. All the porches dark and the sodium streetlights staining the pavement orange. It was still August hot, but a storm had passed somewhere far enough away that all we got was sticky air and a faint smell of wet asphalt. She drove with both hands fixed at 10 and 2, like she was taking a road test. At a red light on Indianola, she said, "Your father called." That got a noise out of me that wasn't quite a word. "He wants to come by tomorrow." "Why?" She looked at me, then back at the light. "Because you nearly drowned, Lee." "I didn't nearly drown." She turned the car toward me just enough to let me know she knew I was lying. When we got home, she set towels on my bed in case I was still dirty somehow, and brought me water and ibuprofen, and then stood in my doorway for a second like she wanted to say something huge and couldn't find a shape for it. What she settled on was, "You scared me." "I know," I said. She nodded once and went to her room. I slept maybe 40 minutes total. Every time I drifted off, the ladder came back. Not the worst part, interestingly. Not the cart breaking. Not the man disappearing. Just the ladder shaking under all of us, and my hand on Tyler's wrist, and the feeling that the current had more claim on him than I did. By morning, the story had already started changing in other people's mouths. A local station ran a segment online by noon. Teens help rescue woman from flooded storm drain. There was aerial footage of the park and a cropped shot of the manhole with yellow tape around it, and the wording managed to make us sound both heroic and like idiots, which was fair. They didn't name the man right away. They did name Dana by the next afternoon once family had been reached and the hospital confirmed she was stable. 31. Treated for hypothermia, chemical exposure, dehydration. Evaluation pending. That last phrase covered a lot. The man was named 2 days later. Martin Keller, 42. Found in the debris choke beyond the junction after the water level dropped enough for full access. I learned that from Officer Hensley when he came by our house for a follow-up statement. And my mom let him sit at the kitchen table, because that's what you do when a uniform comes to your door, even if you wish they wouldn't. He spoke gently and without unnecessary detail, which I appreciated and resented in equal measure. There doesn't appear to be criminal exposure for you kids, he said after the practical questions were done. My mother, who had been silent up to that point, except to offer coffee he didn't take, said, for them. He cleared his throat. Trespassing, restricted municipal infrastructure, that kind of thing. Under the circumstances, nobody is pursuing it. That was the legal piece then. Not exactly forgiveness, more like official exhaustion. The bigger thing came after. Dana and Martin had been living rough for a while, mostly around the north side, according to the officer. Not permanently in the drains, but using them when they had nowhere else dry to go, or when Martin thought being out of sight was safer. Safer from who stayed hazy. He did not elaborate, and I did not ask with my mother there. Dana had a history of psychiatric holds. Martin had a history of trying to keep her from spiraling, the officer said, with the careful vocabulary adults use when they're compressing complicated human lives into manageable sentences. Toxicology was still pending. So was the full coroner's report. There had been bruises, yes. There were always bruises with people living outdoors and moving through hard spaces and bad choices and each other. That answer solved nothing cleanly. What about the song? I asked. Officer Hensley glanced at my mother, then back at me. Hospital staff said repetitive vocalizing can be a self-soothing behavior, especially under stress. Self-soothing, a terrible gentle phrase for a terrible ungentle place. School started the next week anyway. That might be the strangest part of almost any disaster when you're young. Geometry does not care. The bus still comes. The cafeteria still smells like pizza grease and bleach. Teachers lower their voices and ask if you need anything, but they still need the homework by Friday. I went back with my calf bandaged under jeans despite the heat. Mia wore long sleeves twice in a row and snapped at anyone who asked why. Evan came in on crutches and became briefly, miserably famous. He handled it by telling increasingly aggressive half-true versions of the story until people stopped asking. Tyler missed 3 days, then came back, and seemed to have aged out of 8th grade entirely over one long weekend. We didn't sit together in any deliberate dramatic pact. We just kept finding each other at lunch because everyone else sounded too normal or too excited. There were kids who wanted the creepy part. They wanted the singing, the drain, the manhole, all the pieces that could be rearranged into something fun to repeat in whispers. Mia shut that down fast. It wasn't like that, she told one girl from choir who asked if the woman had sounded like a ghost. The girl laughed because she thought Mia was joking. Mia stared at her until she stopped. The park got fenced off for a month. Temporary orange barriers first, then crews with city trucks and survey equipment. They inspected the culvert system, cleared debris, welded the loose fence section shut. For a while, there were rumors they were going to seal the whole access point. They didn't, at least not completely. Municipal things tend to end in partial fixes. A new warning sign went up instead, bright white with red lettering about flash flooding and unauthorized entry, as if the old problem had been a lack of signage. In October, my dad finally took me to breakfast and spent most of it trying not to ask questions in a way that made every question louder. He asked about physical therapy for my leg, asked if I still felt anxious in enclosed spaces, which was his version of saying panic attack without wanting to own that word. I said sometimes. He nodded like maybe that could be entered into a spreadsheet and managed. The first time it rained hard after all of it, I stood at my bedroom window and counted between lightning and thunder, even though the storm was nowhere near us yet. At school, Dana became the name we used when we talked about that night, which was not often and never for long. Not the woman, Dana. Martin stayed Martin too, which felt right. Keeping their names separate from what happened to them was the only small, decent thing left. Months later, I mean real months, enough that the leaves were back out, and the scar on my calf had gone from angry red to a shiny pale rope. I cut through Miller Park on my way home from the library because daylight lasted longer again, and I wanted to prove to myself I could. Nothing cinematic happened. That's important. There were kids on the field, a dad with a stroller, someone mowing nearby, so the whole place smelled like gasoline and cut grass. The warning sign stood by the fence. The ditch beyond it looked smaller than I remembered, as dangerous places often do once they're empty. I stopped by the welded section of chain link and looked through. The culvert mouth sat in shadow, dry this time, only a thread of water moving through the center. The concrete inside was stained higher up where the flood had been. The grate had been replaced. New metal, brighter, and caught in one corner of it, fluttering very slightly in the breeze that came out of the tunnel, was a strip of faded red fabric. Not a whole shoe, not even close, just cloth. Probably snagged there by runoff from months ago, probably from anything. Trash has a way of assembling itself into symbols if you stare long enough. I stood there longer than I should have, and I went home the normal way, through the neighborhood, past barking dogs and sprinkler hiss, and somebody grilling onions in a backyard. Ordinary life everywhere, but not unbroken. Never fully that again. Sometimes, even now, when I'm trying to fall asleep and a fan or an air vent finds the right thin note, my body goes still before my mind catches up. Just for a second. Long enough to remember concrete, dark water, the taste of panic, the little metallic tink of chain on wire. And once in a while, I think about something Officer Hensley said without emphasis, almost by accident, when he was packing up his notebook at our kitchen table. They'd found one backpack in the drain system after the water receded. He told my mother. Not two. I didn't ask why that stayed with me. I'm not even sure I can explain it cleanly. Maybe because it suggested movement after the point I thought everything had fixed itself into place. Maybe because it meant there had been one more object, one more decision, one more small human arrangement in that tunnel than I had accounted for. Or maybe it means nothing at all. That's the part that stays with you, I think. Not the big answers, the almost answers. The ordinary world closes over what happened and keeps going. parks reopen, grass grows, kids get older, and under that, somewhere, the water keeps its own map. That's tonight's story. If it gives you chills, make sure to like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and tap the bell so you never miss what's coming next. And if you're still brave enough, there are more dark tales waiting for you right here on the channel. Go watch another, if you dare.